Minister.
Sir, I'm sorry. I respect the... Excuse me.
Please.
Sir, we respect the leader of the opposition. But to make a sweeping statement that all parties choose women who are not effective is absolutely unacceptable. I speak on behalf of all our women. We've all been empowered by our party, by our Prime Minister. Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu ji is an empowered woman. Every MP of my party is an empowered woman. To make a sweeping statement, it might represent their party, although it had women presidents for their party. In spite of that, they can't have women who are empowered. But I object to him making a sweeping generalization of all parties.
Leader of the opposition. Please.
ये पिछड़ी हुए महिलाओं को, शेड्यूल कास्ट महिलाओं को ऐसा मौका नहीं मिलता जैसा इनको मिल रहा है। ये हम बोल रहे हैं। इसीलिए
राष्ट्रपति जी कौन है?
Once again. Let her respond. Please. Honorable Finance Minister.
राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी कौन है? I'm sorry. Opposition leader cannot please insult people like this. Cannot draw differentiation between women. महिला के भेद में no way. How can you draw difference between one woman and another woman? We are asking for reservation for all women. Rashtrapati is a tribal woman.
Please.
Unacceptable.
Please take your seat. Take your seat. Please take your seat. Take your seat. 1 second, take your seat. Honorable members, what is being discussed is historic, epochal, justice to half of humanity, something which the people awaited for decades. Several efforts had been made, as the Honorable Prime Minister indicated. Honorable Khadge ji was saying something to which an exception has been taken. One second. I would, honorable members, minimum I expect is unanimity, affirmative step, total support to this historic step which is being taken belatedly and one second. Mr. Tiwari, imagine women of this country in all categories are waiting for it. They look up to us. We are the upper house. We are the house of elders. If we don't come to support such an affirmative legislation, all right. So I give the floor. No one else. Leader of the opposition. Nothing will go on record. Leader of the opposition. Please go ahead.
Sir, thank you.
And sir, I'll urge you.
मेरा कहना यही है।
मैं हाथ जोड़ के विनती करता हूँ।
इस बिल का तो मैं स्वागत करता हूँ।
एक सेकंड मैं हाथ जोड़ के विनती करता हूँ। ये मुद्दा अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। पूरी दुनिया की नजर है। 50% ह्यूमैनिटी के साथ न्याय हो रहा है। कई प्रयास हुए, लंबे समय से प्रयास हुए। अब अपने को we have to fructify leader of the opposition.
मैं वही बात बोल रहा हूँ और इसके समर्थन में हम भी पहले काम किए। 2010 में इसको तैयार करने में पूरी कोशिश। सुने हाँ सर, ऐसा हुआ तो हम भी वही आवाज उठाएंगे, तुम्हारी आवाज को बंद कर देंगे। सर, Parliament of India, the temple of Indian democracy. Quality is sacred and permanent. However, as we meet for the first time in Rajya Sabha chamber in new parliament building, this occasion marks a new beginning as far as venue of our deliberations are concerned. It is my fond hope that we have fruitful discussion on all matters of public interest and consider deliberations on bills. I also hope that in the times to come, the fraternity among parliamentarians cutting across the party lines is re-established in order to create a congenial atmosphere and constructive exchange of ideas among lawmakers. The need of the nation is that we parliamentarians live up to the people's expectation in addressing their concern. Sir, मैं यही कोशिश कर रहा था जिनको हम जो कानून बनाते हैं उन कानूनों का लाभ गरीब से गरीब को मिलना, महिलाओं को मिलना, लेकिन मैं उनको प्रोत्साहन करने के लिए बोल रहा था, लेकिन बीच में किसी ने बोलकर इस वातावरण को खराब कर दिया। ठीक है। और एक मुद्दा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर है हमारी भारतीय डेमोक्रेसी, और फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर को हमने बहुत मजबूती दी, लेकिन सभी का कहना है, आप किसी से भी पूछो कि आपके नेतृत्व में फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर दिन पर दिन कमजोर होती जा रही है। कम से कम कमजोर होते हैं, और जो
Honorable Parliamentary Affairs Minister.
Sir, my
honorable members.
Sir,
one second. I appeal to you all. This is a historic day, and we must work it with congeniality, cooperation, consensual approach.
Sir, my only request with folded hand is, sir, when Honorable Prime Minister spoke in both the House and even today morning in the Central Hall, the Prime Minister spoke totally apolitical. He narrated he entirely narrated the today's situation and never he alleged against anything. And it was very unbiased, balanced speech, sir. At least on the first day, sir. On the first day, at least we can expect. Least we can expect from the leader of the opposition that he is a very experienced person, sir. He is an experienced leader. He was 8-time MLA. Let him speak as a statesman, sir. That is what we expect from him, sir.
खड़गे जी,
अरे चुप बैठो।
खड़गे जी, प्रहलाद जोशी जी तो आपके प्रांत के हैं, उनकी बात को मानिए।
क्या देखिए,
his expectation is you will act like a statesman. इसमें तो कोई गड़बड़ नहीं है।
अरे मैं देखा हूँ यहाँ पर दिल्ली में क्या करते हैं, वहाँ कर्नाटक के गली में आके क्या करते हैं मुझे मालूम, वो सब मालूम है मुझे। मैं ये मेरे जुबान से बात नहीं है, नहीं मेरी जुबान से बात नहीं है। प्राइम मिनिस्टर
खड़गे जी नहीं
अपने भाषण में कहे
नहीं। आज दो विचित्र बात हुई। आपने एक सेकंड जरा प्लीज, आपने कहा इस सदन में, और मैंने आपको कहा, आपने कहा प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बहुत कम वक्तव्य दिए हैं, ये आपने कहा, और आपने कहा कि फॉर्मल दिए हैं प्रेसिडेंट एड्रेस पर, अदरवाइज अब आज ज्यादा दे दिए तो भी आपको आपत्ति होगी। जयराम he doesn't need your support. He is leader of the opposition. Don't downsize the leader of opposition. Go ahead, sir. No one will speak.
सर, ये मेरे जबान से नहीं आया, मैं लिख लिया हूँ। जब प्रधानमंत्री जी बोल रहे थे, किस किस पॉइंट पे बोल रहे थे, वो इस कागज पे लिख के बोल रहा हूँ। अगर ये फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर के बारे में या फेडरलिज्म के बारे में अगर वो बात नहीं किए, अगर वो कहे, तो मैं विड्रॉ कर लेता। देखो, अरे मजबूत करने, इसीलिए मैं ये कह रहा हूँ, आप मजबूत करने की बात किए, लेकिन एक एक गवर्नमेंट को ऐसा गिरा दिए, हर गवर्नमेंट को, महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट को गिरा दिए, कर्नाटक गवर्नमेंट को गिरा दिए, मध्य प्रदेश गवर्नमेंट को गिरा दिए, मणिपुर गवर्नमेंट को गिरा दिए।
Nothing will go on record, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan. Mr. Pradhan, nothing will go on record.
कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मेरे पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर बड़े उदारता के साथ कहे कि आज जिस प्रकार के हमने शुरुआत कर रहे हैं, एक स्टेट्समैनशिप दिखानी चाहिए। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कॉम्पिटिटिव कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म के बारे में कहा। मैं एक उदाहरण देना चाहता हूं सर। 2014 में मई महीने में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी शपथ लिए, तब 14th फाइनेंस कमीशन के निर्णय उनके सामने आया। 14th फाइनेंस कमीशन बनी थी पिछले सरकारों में। सर 10% की क्वांटम जंप उन्होंने देखा नहीं। किस राज्य ने उनको वोट दिया है, किसी ने नहीं दिया, नहीं देखा। सर हमें ये क्या कहते हैं, वर्षों तक इन्होंने पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी दिल्ली में शासन किया, कैसे राज्यों को शासन कर रहे थे। मैं सर आसाम का उदाहरण देना चाहूंगा। सर ये कैसे शासन कर रहे थे, ये
सर ये क्या है?
Only leader of the opposition now. Only leader of the opposition. Take a seat. Take a seat.
सर मैं आपसे प्रार्थना करता हूँ, मैं जब बात करता हूँ अगर वो गलत है तो बाद में उठ के बात कर सकते हैं। वो हमें यहाँ पर कंपटीशन चलती है, कंपटीशन इस बात की चलती है।
आप मुद्दे पर आइए।
नहीं, प्राइम मिनिस्टर जब आते हैं तो ये कंपटीशन बढ़ता है। मैं सपोर्ट करूँगा, तुम सब जरा होशियार रहिए साहब, कौन आपके पीछे सपोर्ट करते हैं, कौन आपके सामने बात करते हैं, इसका थोड़ा आप ख्याल कर लीजिए।
ऐसा खड़गे जी,
सर ये
खड़गे जी विषय पर रही है, वरना बात दूर तक जाएगी, इतनी दूर तक जाएगी कि वापस नहीं आएगी। कौन नेता आता है, कितना प्रभावित होता है, सदस्यगण कितना बोलते हैं, ये सबको पता है। तो प्लीज ऑन द सब्जेक्ट।
सर ये जो है बहुत से स्टेट में कमजोर उनको किया जा रहा है। एक तो जीएसटी जल्दी उनको मिलती नहीं, मनरेगा का अमाउंट टाइमली नहीं जाता, और उनके जो समस्याएं हैं, चाहे एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट हो, इरिगेशन डिपार्टमेंट हो, चाहे कोई भी डिपार्टमेंट, उनको जो ग्रांट टाइमली मिलना चाहिए वो नहीं मिलता। अगर वो नहीं मिला तो क्या आप फेडरल स्टेट्स को, जो स्टेट्स हैं, उनको कमजोर किए जैसा होता या मजबूत किए जैसा होता, आप ही बोलिए। तो ये, और दूसरी चीज मैं बोल रहा हूँ साहब, आप डेमोक्रेसी पे विश्वास रखते हो, लोकतंत्र के अनुसार चलना चाहते हो, और आप लोकतंत्र के बातों के लिए इतने हैं कि हमने ही किया, हमने उसको मजबूत किया, ये सब कहते हो, लेकिन जहां जहां डेमोक्रेटिकली इलेक्टेड एमएलए थे, गवर्नमेंट थे, उनको गिराने का काम आप ही किया।
आप विषय से अलग बढ़ रहे हैं। माननीय प्रतिपक्ष नेताजी, आई एक्सपेक्ट यू टू प्लीज कंफर्म
क्या है साहब
इश्यू।
देखो ये नहीं, I am not going to yield, sir.
One second.
Not going to yield.
One second.
I am not going to yield.
Yes, but you listen to me.
I am not going.
You will listen to me. One second. Since
नहीं तो आप ही चला लो।
No. Since you have made a very serious reflection concerning the Honorable Finance Minister's ministry, let us respond. Come on, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. much for giving me this opportunity.
Nothing will go on record. Accept.
Factually incorrect statement has been made by the opposition leader. GST समय पर नहीं मिलता, एकदम गलत. I've even borrowed money and paid the states at least 1 or 2 months in advance each time. 3 times we paid in advance. There is no money pending for any state on GST. No delayed payments on GST. I will give you complete data. I'm sorry. And if the states don't give the...
Both the Honorable Leader of the Opposition and Honorable Finance Minister will put the documents on record,
Yes,
substantiating their stand, either
I
side.
provide the
Do it.
record, sir. Sir,
During course of the
states
day.
don't give their utilization
We cannot
certificate
allow
in time.
Parliament.
It is
No,
wrong
we
on the
cannot
part
have free fall of
the
information.
opposition to blame like this.
The statement, once again, the statement has been categorically contradicted. Both of them are senior functionaries. They are called upon to put documentation on the table of the House during course of the day. Please, go ahead.
ऑर्डर पर रोका गया है, ये गलत है. एलओपी की एक मर्यादा है, उस मर्यादा को खत्म किया जाए.
अब देखिए, अध्यक्ष महोदय, अगर आप डॉक्यूमेंट दो बोलेंगे पूरे मैं सीएजी के रिपोर्ट्स के और हमारे स्टेट, हर स्टेट को जो ग्रांट जाना था वो सब के कलेक्ट करके फिर बाद में आपको दूंगा.
नहीं. No. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, you have categorically stated. One second. You have categorically stated that as on date, GST payments are pending. Therefore, no CAG. Put that document on record. It's a serious issue. And the Honorable Finance Minister would also do the same during the course of the day.
Sir, but because the leader of the opposition stated so authoritatively, he should have the document in his hand. Without that, how did he say?
Please conclude, sir. Conclude.
ये मेरे नहीं,
This is
चेयरमैन
This is the first day. Let us set a good example.
नहीं,
Please.
सर, ये ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन मेरे लिए ही क्यों होता समझ में नहीं आया. और प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी नहीं बोल रहे उधर जरा बैठो बोल के. प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी सुन रहे हैं, मजा ले रहे हैं, लेकिन मेरे लिए डिफेंड भी नहीं कर रहे उधर.
सर अब इतना प्रेम भाव जब है तो कंक्लूड कीजिए, अच्छा रहेगा.
सर
This is not the way to shout. No. Don't get into this habit. You do it repeatedly. Nasir, you also do it repeatedly. Don't do it.
सर
Khadge ji, can you have some control over your people?
My
They
people,
are disturbing you when you are speaking.
sir, my people are under control, but Prime Minister is not controlling their people. ये
Please
मुश्किल है.
conclude. Please conclude.
दो, ये तो मैं कह रहा हूँ, ये सब स्टेट की हालत यही है. और वो स्टेट वालों को अगर आप पूछेंगे तो वो बोलेंगे, चाहे वेस्ट बंगाल हो, चाहे आंध्रा हो, चाहे अपना महाराष्ट्र हो, जो पंजाब, कोई भी, किसको, कर्नाटका, आप मध्य प्रदेश को, राजस्थान को पूछो, सबको, छत्तीसगढ़ को पूछो.
सर
नहीं सुनिए, आप वो सब अपने अपने पूछेंगे. महाराष्ट्र बोले तो आप है इसलिए बोल रहे क्या? ठीक है, फिर अगर आप डायरेक्टली जाके उनके
कैन यू
खजाना से
खड़गे जी,
बैग में डाल के उठा लेके जाते
खड़गे जी, नो डायरेक्ट टॉक, आई एम हियर,
I am always looking at you,
yes.
but my difficulty is that
and when
sir,
you look at
you are looking
whenever
at
you
more
look at
that
me, I
side
smile at you.
than me.
No, whenever you look at me, I smile at you.
अच्छा, good,
Yes.
sir, मैं आपका ज्यादा वक्त नहीं लेना
Yes, thank you.
और इस बात को आप ध्यान में रखना चाहिए और खासकर प्रधानमंत्री जी इस बात को ध्यान में रखेंगे, मुझे विश्वास है, क्योंकि नया बिल्डिंग है, बहुत से कमियां भी है, अभी वो ठीक हो जाएंगे आपके नेतृत्व में, लेकिन बढ़िया बिल्डिंग में पहली बार है। मैं बहुत ज़्यादा समय लेके कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहता, शांति के साथ सुबह हुआ, अभी भी हो रहा है, होने दो, तो इसको मैं कोऑपरेट करूंगा, लेकिन एक बात बोलूंगा वो जरूर सुनना चाहिए, तो ये जरा छोड़ना चाहिए, तेरा भी मेरा तो है ही है, दोनों तेरा मेरा बोल के सभी चीजें अपने ही झोली में अगर डाल लेते गए और पीछे जो हुआ उसको भूल जाते हैं तो ये अच्छा नहीं है। तो कम से कम इसको रियलाइज,
न तेरा न मेरा हमारा, यही हो रहा है।
ठीक है सर, बी आर अम्बेडकर ने और 25 नवंबर 1949 में एक बात कही थी, विल इंडियंस प्लेस द कंट्री अबव देयर क्रीड, विल इंडियंस प्लेस द कंट्री अबव देयर क्रीड, और विल दे प्लेस क्रीड अबव कंट्री? आई डू नॉट नो, but this much is certain that if the parties place creed above country, if parties place creed above country, our independence will be put in jeopardy and second time and probably be lost forever. अगर हम क्रीड यानी पार्टी के ऊपर रखेंगे, स्टेट का इंटरेस्ट, कंट्री का इंटरेस्ट छोड़ के अगर ऐसा करते गए तो कोई देश ज्यादा दिन आजादी नहीं पा सकता, ये उनका कहना है। और दिस इवेंचुअलिटी वी मस्ट ऑल रिजॉल्टली गार्ड अगेंस्ट, वी मस्ट बी डिटरमाइंड टू डिफेंड आवर इंडिपेंडेंस विद द लास्ट ड्रॉप ऑफ आवर ब्लड। This is the saying of Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, in spite of so many obstructions at that time also. ये हर आदमी चाहता है अपने देश की इज्जत बढ़े और देश को मजबूत करे, लेकिन चंद लोग गुत्ता लेते हैं, उन्हीं का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है, देशभक्ति उनकी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है और बोलना उनका कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है। लेकिन आप ये भी देखिए, जो समाज में दूसरे लोग भी रहते हैं, ऐसे लोग भी देश के लिए लड़ते हैं और आखिरी दम तक, आखिरी खून का खतरे तक देश को बचाने के लिए, लड़ने के लिए सभी तैयार है, और हम भी उसमें से हैं, हम भी उसमें से हैं। There is a great danger of things going wrong. There is a great danger of things going wrong. Times are fast changing. People, including our own, are being moved by new ideologies. They are getting tired of government by the people. They are prepared to have government for the people and are indifferent whether it is government of the people and by the people. ये जो है कहना, उस वक्त भी ऐसे समय आए, लेकिन देश के लिए सभी एक होकर ऐसी बातें उस वक्त आई, तो इसको हम एक होकर देश के अच्छाई के लिए, या वुमेन रिजर्वेशन हो, या SC/ST रिजर्वेशन इन प्रमोशन हो, या कोई चीज हम मिलके सबको विश्वास में लेके करेंगे। तो हर चीज को अगर मैं करूँ, मैं ये करा, दूसरे कुछ भी नहीं करे, ये ठीक नहीं रहता। तो एनीवे, एक बात कह के मैं खत्म कर रहा हूँ, अपनी बात को समाप्त करता हूँ। सर, ये भी कोर्ट debate Constitution Assembly का ही है. However good a constitution may be, if those who are implementing it are not good, it will prove to be bad. साहब और एक बार पढ़ो. However good a constitution may be, if those who are implementing it are not good, it will prove to be bad. However bad a constitution may be, if those who are implementing it are good, it will prove to be good. तो अरे ये तो आपके लिए हम सबके लिए कहा सो है. आप तो उस वक्त नहीं थे ना भाई, एग्जिस्टेंस में क्यों ले रहे हो? नहीं, आप बेचारे वो कहाँ से था? उस वक्त तो नहीं थे. कॉन्स्टिट्यूंट असेंबली बनाते वक्त सिर्फ एक दो चार इंपॉर्टेंट लीडर छोड़ के बाकी का इनका हिस्सा ही नहीं उसमें, छोड़ दीजिए. इसलिए मैं आपसे विनती करता हूँ, हमको जो कहना है कहने दो, उसका उत्तर तो देंगे. प्राइम मिनिस्टर इतने मजबूत है, एक एक घंटा, दो घंटे, तीन घंटे बोलेंगे और हर दिन बोलेंगे, लेकिन मणिपुर में नहीं बोलेंगे. तो वो कैसा भूल जा.
प्लीज
नहीं
खड़गे जी, प्लीज
सर,
आई एक्सपेक्ट लेवल एट यू.
अरे
आई एक्सपेक्ट, प्लीज नॉट एक्सपेक्टेड ऑफ यू.
उनको
नॉट एक्सपेक्टेड ऑफ यू. इस सदन के अंदर मैंने अथक प्रयास किया. मैंने ये कहा कि आधी रात तक बहस कराऊंगा. आपने मौके को अवेल नहीं किया. लगातार मैंने आपको अनुरोध किया. नतीजा ये हुआ कि लोकसभा में प्रधानमंत्री जी और गृह मंत्री जी ने वक्तव्य दिया. सर ऐसा मत कीजिए.
ये ठीक नहीं. मुझे कहेंगे
प्लीज,
मेरा हक होता है. लेकिन मेरा हक होता है. अरे मैं वहीं रिप्लाई
मैंने आंखों से देखा है.
गोयल जी,
मुझे पीड़ा हुई है, मुझे परेशानी हुई है.
कई चीजें अगर पहले ही होती
प्लीज
तो आज ये नौबत नहीं आती.
थैंक यू खड़गे जी.
था उसी वक्त मैं जवाब देने वाला था. हम बहुत से जो करने वाले, लेकिन मैं वो ओकेजन नहीं समझा. यहाँ पर जो प्रधानमंत्री अपने भाषण में कहे, उसके जवाब में मैं अपने 4 शब्द रखा हूँ. अगर आपको ठीक नहीं लगता तो बात और है, लेकिन हम सब मिलके काम करना है. अगर मिलके काम नहीं करेंगे, देश का उद्धार होने वाला नहीं है. थैंक यू.
The House stands adjourned to meet at 11 a.m. tomorrow, Wednesday, the 20th September 2023.
Getting in all the details of the proceedings of Rajya Sabha right now, where the discussion was underway. You also heard, in fact, from the leader of the opposition, Mallikarjun Kharge, speak on the floor of the House regarding a range of issues, even as the credit war over the women's reservation bill on a historic day like this continues. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break here. We'll be back with more news in just a minute.
मैं पहली बार जब संसद का सदस्य बना और पहली बार एक सांसद के रूप में इस भवन में मैंने प्रवेश किया, तो सहज रूप से मैंने इस संसद भवन के दौर पक्ति पर अपना शीश झुका करके इस लोकतंत्र के मंदिर को श्रद्धा भाव से नमन करते हुए मैंने पैर रखा था। वो पल मेरे लिए भावनाओं से भरी हुई थी। मैं कल्पना नहीं कर सकता था, लेकिन भारत के लोकतंत्र की ताकत है भारत के सामान्य मानवीय की लोकतंत्र के प्रति श्रद्धा का प्रतिबिंब है कि रेलवे प्लेटफॉर्म पर गुजारा करने वाला एक गरीब परिवार का बच्चा पार्लियामेंट पहुंच गया। मैंने कभी कल्पना तक नहीं की थी कि देश मुझे इतना सम्मान देगा, इतना आशीर्वाद देगा, इतना प्यार देगा। सोचा नहीं था अध्यक्ष जी।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 22 degrees.
पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट को लेकर हाउस को डिस्टर्ब करते रहेंगे। कब तक हम डिस्टर्बेंस को जस्टिफाई करते रहेंगे? आप अंदाजा लगाइए खड़गे जी, मेरे पर क्या बीत रही होगी जब आप बोल रहे थे कि मुझे बोलने नहीं देते हो। मैं इतना आकलन करता हूं और दुखी होता हूं कि जहां पार्टिसिपेशन हो सकता था वहां आप लोग थे नहीं। मतलब आप अंदाजा लगाइए, इफ लीडर ऑफ द अपोजिशन वुड राइज ऑन दिस क्रिटिकल ओकेजन टू सैंक्टिफाई डिस्टर्बेंस, डिसरप्शन। आपने खुद कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली को कोट किया है, वहां तो कभी नहीं हुआ। जयराम जी, दिस इज नॉट अ गुड हैबिट। नो, यू आर अ विक्टिम ऑफ दिस हैबिट। डोंट हैव दिस हैबिट। Don't have this habit. No, this is not a... When the Honorable LOP has yielded, why are you being super LOP?
Because you want to listen.
You can't be. He doesn't need assistance.
You want to listen to him.
No. You want to listen to him, but it is regulated by the chair. Otherwise, come and sit here and control it.
Sir,
Every time.
I have no desire to sit there.
Even if you have,
listen to him.
Even if you have, there is a mechanism.
Sir, you are constantly interrupting him, sir.
Please, take your seat. So, Manya Khadge ji, this is a rare historic occasion where after taking note of 75 years, we are required to unfold a vision for next 25-50 years.
Sir, exactly.
I know it. I know it what he knows. And in the entire discourse, you are focused on two things, sir. I find it.
You and him, sir. This is the problem. There is no debate between me and you, sir. This is the problem, sir.
The problem is when there is time to participate, I have seen absence. The problem is when an issue has to be debated, discussed, deliberated, you have walked out of the house.
watching India Today.
Thanks for watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. After bidding goodbye to the old parliament, we saw all the parliamentarians arrive at the Naya Sansad while the centre has tabled the women's reservation bill. As discussions there continue, I'm going to take you through all the updates with the headlines first. Prime Minister Modi presents the women's reservation bill in the new parliament. It will be called Nari Shakti Vandhan. Prime Minister seeks consensus from all parties for the passage of this bill. Credit war erupts over women's reservation bill. Congress claims it introduced women's quota. AAP calls this bill as Jumla, while the BJP hits back. India transitions to the new parliament building. Prime Minister Modi leads MPs as they enter the new complex, the old parliament, to be called Samvidhan Sadan. New Delhi expels top Canadian diplomat hours after Justin Trudeau accuses India of killing Khalistani terrorist Nijar. India calls the charge as observed and motivated. India today accesses 12 more Khalistani terrorists turned gangsters hiding in Canada who are on the most wanted list. Will Justin Trudeau act, or will he continue to pander to his vote bank? And a big win for forces as they avenge the death of Anantnag Braves. Lashkar commander Uzair has been neutralized after 7 long days of anti-terror operation. Well, just as the women's reservation bill has been tabled in the parliament, we're seeing a showdown by the opposition parties in the Naya Sansad. Congress asks, when will women's reservation bill be implemented? Aam Aadmi Party Mantri calls the women's reservation bill as mere Jumla. Atishi calls it Mahila Bedkoof Banao Bill, while OAC says, where's the representation for women, for Muslim women in this very bill? Well, the women's reservation bill that's just been tabled in the parliament. We have reactions coming in from the opposition parties. As much as this has come as a welcome move, there are questions being raised about sub-quota, about reservation for Muslim. Atishi from the Aam Aadmi Party says that this is a way to fool the women. Let's cut across to those reactions from the opposition parties.
Aam Aadmi Party supports women's reservation. Aam Aadmi Party supports women's reservation in the parliament, in assemblies across the country. But the bill that has been brought in is not for women's reservation. This is a Mahila Bewakoof Banao bill. This is not a Mahila Arakshan bill. Why? Because when you read the fine print of this bill, it becomes clear that this bill is not getting implemented anytime soon. It says that after this amendment is approved, then the first census will happen after that. Based on that census, delimitation will happen. And only based on that delimitation will the details of the reservation for women be worked out. If BJP is serious about it, if the Prime Minister is serious about it, why is it not getting implemented from 2024? Why do we need a census?
जब आप एक कानून बना रहे हैं ताकि उसमें रिप्रेजेंटेशन हो उन लोगों का जिनका रिप्रेजेंटेशन नहीं है, तो आप देख लीजिए कि अब तक 17 लोकसभा के चुनाव भारत में हुए हैं, उसमें से 8,992 एमपीज मुंतखब हुए हैं, जिसमें से मुसलमान सिर्फ 520 हैं, जो 50% का एक डेफिसिट है। उस 520 में मेरे ख्याल से मुट्ठी भर मुस्लिम खवातीन हैं। तो आप रिप्रेजेंटेशन कहाँ दे रहे हैं? किसको दे रहे हैं रिप्रेजेंटेशन? जिनका रिप्रेजेंटेशन नहीं उनको रिप्रेजेंटेशन मिलना चाहिए ना। तो इस बिल में सबसे बड़ी खामी यह है कि इसमें ओबीसी महिलाओं को और मुस्लिम महिलाओं के लिए कोई कोटा नहीं रखा गया, इसलिए हम इस बिल के खिलाफ हैं।
Well, these are questions being raised by the opposition party. Atishi of the Aam Aadmi Party says that this is a way to fool the women because there are several riders that come with this bill. According to the bill, she claims the reservation will come into effect only after delimitation exercise is undertaken and will continue only for 15 years. Seats reserved for women will be rotated after each delimitation exercise. So in a way, this is a way to hoodwink women and fool women. She calls this bill a Mahila Bewakoof Banao bill. Really harsh charge by the Aam Aadmi Party Minister Atishi, who casts aspersions on the intent of this very bill, says that this is a way to fool the women of this country because when's this bill going to come into effect? First of all, that's the Congress asking this question. When is this bill going to come into effect? And then the Aam Aadmi Party pointing out at some of the riders that come with this bill that claims that this reservation will come into implementation only after a delimitation exercise that will be undertaken, and this bill will exhaust after 15 years. So, the reservation for each constituencies will happen on rotation basis as per delimitation exercise. So, really, is there an intent indeed to bring in equality in politics is what the opposition asks, while AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi questions where's the sub-quota reservation for Muslim women. Now, the introduction of the Nari Shakti Vandhan bill was soon followed by an uproar in the parliament as we saw a furious war that erupted in the Lok Sabha after Congress's Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary claimed that women quota bill was the same as the one that was introduced by the Congress. Also added that the bill was initiated by the UPA itself and Sonia Gandhi herself had batted for it. Remember, earlier in the day, former Congress chief Sonia Gandhi had said that apna hai, basically referring to the bill as theirs, upon being asked about the women's reservation bill. But Union Minister, Home Minister Amit Shah himself was quick to fact-check Adhir Ranjan, saying that the Congress must not lie in the parliament because the bill was never passed during Rajiv Gandhi's tenure.
महिला आरक्षण 1989 में जब राजीव जी प्रधानमंत्री थे तब स्थानीय निकायों के चुनाव में उन्होंने 1/3 आरक्षण महिलाओं के लिए सुनिश्चित किया था। तत्पश्चात कांग्रेस की सरकारों ने लगातार प्रयास किया कि महिला आरक्षण का बिल पास हो, कानून बने, लोकसभा एवं विधानसभाओं के लिए भी 1/3 आरक्षण के लिए डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह की सरकार के वक्त जो ये बिल आया वो आज तक जीवित है, आज तक जीवित है।
माननीय अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा वो फैक्चुअली इनकरेक्ट है कि पुराना बिल अभी भी जीवित है। मेरी स्पष्ट जानकारी है कि पुराना बिल लैप्स कर गया है। अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा है उसके समर्थन में उनके पास कोई डॉक्यूमेंट है तो टेबल पर रखने चाहिए। एक, या तो उन्होंने स्टेटमेंट विड्रॉ करना चाहिए। दूसरा, उन्होंने कहा कि इस बिल को लोकसभा ने भी कभी पारित किया था राजीव गांधी जी के समय में, कभी नहीं हुआ है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, लोकसभा में जो बिल पारित होता है, अगर राज्यसभा उसको पारित नहीं करती है और लोकसभा का कार्यकाल समाप्त होता है तो वो बिल अपने आप लैप्स हो जाता है। मैं मानता हूं कि इस चीज को स्पष्टता करनी चाहिए और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, अगर उनके पास अलग जानकारी है तो सदन के टेबल पर रखनी चाहिए।
We respect the leader of the opposition, but to make a sweeping statement that all parties choose women who are not effective is absolutely unacceptable. I speak on behalf of all our women. We have all been empowered by our party, by our Prime Minister. Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu ji is an empowered woman. Every MP of my party is an empowered woman. To make a sweeping statement, it might represent their party, although it had women presidents for their party. In spite of that, they can't have women who are empowered. But I object to him making a sweeping generalization of all parties.
Leader of the opposition, please.
ये पिछड़ी हुए महिलाओं को, शेड्यूल कास्ट महिलाओं को ऐसा मौका नहीं मिलता जैसा इनको मिल रहा है। ये हम बोल रहे हैं।
honorable Prime Minister.
तो इसीलिए
राष्ट्रपति जी कौन है?
Since once again,
राष्ट्रपति
let her
जी
respond.
कौन है?
Let her respond, please. Honorable Finance Minister.
राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी कौन है? I'm sorry, opposition leader cannot please insult people like this. Cannot draw differentiation between women. महिला के भेद में, no way, no way. How can you draw difference between one woman and another woman? We are asking for reservation for all women. Rashtrapati is a tribal woman.
Please.
Unacceptable.
Please take your seat. 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 Please take your seat. Take your seat. 1 second. Take your seat.
Women's reservation bill finally is coming. Women's reservation bill.
All right, we see that credit war playing out and a lot of details that the women reservation bill addresses, does not address. You have that war of words playing out in the parliament. Rahul Gautam joins us live for a little more clarity on that. Rahul, as much as this is a massive move, a welcome move into bringing equality in the field of politics, you have a lot of questions being raised by the opposition parties about the delimitation exercise, more importantly, which suggests that post-delimitation, the reservation will be given out to women. So it's not going to be ready for 2024. Is this a way to fool women in the name of a women's reservation bill? These are the questions that the opposition, including Congress, the Aam Aadmi Party, AIMIM asked for Muslim reservation, have all hurled at the government. Give us responses from the centre.
Yeah, absolutely. You rightly pointed out that the opposition parties are saying that this is nothing but an election stunt, given the fact that reservation would be implemented only after delimitation process is undertaken, and that would be happening in 2026, 2027, which basically would be fraught with many objections, and particularly from the Election Commission of India, from various stakeholders as to how they're going to identify seats that are going to be reserved for women, if seats are going to be increased in southern part or decreased, the same happening in northern part. So there's a lot that needs to be done when it comes to implement the women reservation bill in true spirit, and that's why they are saying that it's a mere eyewash. In fact, Aam Aadmi Party has went on to say that this is not women reservation bill. It's actually a Mahila Bevkoof Banao bill. Basically, that BJP is trying to betray or trying to mislead the women community of the country. However, the central government has rejected all these allegations, saying that this bill has been brought with honest spirit, and in fact, as Prime Minister himself said, that God has chosen him to empower women, and whatever processes needs to be followed will be followed and should be followed, and therefore this shows the honest spirit and objective of the government, that they have taken this bold step to bring in and table the women reservation bill. And obviously they have asked that all the members of both the houses, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, should come forward and support this endeavor of NDA government, given the fact that Congress party, we all know, they are claiming that it was their brainchild. It was UPA that actually introduced women reservation bill in Rajya Sabha back in 2010, and now given the fact that BJP has that numerical strength in Lok Sabha, and obviously they're going to support in Rajya Sabha, that's why it is time for this bill to see the light. So clearly, opposition, you can say, they are now trying to create this narrative that this is happening, but you're not going to get any benefits out of this in 2024. It is basically a process which will be fraught with many objections. So there are a lot need to be done. Then only this is going to be turning into reality.
All right. Let me also cut across to Amit Bharadwaj. Stay with us, Rahul. Amit, we see credit war now playing out. 27 years later, we finally see that the bill has been tabled. It's yet to be passed. Most parties are mooting for it. But at the same time, the Congress saying that this is ye apna bill hai. Sonia Gandhi herself says apna bill hai. Yes, the Congress party had placed it in 2008. It even passed in the Rajya Sabha in 2010. But in every way, all political parties since then to now have tiptoed around this bill without actually having the real intent to have tabled it in the parliament. Today we see it happen, but this credit war comes along with it.
Right, Nabila, this was very much expected that the credit war over the women reservation bill will soon begin, because we know that no opposition party in principle will oppose the women reservation bill. Yes, there were concerns
for
about
some context to our viewers, here is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's new office in the Naya Sansad. This is a new parliament building with the Prime Minister looking into his, of course, busy at that new office of his. That's the first image that we have for our viewers. New parliament building, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's new office. Amit, go on.
Yes. Nabila, there were concerns about quota within quota. That concern is not there anymore. But the opposition parties are now also doing some sort of tactical criticism of the women reservation bill. You just mentioned about the Congress party. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party has also made a scathing attack on the government. Delhi WCD Minister and Aam Aadmi Party senior leader Atishi has said that, this is Mahila Bewakoof Banao bill, because the implementation of women reservation bill is not going to happen in 2024. So Aam Aadmi Party is now demanding that the clause of delimitation must be removed in this particular bill, and that the women reservation should be implemented right from 2024, and there should be no further delay in implementation, because the opposition parties will maybe from today and tomorrow could come together on this particular issue, saying that, in the present format, the women reservation bill means that the implementation could take next 3 to 4 years. Why not, if we are taking an historic step in the parliament, in the new parliament building, then the women reservation bill should be implemented right away with 2024. But there are technical questions regarding this as well. The government will have to carry out delimitation process.
Right. But let's get to the technicalities in just a moment. But Amit, if you could explain to us, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's new swanky office inside the new parliament building. We have the first image of the Prime Minister himself seated inside his office. The building looks absolutely swanky, beautiful, spacious, luxurious, in every sense suiting the size of the parliament as of today. So this we saw right after enough and more criticism that came in from the opposition parties about the Naya Sansad, the money that was spent on the Naya parliament, the new parliament, all that talk, all finally laid to rest with the parliament building itself opened up for parliamentarians to hold their first session, the special parliament session first that was held today. We saw every MP coming in with a smile. So all differences left aside, is it?
The political differences cannot be left aside. Let's be sure about it. But today was definitely a historic day for India's democracy and its polity. Parliamentarians, be it Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha, coming together for that special photo opportunity. And in that particular photo opportunity, we saw how all the parliamentarians had gotten together. Then Prime Minister Narendra Modi with his cabinet MPs moving towards the new parliament in Naya Sansad that we are referring to. And this is a huge infrastructure which has been put in place with a lot of effort as well. Because remember, Nabila, there were a lot of complaints about the last parliament as to how there was a lot of infrastructure that was missing, the technological advancement that was supposed to be done at the old parliament building. This particular parliament building, new parliament building, is essence of New India, which will have the very essence of our cultural legacy, but also accommodates the modern infrastructure
and we heard Prime Minister starting off his speech itself by saying if you want to draw a big picture, then you need a big canvas, almost of course indicating that it's about time that we begin a journey, a successful journey the next decade in this very parliament. We want to see India thriving, and it will happen from a bigger space. The bigger parliament is the best suited place for everything India, everything to do with progress of India. Well, thank you very much, Amit, for joining us on that. Now, India has a new temple of democracy. As we see, this parliament building has opened up on the occasion of Ganesh Chaturthi. Parliamentary proceedings shifted from the old Sansad to the new one. And after meeting and addressing the MPs at the Central Hall in the old Parliament, Prime Minister Narendra Modi led those parliamentarians on a march to the new Parliament. In his first address in the new Parliament, the Prime Minister called the shifting of this Parliament quite a historic day indeed, and etched in our memory. It is a big day in Indian democracy, he said, urging parliamentarians to work together for a developed nation. Prime Minister has tabled the Women's Reservation Bill as the first agenda in the special session of the Parliament, sought the opposition support for passing this bill, and ahead of the shifting, a photo session that we saw, which we never have seen in the past. All parliamentarians across parties came together for one photo op. It was held right outside the old Parliament building that saw nearly 750 MPs posing for that one shot.
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, नए संसद भवन का ये प्रथम और ऐतिहासिक सत्र है। मैं सभी माननीय सांसदों को और सभी देशवासियों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। नए संसद भवन की भव्यता आधुनिक भारत के महिमा को भी मंडित करती है। हमारे श्रमिक, हमारे इंजीनियर्स, हमारे कामगारों, उनका पसीना इसमें लगा है और कोरोना काल में भी उन्होंने जिस लगन से इस काम को किया है, क्योंकि मुझे कार्य जब चल रहा था तब उन श्रमिकों के बीच आने का बार बार मौका मिलता था और खास करके मैं उनके स्वास्थ्य को लेकर के उनसे मिलने आता था, लेकिन ऐसे समय भी उन्होंने इस बहुत बड़े सपने को पूरा किया। आज मैं चाहूँगा कि हम सब हमारे उन श्रमिकों का, हमारे उन कामगारों का, हमारे इंजीनियर्स का हृदय से धन्यवाद करें, हृदय से, क्योंकि उनके द्वारा निर्मित भावी पीढ़ियों को प्रेरणा देने वाला है। लोकमान्य तिलक जी ने गणेश उत्सव को एक सार्वजनिक गणेश उत्सव के रूप में प्रस्तावित करके पूरे राष्ट्र में सुराज्य की आहलेख जगाने का माध्यम बनाया था। लोकमान्य तिलक जी ने गणेश पर्व से सुराज्य की संकल्पना को शक्ति दी। उसी प्रकार से आज ये गणेश चतुर्थी का पर्व लोकमान्य तिलक जी ने स्वतंत्र भारत, स्वराज्य की बात कही थी। आज हम समृद्ध भारत गणेश चतुर्थी के पावन दिवस पर उसकी प्रेरणा के साथ आगे। सुखद संयोग है कि ये गणेश चतुर्थी का शुभ दिन है। गणेश जी शुभता और सिद्धि के देवता है। गणेश जी विवेक और ज्ञान के भी देवता है। इस पावन दिवस पर हमारा ये शुभारंभ संकल्प से सिद्धि की ओर एक नए विश्वास के साथ यात्रा को आरंभ करने का है। इस सदन में एक डिजिटल बुक रखी गई है, जिस डिजिटल बुक में उन सभी श्रमिकों के पूरा परिचय इसमें रखा गया है, ताकि आने वाली पीढ़ियों को पता चलेगा कि हिंदुस्तान के किस कोने से कौन श्रमिक ने आकर के इस भव्य इमारत को, यानी उनके पसीने को भी अमरत्व देने का प्रयास इस सदन में हो रहा है। ये एक नई शुरुआत है, शुभ शुरुआत है और हम सब के लिए गर्व की शुरुआत है।
All right, on that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, in a tit-for-tat move, New Delhi expels a top Canadian diplomat just hours after Justin Trudeau accuses India of killing Khalistani terrorist Nijar. India calls the charge absurd and motivated on what Justin Trudeau said, the blame, and expels a Canadian diplomat on charges of anti-India activities.
You are watching India Today.
Terrorists are still believed to be holed up in the forest of Kokarnag. After the charred body of a terrorist was retrieved from a hideout on Sunday, security forces are trying to confirm his identity. The security forces believe the body could be of terrorist Uzair Ahmed Khan, an alleged member of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. DNA test is being conducted to ascertain the terrorist identity. Meanwhile, Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha met the family of DSP Humayun Bhatt, who was killed in action during the Anantnag encounter. Expressing his condolences, he assured the family of all assistance and support from the administration. Earlier, the Lieutenant Governor had asserted that the deaths of the Indian braves will be avenged soon.
जवानों के लहू के एक कतरे का हिसाब पूरी तरह सूद समेत लिया जाएगा। आतंकी किसी संगठन के उनके सरपरस्तों को बड़ी कीमत चुकानी है। हर एक बहादुर जवान के पीछे पूरा देश खड़ा है।
Security forces are in a final push to flush out all the terrorists involved in the attack that killed 3 soldiers and a police officer. With Kamaljit Sandhu and Ashraf Wani in Srinagar, Bureau Report, India Today.
Fundamentally, we all are different from each other, and I think we just need to keep reminding ourselves that we are all so different, and that is what's so beautiful.
Fashion label Human recently dropped a hard-hitting campaign on inclusivity led by Pranav Kirti. The fashion-forward label celebrated 8 billion humans and how they're all very different than each other.
This is just another step towards all the things that we've done in the last 10 years journey, which is to bring people's attention to that diverse fabric of our society. Your choices are so different from mine. Whether they are right or wrong is beyond my, it might just be beyond my understanding. But to accept that is I think, humanly possible, which is what we try to showcase.
The capsule collection caught our attention as it honors the strength of an individual within a collective. It celebrated varied tastes and brought to the fore the notion of likening 8 billion humans on Earth to 8 billion distinct and unique flavors. Inclusivity is the order of the day and not just a woke sentiment. The campaign brings about a discussion on important societal issues.
Whatever we've done as a company or whatever I've done as a creative director, is the entire credit goes to the community that surrounds us. From all the artists that we feed on, present in our own community. Even from whether it's the body issue or the LGBTQ issue, I am literally reflecting on what they are, taking those conversations forward and leading. The brand is just a reflection of that.
It also shows the label's commitment and transition into creating statement pieces with an elevated approach. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. India rejects Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's allegations that India was behind the killing of Khalistani terrorists. In fact, India responds to Canada expelling the Indian diplomat by a senior Canadian diplomat based in India. The High Commissioner of Canada to India was summoned today and informed about that decision. The Ministry of External Affairs has said Canada's accusations here were absurd and politically motivated to shift the focus from Khalistani terrorists and extremists. India has said that it was committed to the rule of law there, while slamming Canada for harboring Khalistani terrorists who were threatening India's sovereignty and territorial integrity. In fact, India expressing concerns over Canadian politicians openly expressing sympathy for Khalistanis, says similar allegations were made by the Canadian Prime Minister to our Prime Minister and they were completely rejected. A very strongly worded statement going out to Canada after Canada raised suspicion of India's role behind the murder of the Khalistani leader Nijar. India says that these allegations are certainly concerning. And in a reciprocative move, India has suspended or expelled rather a Canadian diplomat on charges of anti-India activities. Clearly here, Canada at this point raising fingers at India, pointing fingers at India, while at a time they themselves are by and large harboring the Khalistani movement within their own soil, and despite a number of requests and several times that the Indian government has raised this with Canada about the Khalistani extremism gaining ground in Canada, there hasn't been a real response or a solid response to that. Concerns have never been addressed. In fact, Justin Trudeau did at once say that they will not tolerate any kind of extremism, but no concrete action was carried out. But instead, here you have Justin Trudeau himself, who almost blames India, saying that there are credible reports to show potential links of India's hand behind the murder of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, who is the leader of the Khalistani movement. In fact, Canada has had several meetings post the death of Nijar, where thousands of Khalistani members congregated to condemn this murder. And there was, of course, it was at the hands of the Canadian police to find the killer. And here you have Justin Trudeau saying that they have found credible reports to show potential links to India, that this was a murder that was carried out by the Indian government. An allegation so grave. Geeta Mohan joins us for more on that. Geeta, this is a huge allegation that's been made against India, and all that brief bonhomie that we saw between Justin Trudeau and Prime Minister Modi along the G20 meet has now turned into a bitter war of words.
Absolutely.
Yeah, go on.
Well, absolutely, Nabila. Not just bitter war of words, it's more than that. This is the lowest point in diplomacy between India and Canada, with diplomats having been asked to leave the country, not just in Canada, an Indian diplomat having been asked to leave. A Canadian diplomat over here has also been asked to leave after High Commissioner Cameron McKay was summoned at the Ministry of External Affairs and was told that a diplomat will have to leave India as well. This also comes at a time when India has completely rejected all the allegations made by Canada. But this is a very serious matter. It's not about whether if a terrorist was killed or not. It's about the fact that a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil was killed. And the allegations that were made by Trudeau, or that have been made by Trudeau, have also not just reached his own constituency within the country, but also the fact that he has been talking to various other leaders, be it the American president, French president, or for that matter, the British Prime Minister. And now Anthony Albanese, who's a part of the Five Eyes Agreement, has also gone ahead and made a statement with the Australian Foreign Ministry saying there's a deep concern with regards to the reports. With these countries now coming together, if there is any proof, if there is any evidence that Canada can provide, this matter could really get serious. For now, it's only potential links that Canada is saying, and India has already said that there is no link to Indian intelligence agencies or India being involved in the killing of Khalistani or pro-Khalistani element Harjit Singh Nijjar.
All right, that's a strong statement that's now come from as India's response, and in a reciprocative move has also expelled the Canadian diplomat on charges of anti-India activities. Geeta, thank you very much for joining us on that. Now we see the massive allegations by the Canadian Prime Minister against India, accusing Indian government of killing Khalistani leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Canada has now expelled an Indian diplomat in retaliation to the killing of Nijjar. The diplomatic move sent relations between Ottawa and New Delhi, already sour, to a new dramatic low. Justin Trudeau told an emergency session of the parliamentary opposition on Monday that his government had credible allegations linking Indian agents to the killings of Hardeep Singh Nijjar. He's called in the strongest possible terms on the Indian government to cooperate in clearing up the matter. Foreign Minister Melanie Joly has said that Justin Trudeau government had to take immediate action, saying that Canada won't really tolerate foreign interference and would protect its citizens at all times.
Over the past number of weeks, Canadian security agencies have been actively pursuing credible allegations of a potential link between agents of the government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
We've been clear we will not tolerate any form of foreign interference. We will protect Canada's sovereignty. I have conveyed these principles to my Indian counterparts, and I've also told him that we expect India's full collaboration to make sure that we get to the bottom of this. And as of today, and as a consequence, we've expelled a top Indian diplomat from Canada.
If these allegations are true, they represent an outrageous affront to Canada's sovereignty. Our citizens must be safe from extrajudicial killings of all kinds, most of all from foreign governments. Canadians deserve to be protected on Canadian soil. We call on the Indian government to act with utmost transparency as authorities investigate this murder, because the truth must come out We must know who performed the assassination and who was behind the assassination.
For a key Western partner of India to make that move, and of course that coming after the very dramatic allegation that President Trudeau made against India's government, it's very surprising just because something like this rarely happens. And again, to emphasize, this is a key Western partner, a really big deal. These types of things simply do not happen that often. So I was very surprised by this development.
All right, this news broke right at the start of the day. My colleague Pooja Shali spoke to the diplomatic affairs experts regarding Canada's accusations against India. Hear their views.
India has been for years now expressing concern about anti-India activities, about Khalistan activities on Canadian soil, expecting some action. Instead, the action that Canada takes is why its Prime Minister announcing credible allegations and sack the diplomat. What happens here on this?
Well, Pooja, as you are aware, that Canada, unfortunately, has become the harbor of terrorists and extremists for a very long time now.
Yes.
And India has all the time raised these issues since the days of Kanishka, where I lost some of my friends also in that crash. And I know that this has been, and the way they have lagged on with this, they have done nothing about it, just catered to and pandered to the local constituency of Sikhs, and just not caring about India's interest all along. His father didn't allow this Balwinder Parmar, that fellow we wanted. He refused to extradite on a very funny excuse. And then when Justin Trudeau last time came to India, we provided him all the hospitality, and he brings the extremist Sikhs along with him in his delegation.
Shinder Purwal, what do you think? This is such a big step that Canada has taken, sacking a diplomat on allegations, on belief?
I think it was shocking news to all of us that the Prime Minister of this nation, not just an ordinary person.
Correct.
We would say that they have a credible evidence. If you have credible evidence, the killing is still at investigation stage. You should give it to the police, and that will help them to bring the case to the court. And that kind of evidence can be used. It's only the judgment of the judge. Judiciary will make sure who's the guilty and who's not guilty. This is quite a surprising act of our Prime Minister.
Now, as we know, unrestricted by any authorities, the Khalistani groups across Canada are having a real free run, despite all the concerns raised by the Indian government. In fact, the dispute deals a further blow to all the diplomatic ties between New Delhi, unhappy over the Sikh separatist activity in Canada. And even in the past, several incidents involving Khalistani separatists were reported to the Canadian government. Several Khalistani thugs are known to be sheltering within the Canadian borders. Back in July, Justin Trudeau had gone on to accuse India of false remarks and asserted that Canada takes every kind of threat very seriously. However, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has seemingly not taken any strong or concrete action against all the concerns raised by India and what's now being called by observers as a new resurgence of the Khalistani activism in the very land of Canada. Justin Trudeau is now being accused of pandering to the Khalistani vote bank in his country.
They are wrong. Canada has always taken extremely seriously violence and threats of violence. We've always taken serious action against terrorism, and we always will. We have an extremely diverse country, and freedom of expression is something that we have, but we will always make sure that we are pushing back against violence and extremism in all its forms.
Now, a big development coming in. You have a Punjabi singer from Canada who was supposed to hold this massive concert here in India. His concert is now nearly stands cancelled as the main sponsor to that concert. Boat has withdrawn from sponsoring that music tour. Shub allegedly posted India's distorted map and almost showing his support to the Khalistani movement, and that distorted map had a distorted image of India, almost suggesting that the parts of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab were cut away. This was an image that he had put out that raised eyebrows, received huge backlash, and now almost a year post that, this was in 2022, a year later, Shubh organizes this concert in Mumbai, and that music tour has been nearly called off, with the main sponsor of this concert, Boat, withdrawing its sponsorship. Thanks very much for watching India Today. You could log on to indiatoday.in for more news and updates. Stay tuned for news for the hearing impaired on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
"28 months went into building this monumental narrative. An architectural masterpiece. A reflection of the nation's Atmanirbhar vision. Let's take you now on a tour of India's new parliament. The House of the People, our new Lok Sabha. Larger and grander. 888 seats. Almost 300 more than the old chamber. This is the brand new Rajya Sabha, bigger, more spacious. Designed to accommodate 384 members, around 100 more seats than the present upper house. Vastness is just one element of this stately complex. India's new parliament embodies the Indian diversity in all its glory. Materials sourced from across the country to build this temple of democracy. Teak wood from Nagpur in Maharashtra, Rajasthan's red and white sandstone. Carpets procured from Mirzapur in Uttar Pradesh. The stone jali work bears the craftsmanship of Rajnagar in Rajasthan and Noida in Uttar Pradesh. Flooring of bamboo wood from the northeast, from Agartala in Tripura. Indore in Madhya Pradesh sent the Ashok Chakra. The Ashok emblem sourced from Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar in Maharashtra and Jaipur in Rajasthan.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 76. In Mumbai,
आर्टिकल 370 हटाने से लेकर वो विषय ऐसा रहा जो शायद ही कोई दशक ऐसा होगा कि चर्चा न हुई हो, चिंता न हुई हो और मांग न हुई हो। आक्रोश भी व्यक्त हुआ, सभागृह में भी हुआ, सभागृह के बाहर भी हुआ। लेकिन हम सबका सौभाग्य है कि हमें सदन में आर्टिकल 370 से मुक्ति पाने का, अलगाववाद, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ने का एक बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण कदम और इस महत्वपूर्ण काम में माननीय सांसदों की, संसद की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। अभी तक लोकसभा और राज्यसभा ने मिलकर करीब करीब 4000 से अधिक कानून पास किए हैं। और कभी जरूरत पड़ी तो ज्वाइंट सेशन के माध्यम से भी कानून पारित करने की दिशा में रणनीति बनानी पड़ी और उसके तहत भी दहेज रोकथाम कानून हो, बैंकिंग सर्विस कमीशन बिल हो, आतंक से लड़ने के लिए कानून हो, ये संयुक्त सत्र में पास किए गए हैं, इसी गृह में पास किए गए।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
A historic day for women empowerment. The Women's Reservation Bill seeking guarantee 33% quota for women in the Lok Sabha and State Assemblies introduced in the Lok Sabha by the Union Law Minister Arjun Meghwal. The bill will guarantee now 33% quota for women in the Lok Sabha and the State Assemblies. 33% reservation would mean a sub-reservation also for SC/ST. No reservation in the Rajya Sabha. The introduction of the Nari Shakti Vandan Bill was soon followed by an uproar in the Parliament. A furious war of words erupted in the Lok Sabha after Congress's Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary claimed that the women's quota, the bill itself, was the same as the one introduced by the Congress. Union Minister Amit Shah himself was quick to fact-check Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, saying that the Congress must not lie in the Parliament because the bill was never passed during Rajiv Gandhi's tenure. India now has a new temple of democracy. On the occasion of Ganesh Chaturthi, parliamentary proceedings shifted from the old Sansad to the new one. Prime Minister Narendra Modi led parliamentarians on a march to the new Sansad. In his first address in the new parliament building, Prime Minister has called the shifting to this new parliament a historic day for Indian democracy. Ahead of the shifting, a photo session was also held right outside the old parliament building, which had over 750 MPs who posed for that one shot. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau accuses Indian government of killing Khalistani leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Canada has expelled an Indian diplomat in retaliation to killing of Nijjar, rejecting Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's allegations. India has expelled a senior Canadian diplomat based in India. The High Commissioner of Canada to India was summoned today and informed about the decision, while India has expressed concerns over Canadian politicians openly expressing sympathy for Khalistanis.
This central hall was witness to Pandit Nehru's tryst with destiny speech on the eve of India's independence. And yesterday, the Prime Minister also mentioned this in his speech. I'm thankful to you because you remembered this historic speech on this yesterday's occasion. Sir, the India's independence during his speech, the Pandit Nehruji inter alia stated, which I quote, long years ago, we have made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measures, but very substantially. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
नया संसद भवन अपने विशाल और सुंदर स्वरूप में एक नए विश्वास से भरे आत्मनिर्भर भारत का पहचान बनेगा। पार्लियामेंट हमेशा से एकता का प्रतीक रहा है। यह हमारे संविधान के मूल्यों की सुरक्षा करता है, जो विभिन्न भाषाओं, संस्कृतियों और परंपराओं के बावजूद हमें एक राष्ट्र के रूप में बांधने का काम करता है। यहाँ अनुभव का ज्ञान और युवाओं की ऊर्जा मिलकर 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के उज्जवल भविष्य को आकार देने का काम करते रहेगी। और मैं समझता हूं आज का दिन एक सकारात्मक सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ने का है। कई सारे विषय रहे, आजादी के बाद कई सारे चुनौतियां रहीं, शायद कई सारी चुनौतियां समय पे अगर समाधान कर दिया होता तो और जल्दी 2047 के पहले भी देश विकसित बन जाता। पर हमारे पास जो वर्ष मिले, जो काम करने का, देश ने सेवा करने का मौका दिया, उसमें जो अभूतपूर्व प्रगति देश ने देखी है, मैं समझता हूं इसको आगे लेकर इस देश को नई ऊंचाइयों तक माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम सब मिलकर काम करेंगे।
अटल जी ने अपने कार्यकाल में 21 बार बयान दिया 6 साल में। डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी ने 30 बार बयान दिया। केवल हमारे मौजूदा पीएम साहब ही ऐसे हैं जो सदन में 9 सालों में कस्टमरी बयानों को छोड़ के केवल 2 बार बोले। नेहरू जी के विचार था, मजबूत विपक्ष न होने का अर्थ है व्यवस्था में महत्वपूर्ण खामियां हैं। अगर मजबूत विपक्ष नहीं है तो वो ठीक नहीं है, नेहरू जी का कहना। अब जो मजबूत विपक्ष है तो उसको ईडी, सीबीआई कमजोर कैसा करना इधर है। अगर कोई है भी है, इमीडिएटली उसको लेना, कमजोर करना, फिर वॉशिंग मशीन में डालना, क्लीन होके बाहर आना, वहीं पर परमानेंट रहना। संसद में पीएम साहब कभी कभार आते हैं, जब आते हैं तो इवेंट बनाकर चले जाते हैं। बदलना है तो अब हालात बदलो, ऐसे नाम बदलने से क्या होता है। देना है तो युवाओं को रोजगार दो, सबको बेरोजगार करके क्या होता है। दिल को थोड़ा बड़ा करके देखो, लोगों को मारने से क्या होता है। कुछ कर नहीं सकते तो कुर्सी छोड़ दो। बात बात में बात बात में डराने से क्या होता है?
आतंकी हमला हुआ, पूरे विश्व में यह आतंकी हमला एक इमारत पर नहीं था, ये मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी एक प्रकार से हमारी जीवात्मा पर यह हमला था। ये देश उस घटना को कभी भूल नहीं सकता है, लेकिन आतंकियों से लड़ते लड़ते सदन को बचाने के लिए और हर सदस्य को बचाने के लिए जिन्होंने अपने सीने पर गोलियां झेली, आज मैं उनको भी नमन करता हूं।
The fully electric Audi Q8 e-tron range.
Trudeau's monumental faux pas. Frustrated, humiliated, seething. Canadian Prime Minister chooses terrorist over India. Says India whacked Khalistani Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Calling out terror dost Trudeau. Trudeau terror, all for a vote bank. The big focus on 5 Live.
It's incredible how far some politicians will go for their vote bank. We're so familiar with it here in India, and now it's taken on international proportions for us here in India because Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, has just opened a big diplomatic front with the world's largest democracy. And be sure I'm going to be calling him out over the next 60 minutes. Right here on 5 Live, I'm Shiv. These are the headlines. Prime Minister Modi presents Women's Reservation Bill in new Parliament. It will be called the Nari Shakti Vandan. Prime Minister seeks consensus from all parties for the passage of the bill. Credit war erupts over Women's Reservation Bill. Congress claims it introduced women's quota. Aam Aadmi Party calls bill a poll jumla. BJP hits back. India transitions to the new parliament. Prime Minister Modi leads MPs as they enter the new complex. Old parliament to be called Samvidhan Sadan, or House of the Constitution. India today accesses 12 more Khalistanis and gangsters who are hiding abroad and wanted by India. Will Trudeau act since most of them are in Canada, or will he continue to pander to his vote bank? Big win for forces as they avenge the death of Anantnag Braves. Lashkar commander Uzair Khan neutralized after 7 days of anti-terror operations. 3 army personnel perished in this operation and 1 from the Jammu and Kashmir police. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has just announced to the world that he is a terrorist enabler. Not a sympathizer, but an active enabler of extremists and terrorists. The reason it's actually one of the oldest reasons in the political book, and no one should be surprised. The sizable Sikh population in Canada, which wields significant influence in important pockets of that country. Before I proceed, I wish to get one thing out of the way, viewer, and this is very important to me. Khalistani terrorists like Hardeep Singh Nijjar, who was killed 3 months ago and whose assassination Justin Trudeau now blames India for, are just a tiny, minuscule section of the Canadian Sikh community who are otherwise peaceful, responsible citizens like anyone else and do not support terrorist threats and violence against the country of their origin or in fact, for anyone else. Trudeau says that an entire community cannot be blamed for the actions of a few, which is totally true, like I've mentioned above. But it holds no weight when Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, has taken no action even against those minuscule few, and instead has decided to stand up in his parliament to point a finger at the world's biggest democracy, a country of 1.3 billion people, to defend a person who is by all means a terrorist. In doing so, Justin Trudeau hasn't just proven to be a terrorist enabler, but also perhaps one of the most short-sighted world leaders in history, in my opinion. Terrified that he may lose the support of a community, he has decided to declare a diplomatic war against a country that the world sees as the most reliable and responsible nation in the war against terror. And don't miss the irony of how Justin Trudeau, in blaming India and defending a terrorist, has himself, ironically, painted an entire community by prioritizing a vote bank. Justin Trudeau, a leader whose soft-focused PR helped an entire fake liberal ecosystem to sell him as the world's great hope, has made a choice today. A choice that most Canadians, I dare say, will find shameful. But it isn't difficult to see why Prime Minister Trudeau did what he did. He was seething from a totally bungled visit to India for the G20. While he was extended every courtesy here in India, he received, let's face it, the diplomatic equivalent of a slammed door while on Indian soil. The Canadian press and his opposition back in Canada had a field day bashing Trudeau for being such a national embarrassment. If things weren't bad enough, he had to suffer the ignominy of a defective VVIP jet that left him stranded in Delhi, exposing him to even more ridicule of overstaying his welcome in India. Even his Khalistani friends wondered if something else was afoot. That's how bad his entire week was. So it's beyond understandable that as soon as he finally touched down in Canada, a frustrated, humiliated Trudeau decided he needed to hit back. He needed to get even. He needed to take some action to show he wasn't taking all of this lying down. Allowing his emotions and clear sense of insecurity to get the better of him, Justin Trudeau chose to describe a Khalistani terrorist, Hardeep Singh Nijjar, who was assassinated 3 months ago, a person who actually entered Canada on a fake passport, who forged documents, tried to marry a citizen in order to be accepted as a citizen. Justin Trudeau chose to describe him as merely a Canadian citizen. He gave the entire fleet of Canadian Sikh nobodies in Parliament to vent their frustration and false sense of hurt. With Khalistani terrorists like Nijjar mysteriously dropping like flies, these Canadian Desi MPs are clearly under fire from the extremists to get off their backsides and show some kind of passion, some jigger. Which is why Canadian MPs like Kamal Khera, Jagmeet Singh, who is an ally of Trudeau, Harjit Sajjan, are all forced to bow to terrorists, terrified that they'll lose their vote bank. And now with Trudeau leading the charge, they can all breathe a sigh of relief. But Trudeau, for all his diplomatic short-sightedness, is merely being his father's son. Justin's father, the famous Pierre Trudeau, who was Canadian Prime Minister twice, famously refused a request from then Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi in 1982 for the extradition of a Khalistani terrorist named Talvinder Parmar. That name may not be familiar to you, but he is a big Khalistani terrorist, because 3 years after that extradition request, which was denied to Indira Gandhi, the Kanishka Air India bombings took place, orchestrated by this very same terrorist Talvinder Parmar. The blood of 329 people, including Canadian citizens, is on Trudeau family hands. Just a few weeks ago, Justin Trudeau, remember, famously refused to take action against a Khalistani tableau depicting Indira Gandhi's assassination, because in his words, it was peaceful and broke no apparent Canadian law. But now, by pointing a finger at India for the murder of a Khalistani terrorist, with no evidence to back it but for the frenzied screams of extremists in places like Surrey and ghettos in Brampton, Trudeau has signaled to the world that he is no world leader. He is your garden variety hypocrite who has bitten off more than he can chew. The compulsions of a vote bank have forced him to open a front against a country that is ruled by law and brooks no support of terrorists. What he's also done is paint a target on the backs of millions of persons of Indian origin who live and work in Canada. India has responded for now with a tit-for-tat expulsion of a Canadian intelligence officer. But even Trudeau must know, if the extremists in his vote bank have gone into hiding, terrified of the sudden air of threat over their existence, there's only so much Trudeau can actually do. Now, the big allegation by the Canadian Prime Minister against India set this morning's news agenda. He stood up in Parliament and he said the death of Canadian Sikh leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar, who is a commander of the Khalistan Commando Force. He's a terrorist. Plain and simple. Not by anyone's imagination, but by several different countries. A terrorist was named and defended by the Canadian Prime Minister in order to point a finger at India. If you missed the story, here it is.
The gloves are off. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau on Monday announced in Parliament Indian agents could be behind the killing of Canadian citizen Hardeep Singh Nijjar, a Khalistani terrorist wanted in India.
Over the past number of weeks, Canadian security agencies have been actively pursuing credible allegations of a potential link between agents of the government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
We've been clear, we will...
Canada has expelled an Indian diplomat over what it calls the involvement of a foreign government in its internal affairs. Within hours of Canada's provocation, New Delhi retaliated by expelling a senior Canadian diplomat.
You got External Affairs Minister. Sir, you meet the... You got External Affairs Minister.
India has called Canada's accusations absurd and politically motivated to shift the focus from Khalistani terrorists and extremists who are being allowed a free run there.
Phrase which came to my mind was actually a Hindi phrase, which was "Ulta chor kotwal ko dante." I mean, if anybody has a complaint, we have a complaint about Canada. You know, what I said earlier, the space that they're giving to Khalistanis and to violent extremists. So I was very perplexed by what I heard.
Nijjar, whom India had declared a wanted terrorist, was gunned down on June 18 in Surrey. The NIA had issued an arrest warrant for Nijjar, accusing him of carrying out terrorist attacks in India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had taken up the issue of Khalistani extremists getting a voice in Canada in his bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Trudeau in Delhi on the sidelines of G20. Trudeau claims he'd discussed Nijjar's killing with the Indian Prime Minister. Canada had recently suspended negotiations for a free trade agreement with India. With the latest accusations, the already sour diplomatic relations between the two countries have hit a new low. Bureau Report, India Today.
And we have a little more information coming in on who the Canadian diplomat is who has just been expelled by India as part of a tit-for-tat measure taken after Canada decided to expel an Indian diplomat following what Justin Trudeau said about India being responsible for the assassination of Khalistani terrorist Hardeep Singh Nijjar. The station head of the Canadian Intelligence Service has been expelled by the Modi government within hours of the Canadian action. We can now confirm to you that his name is Olivier Sylvester. He's a Canadian station head of their intelligence service. He's been asked to get out of India within the next 5 days. Let's go across to Gaurav Sawant for more on this. Gaurav, tit-for-tat measure here by India, and not surprising that it's the station chief of Canadian intelligence who's been asked to get out.
Shiv, Olivier Sylvester has been asked to leave India in the next 5 days for conduct unbecoming of a diplomat. So he has the next 5 days before he's declared persona non grata. You're absolutely right. This is a tit-for-tat action after Canada asked a top Indian diplomat to leave the country. And this is virtually painting a target on the backs of Indian diplomats and officials in Canada. As you very rightly pointed out, Shiv, Canada for decades has been backing Khalistani terrorists. You spoke of Parmar. India has repeatedly taken this up with Canada, including giving evidence of the involvement of the Khalistanis in human trafficking, in narco-terrorism, in activities that are not good even for people in Canada. At the same time, because of vote bank politics, Justin Trudeau, like his father Pierre Trudeau, refused to take action against the Khalistani elements. And Shiv, also look at the double speak in Karima Baloch, who was actually a genuine refugee from Pakistan, running away from Pakistan's military jihad complex and eliminated on the orders of Pakistan's ISI in Canada. Canada's keeping quiet. Justin Trudeau is quiet about that. But here, when a suspected terrorist wanted by India in Interpol's most wanted list, in a list that's been sent out by India for involvement in a bombing and for keeping explosives, for entering Canada illegally. There are so many cases against Nijjar. Justin Trudeau describes him as a Canadian Sikh, actually bringing a bad name to the Sikhs living in Canada, who are very, very peaceful and peace-loving people.
It's the biggest irony here. The fact that Justin Trudeau who usually uses the defense by saying that an entire community cannot be painted with the same brush because of a few extremists, has actually turned around and done exactly that. And that's the reason why so many Sikh leaders across the world are abusing Justin Trudeau right now. Gaurav, stay with me. Hardeep Singh Nijjar, in whose name Justin Trudeau has staked his reputation, his career, and everything that the world had perhaps thought about him, or at least one section of the world had thought about him, is now really in pieces, because Hardeep Singh Nijjar had entered Canada on a fake passport, forged documents. He tried to hide from authorities for many years. He tried to marry a local and gain citizenship in that manner. He had dodged authorities for years and years. His activities and links to terror were clearly established. Many dossiers had been supplied by India, a responsible nation, a democracy, to Canada. And yet, thanks to Vote Bank, all of these misdemeanors, links to terror, proven acts of terrorism were overlooked by Canadian governments, and Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister no less, 3 months after the assassination of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, has stood up to brand him a Canadian citizen and a leader of the Canadian Sikh community. What could be more insulting to Sikhs, not just in Canada, but everywhere else in the world? Here is a full report on terrorist Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Originally from a village in Punjab's Jalandhar district, the 45-year-old, wanted by India in several terror cases, shot dead in the parking lot of a Gurudwara in Canada's Surrey. Gunned down by what investigators initially said were two masked men who fled the scene. A third suspected assailant added to the list later. The three believed to have used a silver 2008 Toyota Camry as their getaway vehicle. In 2022, the National Investigation Agency declared a 10 lakh rupees reward for information leading to Nijjar on charges of conspiring to murder a priest in Jalandhar. The NIA previously filed a charge sheet against him for terrorist acts against India in other cases. Nijjar, named as a member of the Khalistan Tiger Force, a designated terrorist group. In 2016, he was linked to a 2007 bombing at a Punjab cinema that killed 6. Nijjar claimed to have moved to Canada in 1997, working as a plumber at a local Gurudwara. India has categorically rejected Canadian allegations of involvement in Nijjar's murder as absurd and politically motivated, saying that Canada had long provided shelter to Khalistani terrorists and extremists. Experts, however, believe non-state actors like Nijar, crafted by Pakistan's rogue ISI, have been caught in their own web.
It is the policy of Pakistan's ISI to eliminate, to send terrorists to different countries. They eliminate their own people, and these people who have been killed, either in Pakistan or Canada, they had become liability for Pakistan, whether it's Hafiz Saeed or Sayyid Salahuddin.
From Canada to Pakistan, the violent deaths of Khalistani elements could very well be the handiwork of the ISI that once nurtured them.
If there is any person who is working for any agency, if he is unable to deliver, then he has to be sold out or killed. That is what Pakistan ISI is doing, because Pakistan had been spending a lot of money on terrorists and terrorist activities in India and elsewhere, but lately Pakistan is in a big problem, economic problem. Pakistan cannot afford them, so it is Pakistan who is killing them, or Pakistan ISI who is killing them, or in some cases there is inter-gang rivalry.
A house of terror built by Pakistan crumbled under its own weight. With Arvind Oja, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, I want to get a word in, an expert view from Sushant Sareen. He's Senior Fellow at the Observer Research Foundation and one of India's most well-known and well-regarded strategic affairs experts. Gaurav Sawant, our Managing Editor, is also with us. Sushant Sareen, first to you. You know, I've been following some of the things you've been saying on social media since the story broke. What do you think about what has happened? What Trudeau said in Parliament and the things that have taken place following that. One diplomat expelled there, another diplomat expelled here. Your view?
You know, Shiv, just look at what the Canadians have said, on the basis of which they've taken what can be called the diplomatic side of a nuclear option. What does Trudeau say? Credible allegations, and then he says potential link. And then he goes on to, give an entire litany of charges, none of which he has substantiated. His foreign minister then comes in and she says that there are allegations of involvement, and if these allegations are proven true, it would be very serious, right? Now, these allegations are still allegations. They have not been proven true, and yet they decide that they're going to expel an Indian diplomat. Now, clearly, this it smacks of something more than just simple, any information they might have. And let's talk about Canadian intelligence or the lack of it. And the pun is on the word intelligence. Look at what the Indians have been telling the Canadians, that these Khalistani thugs who operate like a mafia and like a mafia are organized, and they have politicians in their pay, perhaps at the highest levels of Canadian politics. Because why else would somebody like a prime minister or a foreign minister of a country defend a terrorist, right?
Yes.
A man who's also believed to be involved in drug smuggling and human trafficking. And yet, India has been apprising the Canadian intelligence of these characters. We've even demanded extradition of some of these fellows, and the Canadians have pretended that nothing is happening. How does that work? And suddenly their intelligence has become, or their security services have become so smart that they've unveiled the entire whatever happened to this Nijar fellow, right? How has that happened? Then you come across Canadian investigation skills, and you yourself in your initial report, you spoke about the the bombing of the Air India aircraft and the bombing of the Narita airport, and everybody's gone away scot-free. Now, what kind of intelligence or what kind of investigation work do these Canadians do, that they are now coming out openly and leveling these kind of allegations? And then, look, Canada has accused India of interference. But we know it for a fact, and I hold my own government responsible for turning a blind eye.
Yes.
There has been money which has been funneled from Canada into India to fund political agitation in India, to fund political parties in India. Isn't that political interference? The Canadians sitting in Canada openly and publicly claim to have carried out political assassinations, to have carried out gangland murders, etc., etc. And the Canadians write about them that these are political activists This is freedom of speech and conscience.
Indeed, yes.
Would the Canadian authorities allow Al-Qaeda sympathizers to take out floats glorifying and eulogizing the 9/11 attackers?
Very, very true. Very true. This is
freedom of conscience and freedom of speech only when it is about killing Indians and Hindus? Let's talk about Canadian security services. There have been open threats against Indian diplomats. They have asked for their addresses. This is what Pakistanis do. You know, when the Pakistanis were trying to get even with the American diplomats, they would name American diplomats, they would give their addresses, you know, paint a target on their back. The Canadian have allowed this to go unanswered. They have allowed the vandalization of Hindu temples, the defiling of Hindu temples, and the defiling of the Indian High Commission to go unanswered. Threats have been issued against Canadian citizens.
Absolutely.
And against Indian diplomats, and the Canadians have not acted on it. That is not hate speech for Mr. Trudeau and his foreign minister.
I want to just bring Gaurav in, Mr. Sareen, for a moment, because you rightly talked about how the Indian government also needs to be asked questions in this case. Gaurav, multiple dossiers have been provided. The External Affairs Ministry statement suggests that Prime Minister Modi, in fact, may have brought this up, with Trudeau directly during that G20 pull aside as well. A tit-for-tat action being taken by the Indian government. But is this likely to escalate further?
It certainly is expected to escalate, Shiv. India has been more than kind with Justin Trudeau. Of course, India has given Justin Trudeau the cold shoulder. Even when he came to India in 2018 and stayed here for a week, it was virtually outstaying his hospitality even that time. But you remember all that song and dance and wearing traditional Indian clothes and dancing like in a wedding. Justin Trudeau did all of that. But that didn't cut ice with government of India because of Justin Trudeau's support to Khalistani elements, and the Narendra Modi government has been very firm from day one. Yes, we want great relationship with Canada. Yes, we want to move forward on the trade agreement. At the same time, we do not want Khalistanis in Canada spewing venom against India in the name of free speech and also trying to break India's sovereignty and Justin Trudeau government encouraging a secessionist movement. Shiv, that tableau showing the assassination of late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi at Brampton. In any civilized society, heads would have rolled for such a tableau. But in Canada, Justin Trudeau has actually tried to pass it off as free speech. If this is free speech, Shiv, and that inaction against Karima Baloch's killers, it just shows when these so-called liberals and Islamists come together, it's a very lethal cocktail. And India's actually warned Canada that this lethal cocktail will have dangerous ramifications for Canada. And we are seeing what's happening there.
So far there was animosity, there were dossiers flying between each side. But now, things have come to a head. This is hostile action that has been declared and hostile action that's also been taken. Sushant and Gaurav, stay with me for a moment. I'm going to come back to the both of you in just a minute from now, because I want to play another report that India Today's crime chief, Arvind Ojha, broke last week, but he has a huge update today. At least 12 men accused of serious crimes, gangsters, terrorists, as well as Khalistani terrorists from India who are safely operating from Canadian soil. Some of these faces may be very familiar to you. This is India's most wanted list of gangsters and terrorists who've got safe haven in Canada. This is a big, big India Today exclusive. Watch this report.
India's most wanted list for Canada. Arshdeep Singh, alias Arsh Dalla, accused of masterminding the murder of a local Congress leader in Punjab's Moga on Monday. A listed terrorist belonging to the outlawed Khalistan Tiger Force, carrying out his operations from Canada. Originally from Tarn Taran in Punjab, Lakhbir Singh linked to the ISI in Punjab. Named in last year's rocket attack on Mohali's intelligence building. Gangster Goldie Brar, alias Satwinder Singh, accused of orchestrating the murder of singer Sidhu Moosewala from his den in Canada. At least 12 men wanted in connection with serious crimes in India, terrorism included, have found a safe sanctuary in Canada. Many of them carrying out their nefarious activities in India remotely and with impunity. With Arvind Ojha, Bureau Report, India Today.
And I'm going to play out those pictures with those names on your screen because, viewer, I have a list in front of me, and this is exclusive to India Today, of 12 gangsters, Khalistanis and terrorists who are all hiding abroad. And out of these 12, 9 of them are currently enjoying a life of freedom in Canada. This is including Goldie Brar, the famous Goldie Brar, who was in the Moosewala murder, Lakhbir Singh alias Landa, Sukhdul Singh alias Sukha, Arshdeep Singh alias Arsh Dalla, Satvir Singh Waring alias Sam Abohar, Charanjit Singh alias Rinku Bhila, Sanavar Dhillon, and Gurpinder Singh alias Baba. So 9 of the 12 people, and I want to come back to Sushant Sareen on this and the larger picture. Sushant, I want to know, the information is there, the data is there, it's beyond proven that Canada has become a kind of safe haven. Before I go to Sushant, let me just bring in the reporter who broke this story, Arvind Ojha. I believe we have him live. Sushant, I'll come right back to you. Arvind, 12 नाम है इस लिस्ट पे, 9 नाम अभी भी कनाडा में हैं, कनाडा में लाइफ जी रहे हैं. Arvind, can you hear me? Arvind, can you hear me? Okay, we'll go back to Arvind in just a moment. Sushant, while we wait for our reporter, I'll come to you on that. This is just one more page, as it were. In a long list of evidence and proof and names that have so far proven pretty futile in terms of expecting any action from the Canadian side. Now, for reasons mysterious to us, many Khalistanis have been dropping like flies, including Nijjar himself 3 months ago. But I want to ask a bigger question because it's not about 1 or 2 guys, mysteriously dying somewhere. What more action can be taken? Because I think that's what the real question needs to be right now. It's not about a dozen gangsters here or there. It's about making sure a real message is sent.
Shiv, number one, it's not just about a dozen gangsters. This is like Dawood Ibrahim in Karachi and all these gangsters in Canada, right? There is now a clear, linkage you can draw between Canada and Karachi. And frankly, that is something which you cannot afford to ignore because of the nexus between terrorism, between drug running, between these criminal gangs. So clearly, the government of India will have to up the ante. Now, there are many things India can do. For example, there are Khalistani fellows who have published material saying that, such and such person came to India at least 3 or 4 times, carried out a hit, and then went back to Canada.
Yes.
How are they able to come? This whole OCI, PIO business, it needs to be reviewed because after all, you are giving it to them like, people are distributing reveries. This is not a right. This is a privilege which is accorded to people of Indian origin. But if those people become a threat to India, you have to start withdrawing this. Now, you will have to do it in a way that it is non-discriminatory. So that you don't target a particular faith or a particular religion. So you do it for everybody, you vet everybody, and like the Canadians make Indian security force officials write down their entire kacha chitta, you make all the people write down this big 2-page, 3-page, 10-page kind of a disclaimer about their, and a complete giving all details about where they live, where they interact, where they work, etc.
Yes.
Number one. Number two, I think the government of India, if you read the press release carefully, after the expulsion, the government of India has said that Canadian diplomats, not diplomat, Canadian diplomats have been found doing anti-India activities. Now what? We have sent one guy back home. What about the plural in it? And what about this consulate which they are running in Chandigarh, which is right on the border of Punjab and Haryana? What are the activities of diplomats out there? Are we keeping a watch on that? And has the time come to maybe start shutting these things down and preventing Canadian diplomats the kind of freedom of movement which they have so far been allowed?
Yes.
Treat them like the Pakistanis, right? Pakistanis are confined to just the municipal limits of New Delhi. Give the same treatment to the Canadians if needed. If we get the same treatment in Canada, heavens are not going to fall. It's not such an important country for us anyways, right? So, but I think you will have to up the ante, at least insofar or as far as the Trudeau government is concerned, because it has proved to be not just a hostile government, it has proved to be a positively an enemy government.
Okay,
right?
an enemy government.
Actions they have taken and the kind of actions they have not taken.
Strong words, and that actually puts it into perspective. What is clear is that things have to happen now. The ante has to be raised. It's come to a point where shots have been fired, and now the Indian government can't perhaps only stop at a tit-for-tat response to the Canadian government expelling one of our diplomats over there. Arvind Ojha, our crime chief, is with us. Arvind is the one who's broken that very important list. It comes on a day when Justin Trudeau has pointed a finger at India as far as Hardeep Singh Nijjar is concerned. Arvind, ये जो 12 नाम है इस लिस्ट पर, उसमें से 9 लोग कनाडा में बैठे हैं, कनाडा से खुलेआम ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं. क्या कुछ एक्शन लिया जा रहा है? क्या कुछ रिस्पॉन्स है इंडियन गवर्नमेंट से कि ये लिस्ट तो है हाथ में, लेकिन उनके खिलाफ क्या किया जा रहा है?
नहीं, देखिए, अगर हरदीप सिंह निज्जर से हम शुरू करें शिव, तो हरदीप सिंह निज्जर को लेकर इंडियन गवर्नमेंट ने कई बार कनाडा की जो सरकार है उससे सपोर्ट मांगा था. कई बार जो पूरी केस डिटेल्स है वो दी गई थी, लेकिन कनाडियन गवर्नमेंट ने कोई सपोर्ट नहीं दिखाया. यहाँ एक चीज और पॉइंट आउट करना चाहता हूँ. जिस तरह से कनाडा की सरकार ने ये बताया कि हरदीप सिंह निज्जर कनेडियन सिटीजन था, ये भी अपने आप में, जो एजेंसी के लोग कहना है कि ये भी अपने आप में काफी हास्यास्पद है, हंसाने वाली बात है. क्योंकि एक अक्यूज जो फेक पासपोर्ट पर कनाडा जाता है, जो वांटेड लिस्ट में, उसको कैसे सिटीजनशिप कनाडा की मिली? तो इसको लेकर भी कंट्रोवर्सी एजेंसीज के बीच है, जो बातचीत चल रही है. नंबर 1. नंबर 2, जो गोल्डी बरार है, उससे खुद इंडिया टुडे ने अभी रिसेंट इंटरव्यू किया था, और गोल्डी बरार ने ये एडमिट किया था कि वो काफी टाइम कनाडा में था. खासतौर से जब सिद्धू मूसेवाले का मर्डर हुआ, वो कनाडा में ही मौजूद था. उसके बाद वो कहीं शिफ्ट हुआ. उसके अलावा 2 और ऐसे बड़े नाम है जिसमें अर्शदीप सिंह एलियस अर्श डाला, जो इंडिया टॉप मोस्ट वांटेड टेररिस्ट है, जिसने कल ही एक कांग्रेस के लीडर का मर्डर कराया है पंजाब में. वो पंजाब से भागा, कनाडा में शिफ्ट है, खालिस्तान टाइगर फोर्स के साथ, ISI के साथ मिलकर पंजाब में टारगेट किलिंग करा रहा है. उसके अलावा लखबीर सिंह लांडा, ये वो नाम है जिसने अभी रिसेंट में पंजाब में देखा होगा, अपने मोहाली में इंटेलिजेंस बिल्डिंग पे अटैक करवाया था रॉकेट लॉन्चर से मेन सिटी में. वो कनाडा में बैठा हुआ है. तो ये वो टेररिस्ट है जो हाल फिलहाल में, जिन्होंने न सिर्फ इंडिया में बल्कि पंजाब में बड़े पैमाने पर टेरर जो NIA है, जो इंडियन गवर्नमेंट है, वो लगातार कनाडा की एजेंसीज से, कनाडा की गवर्नमेंट से कहती है कि इनको डिपोर्ट किया जाए, इनके खिलाफ एक्शन लिया जाए. लेकिन कनाडा की गवर्नमेंट ने किसी तरह का कोई सपोर्ट नहीं दिया. हरदीप निज्जर की बात जिस तरह से की जा रही है कि हरदीप निज्जर का जो मर्डर है वो इंडियन एजेंसीज ने कराया, कि हकीकत ये है कि कनाडा में कई ऐसे गैंगस्टर हैं, कई ऐसे टेररिस्ट हैं जिनको
अरविंद, और ये तो साफ बिल्कुल है अभी कि कनाडा इज नॉट गोइंग टू टेक एनी एक्शन. दे हैव नॉट टेकन एनी एक्शन अगेंस्ट terrorists that India has named. Forget about gangsters. But like Sushant very importantly pointed out, that distinction may be technical, but these terrorist groups run like a mafia. They are very much hand in glove with these gangsters as well. The gangsters and the terrorist organizations are very fluid with each other. They come in and out. So it's all, in many ways, one large mafia that we're talking about. 9 of those 12 are hiding in Canada. I've got some breaking news. All of you, please stay with me. I've got some breaking news coming in. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has just snubbed his Canadian counterpart, Justin Trudeau. After Trudeau dialed Biden, Sunak and Macron, the president of France, the UK government says trade talks with India will continue. Remember, Trudeau had dialed Biden, Sunak and Macron, hoping to try and lobby against the Indian government, perhaps after India-Canada relations have hit ahead. Sunak has just issued a statement saying trade talks with India will continue. Gaurav, let me quickly bring you in on this. Trudeau clearly doing part of his job, which is to drum up support, for his line that he's taken against India. Sunak says he's not in the mood.
You're absolutely right, Shiv. Intelligence cooperation between these 5 countries, they're all part of Five Eyes, the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand. And in all of this, Justin Trudeau is desperately trying to drum up support. None of that support seems to be coming his way, at least not as yet, because Five Eyes, if there was something like this happening, Five Eyes would be in the loop on this. And in this current scenario, when a question was put to the British Prime Minister's press team, they simply got back saying trade talks with India are going as scheduled and they hope for an early conclusion. So completely dismissing what Justin Trudeau has been trying to say. Australia, once again, when a question was put to Anthony Albanese, he just asked journalists to chill out, and he said if there's intelligence, it remains intelligence and not speculation. So, there is really no support coming Canada's way just as yet, because facts are on India's side. It is Canada that's shielding terrorism. That's Canada that's shielding these elements with evidence out in public domain.
Yes.
And Canada's trying to shift the blame on India. As Sushant Sareen rightly said, quite like what Pakistan used to do, Canada is doing currently.
These are small actions, but they're going to add up to bigger things. Remember, the big picture still remains. How does one disincentivize the Canadian government from doing what it has done since the late 1970s? It has not changed, which means nothing that India has done has forced a policy change in Canadian governments, one after the other, as far as Khalistani terrorists is concerned. We'll keep tracking that story. Thanks very much, Sushant Sareen, Gaurav Sawant, Arvind Ojha, for joining me on this and to make sense of it. Coming up next, however, we're not shifting completely away. It's a related story. Canadian Punjabi singer Shubh is facing opposition ahead of his Mumbai concert. We'll tell you why. Sponsors are pulling out. There's a huge backlash against Book My Show. Why? We'll tell you why.
This central hall was witness to Pandit Nehru's tryst with destiny speech on the eve of India's independence. And yesterday, the Prime Minister also mentioned this in his speech. I'm thankful to you because you remembered this historic speech on this yesterday's occasion. Sir, the India's independence, during his speech, the Pandit Nehruji inter alia stated, which I quote, long years ago, we have made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measures, but very substantially. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
नया संसद भवन अपने विशाल और सुंदर स्वरूप में एक नए विश्वास से भरे आत्मनिर्भर भारत का पहचान बनेगा। पार्लियामेंट हमेशा से एकता का प्रतीक रहा है। यह हमारे संविधान के मूल्यों की सुरक्षा करता है, जो विभिन्न भाषाओं, संस्कृतियों और परंपराओं के बावजूद हमें एक राष्ट्र के रूप में बांधने का काम करता है। यहां अनुभव का ज्ञान और युवाओं की ऊर्जा मिलकर 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के उज्जवल भविष्य को आकार देने का काम करते रहेगी। और मैं समझता हूं आज का दिन एक सकारात्मक सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ने का है। कई सारे विषय रहे, आजादी के बाद कई सारे चुनौतियां रहीं, शायद कई सारी चुनौतियां समय पे अगर समाधान कर दिया होता तो और जल्दी 2047 के पहले भी देश विकसित बन जाता। पर हमारे पास जो वर्ष मिले, जो काम करने का, देश ने सेवा करने का मौका दिया, उसमें जो अभूतपूर्व प्रगति देश ने देखी है, मैं समझता हूं इसको आगे लेकर इस देश को नई ऊंचाइयों तक माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम सब मिलकर काम करेंगे।
Air quality today. In Delhi, 76. In Mumbai, 57. In Kolkata, 15. In Bangalore, 29. In Chennai, 46. In Hyderabad, 25.
मैं पहली बार जब संसद का सदस्य बना और पहली बार एक सांसद के रूप में इस भवन में मैंने प्रवेश किया तो सहज रूप से मैंने इस संसद भवन के दौर पंक्ति पर अपना शीश झुका करके इस लोकतंत्र के मंदिर को श्रद्धा भाव से नमन करते हुए मैंने पैर रखा था। वो पल मेरे लिए भावनाओं से भरी हुई थी। मैं कल्पना नहीं कर सकता था, लेकिन भारत के लोकतंत्र की ताकत है, भारत के सामान्य मानवीय की लोकतंत्र के प्रति श्रद्धा का प्रतिबिंब है कि रेलवे प्लेटफॉर्म पर गुजारा करने वाला एक गरीब परिवार का बच्चा पार्लियामेंट पहुंच गया। मैंने कभी कल्पना तक नहीं की थी कि देश मुझे इतना सम्मान देगा, इतना आशीर्वाद देगा, इतना प्यार देगा। सोचा नहीं था अध्यक्ष जी। राजेंद्र बाबू से लेकर डॉक्टर कलाम, रामनाथ जी कोविंद और अभी द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी, इन सब के संबोधन का लाभ हमारे सदनों को मिला है, उनका मार्गदर्शन मिला है। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, पंडित नेहरू जी, शास्त्री जी, वहां से लेकर के अटल जी, मनमोहन सिंह जी तक एक बहुत बड़ी श्रृंखला जिसने इस सदन का नेतृत्व किया है और सदन के माध्यम से देश को दिशा दी है, देश को नए रंग रूप में ढालने के लिए उन्होंने परिश्रम किया है, पुरुषार्थ किया है। आज उन सबका गौरवगान करने का भी अवसर है। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल, लोहिया जी, चंद्रशेखर जी, आडवाणी जी, न जाने अनगिनत नाम, जिन्होंने हमारे इस सदन को समृद्ध करने में, चर्चाओं को समृद्ध करने के लिए देश के सामान्य से सामान्य व्यक्ति की आवाज को ताकत देने का काम इस सदन में किया है।
And we're hearing there's more trouble for Canadian Punjabi rapper singer Shubh. The Indian electronics and gadgets company Boat has withdrawn its sponsorship for the upcoming Shubh music concert tour in India. Shubh allegedly, well not allegedly, he did post a picture of India's map with the entire top half cut off, including Punjab, in an effort to pander to Khalistanis in Canada. Well, Shubh has been accused of backing Khalistani elements as well. There's been a huge backlash over the Canadian singer's India tour, which includes performances in Mumbai as well as Gurugram. Boat has decided to unplug. It's removed its sponsorship of the tour. Virat Kohli, cricketer, unfollowed Shubh yesterday after he heard about the controversy, and there's a huge backlash against Book My Show on social media, asking them why they've tied up with a man who panders to Khalistani terrorists in his land. Why does he have the grace of hospitality of Indian companies or even a platform to perform here in India? And in case you missed that story, here's the huge backlash against this Canadian rapper Shubh. I'd never even heard of him before today. He's 26 years old. He was to perform, and he still is, at least so far. But here's the backlash against him, all for the picture he posted.
Facing the music, the youth wing of the BJP tore down posters of a Canadian Punjabi rapper, Shubneet Singh, ahead of his upcoming concert in Mumbai. A 26-year-old singer accused of supporting Khalistani elements. His Mumbai performance, scheduled for September 23rd to 25th, is in hot water. His social media activity apparently espousing separatism came back to haunt him. The singer had earlier shared a distorted map of India.
भारत की एकता और अखंडता के शत्रु खालिस्तानी समर्थकों का भारत में कोई स्थान नहीं। देश को तोड़ने की साजिश करने वाले कैनेडियन सिंगर शुभ को हम भारत में महाराष्ट्र के छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की इस पावन धरती पर मुंबई में हम उसे परफॉर्म करने नहीं देंगे। अगर उचित कार्रवाई नहीं होगी तो आयोजकों को हमारे विरोध का सामना करना होगा।
The BJYM has written to the Mumbai police seeking action against Shubneet Singh, known by his stage name Shubh. They also called for cancellation of his shows and registration of an FIR against the rapper. Cricket stars Virat Kohli, KL Rahul and Hardik Pandya, who once followed Shubh for his rap on social media, have now unfollowed him. The Canadian Punjabi rapper's planned 3-month tour across 12 major Indian cities is in jeopardy. Bureau Report, India Today.
See you tomorrow once again here on 5 Live. Thanks for watching. 6 p.m. Prime with Akshita comes up next. A credit war has erupted over the biggest political story of the day, the Women's Reservation Bill that's been introduced by Prime Minister Modi in India's brand new Parliament House. The big story comes up next.
और मेरा विश्वास है देश जिस दिशा में चल पड़ा है, इच्छित परिणाम अवश्य प्राप्त होंगे। हम गति जितनी तेज करेंगे, परिणाम उतने जल्दी मिलेंगे। आज भारत 5वीं अर्थव्यवस्था पर पहुंचा है, लेकिन पहले 3 में पहुंचने के संकल्प के साथ बढ़ रहा है। और मैं जिस स्थान पर बैठा हूं, जो जानकारियां प्राप्त होती है, उसके आधार पर विश्व के गणमान्य लोगों से बातचीत करता हूं, उसके आधार पर मैं बड़े विश्वास से कह रहा हूं, हम में से कुछ लोगों की निराशा हो सकती है, लेकिन दुनिया आश्वस्त है कि भारत टॉप 3 में पहुंच के रहेगा। अब हमारे लिए छोटी छोटी चीजों में उलझना, वो वक्त चला गया है। हमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने के लक्ष्य को सबसे पहले परिपूर्ण करना चाहिए, और हमसे शुरुआत होती है, हर नागरिक से शुरुआत होती है। और आज दुनिया में भी एक समय ऐसा था कि लोग मुझे कहते थे, हमारे बड़े बड़े बुद्धिजीवी और अर्थशास्त्री लिखते थे कि मोदी आत्मनिर्भर की बात करता है तो मल्टीलेटरलिज्म के सामने चुनौती तो बन नहीं जाएगा, ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी के जमाने में ठीक तो नहीं होगा। लेकिन 5 साल के भीतर भीतर देखा, दुनिया भारत के आत्मनिर्भर मॉडल की चर्चा करने लग गई है। और कौन हिंदुस्तानी नहीं चाहेगा कि डिफेंस सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भर हो, एनर्जी सेक्टर में हम आत्मनिर्भर हो, एडिबल ऑयल, क्या इस देश को आत्मनिर्भर नहीं होना चाहिए? कृषि प्रधान देश हम कहते हैं, खाने का तेल क्या अब देश बाहर से लाएगा? बहुत समय की मांग है कि हमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत को संकल्प को पूरा करना, ये हम सबका दायित्व है। उसमें दल आड़े नहीं आते हैं, सिर्फ दिल चाहिए, देश के लिए चाहिए। मैं पहली बार जब संसद का सदस्य बना और पहली बार एक सांसद के रूप में इस भवन में मैंने प्रवेश किया, तो सहज रूप से मैंने इस संसद भवन के दौर पक्ति पर अपना शीश झुका करके इस लोकतंत्र के मंदिर को श्रद्धा भाव से नमन करते हुए मैंने पैर रखा था। वो पल मेरे लिए भावनाओं से भरी हुई थी, मैं कल्पना नहीं कर सकता था। लेकिन भारत के लोकतंत्र की ताकत है, भारत के सामान्य मानवीय की लोकतंत्र के प्रति श्रद्धा का प्रतिबिंब है कि रेलवे प्लेटफॉर्म पर गुजारा करने वाला एक गरीब परिवार का बच्चा पार्लियामेंट पहुंच गया। मैंने कभी कल्पना तक नहीं की कि देश मुझे इतना सम्मान देगा, इतना आशीर्वाद देगा, इतना प्यार देगा। सोचा नहीं था अध्यक्ष जी।
LIC हर पल आपके साथ। Volkswagen,
Modi launches Nari Quota Bill.
नारी शक्ति के सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में जो पिछले अनेक वर्षों से महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए गए हैं, उसमें एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण कदम आज हम सब मिलकर के उठाने जा रहे हैं।
Massive uproar in new parliament.
अरे आप टिकट 1/3 टिकट दे दो।
Credit war rages over women quota.
We are asking for reservation for all women. Rashtrapati is a tribal woman.
BJP versus Congress over women's quota.
1989 में जब राजीव जी प्रधानमंत्री थे तब स्थानीय निकायों के चुनाव में उन्होंने 1/3 आरक्षण महिलाओं के लिए सुनिश्चित किया था।
निरंजन जी ने जो कहा वो फैक्चुअली इनकरेक्ट है कि पुराना बिल अभी भी जीवित है।
Aam Aadmi Party calls it Mahila Bevkoof Banao Bill.
The bill that has been brought in is not for women's reservation. This is a Mahila Bevkoof Banao bill.
Mahila Quota Showdown. Our top focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal and we're going to be recapping for you all the action that played out today in Parliament. Besides shifting from the old Parliament to the new one, the first point of business was, importantly, the Women's Reservation Bill. So history being said in the new Parliament today. All the updates, reactions coming your way. I'll look at the headlines first. Credit war erupts over Women's Reservation Bill. Congress claims that they had introduced women quota. AAP calls the bill a poll jumla. BJP hits back. India transitions to the new parliament. Prime Minister Modi leads MPs as they enter the new complex. Old parliament to be called Samvidhan Sadhan. New Delhi expels top Canadian diplomat hours after Justin Trudeau accused India of killing Khalistani terrorist Nijjar. India calls the charge absurd and motivated. India today accesses 12 more Khalistani terrorists turned gangsters hiding in Canada who are on the most wanted list. Will Trudeau act or will he continue to pander to his vote bank? UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak snubs Justin Trudeau after he briefed Biden, Sunak and Macron on the allegations against India, but UK says clearly trade talks with India will continue. And big win for forces as they avenge the death of Anantnag Braves. Lashkar Commander Uzair neutralized after 7 days of anti-terror operation. It's been in the works for the last many years, and with every government you've seen them passing the buck on the issue of the Women's Reservation Bill. Today, history has been made because you've had a bill on Nari Shakti finally being tabled in Parliament, which calls for 33% reservation in Lok Sabha. 1/3 of the seats will be reserved for women. There are a lot of questions about when this comes into effect, and we're going to talk about that. But in the meanwhile, let's take a look at this report to recap for you what the Prime Minister said when he spoke of Nari Shakti and the moment the bill was tabled, of how the opposition reacted.
In a historic moment, the Indian Parliament has opened gateways for women power. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in his first speech in the new Parliament building on Tuesday, announced the Union Cabinet has approved the Women's Reservation Bill, a proposal that has been hanging fire for decades. Calling it the Nari Shakti Vandan Bill, Prime Minister Modi highlighted how the previous governments had failed to bring a consensus and pass the bill.
नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम, इसके माध्यम से हमारा लोकतंत्र और मजबूत होगा। मैं देश की माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों को नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई दूंगा। नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम।
The Women's Reservation Bill was tabled by Union Law Minister Arjun Meghwal in the Lok Sabha.
ये असमानता दूर करने का काम अगर किसी ने किया है तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। इसलिए ये महिलाओं को सशक्तिकरण भी करेगा और महिलाओं का उत्थान भी करेगा और ये दिशा भी देगा। इसलिए मैं इसकी अनुमति चाहता हूं आपसे।
The bill proposes 33% reservation for women in Lok Sabha and state assemblies. It will also accommodate SC and ST seats, but there will be no reservation in Rajya Sabha and legislative councils. A furious war of words erupted in the Lok Sabha after Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary claimed that the women's quota bill was the same as the one introduced by the Congress.
महिला आरक्षण 1989 में जब राजीव जी प्रधानमंत्री थे तब स्थानीय निकायों के चुनाव में उन्होंने 1/3 आरक्षण महिलाओं के लिए सुनिश्चित किया था। तत्पश्चात कांग्रेस की सरकारों ने लगातार प्रयास किया कि महिला आरक्षण का बिल पास हो, कानून बने। लोकसभा एवं विधानसभाओं के लिए भी 1/3 आरक्षण के लिए डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह की सरकार के वक्त जो ये बिल आया वो आज तक जीवित है, आज तक जीवित है।
माननीय अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा वो फैक्चुअली इनकरेक्ट है कि पुराना बिल अभी भी जीवित है। मेरी स्पष्ट जानकारी है कि पुराना बिल लैप्स कर गया है। अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा है उसके समर्थन में उनके पास कोई डॉक्यूमेंट है तो टेबल पर रखने चाहिए। एक, या तो उन्होंने स्टेटमेंट विड्रॉ करना चाहिए। दूसरा, उन्होंने कहा कि इस बिल को लोकसभा ने भी कभी पारित किया था राजीव गांधी जी के समय में, कभी नहीं हुआ है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, लोकसभा में जो बिल पारित होता है, अगर राज्यसभा उसको पारित नहीं करती है और लोकसभा का कार्यकाल समाप्त होता है तो वो बिल अपने आप लैप्स हो जाता है। मैं मानता हूं कि इस चीज को स्पष्टता करनी चाहिए और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, अगर उनके पास अलग जानकारी है तो सदन के टेबल पर रखनी चाहिए।
The government is pushing for the passage of the bill in the special session as the debate will kick off tomorrow in the Lok Sabha. Bureau Report, India Today.
So the Women's Reservation Bill has been tabled. Tomorrow is when the debate will take place in the Lok Sabha. And the information we're getting right now is that there's going to be a 7-hour discussion just on the Women's Reservation Bill. It will start at 11 a.m. tomorrow and go right up till 6 in the evening. That is the entire time that's been allotted for every member of parliament in the Lok Sabha, for at least every party representative to have a chance to speak in the lower house. There's going to be a detailed discussion on the women quota bill. And while you'll expect that more or less there will be consensus, the opposition has already raised questions about some of the clauses, particularly with regards to when the women's reservation actually comes into effect. So they're going to be raising that come tomorrow in the Lok Sabha as well. Maushmi Singh is joining us live with more details on this. Maushmi, good evening. 7-hour discussion in the Lok Sabha slated to happen. You know, largely every political party in the last few days has been calling for the women's reservation bill to be brought in, saying we'll back it. But now there are several contentions coming to the fore, particularly about the implementation of women's reservation, because as per the opposition, this bill will ensure that women's reservation comes into effect only post 2026.
Right, a very good evening to you, Akshata, and all our viewers. As you rightly pointed out, there are the fine print, as they say, the devil lies in the details. The fine print of consensus as far as women reservation bill will be the key, because today we saw that there were many statements made from both sides, in support of the bill. But even as we talk, in the upper house, we saw how Mallikarjun Kharge did mention about the quota within quota and the rights of the OBC, the SC and ST women as far as this reservation bill is concerned. On the other hand, you had Aam Aadmi Party and other opposition parties pointing out to the timeline of it all. As you mentioned, that it would only come into effect after the delimitation exercise, and that would mean we are looking at the 2029 Lok Sabha elections. So the opposition says that this is a lot of noise created for the women's rights, but it's an eyewash. So clearly the opposition does realize that this could be a game changer for the BJP, Akshata. On the other hand, you have regional parties who are very vocal about their opposition to the bill in the previous time when it had come in 2010. Namely the Samajwadi Party, the RJD and the JDU. We will have to wait and see what line they do take, even as they publicly are supporting the bill. And even as we talk, the UPA, the bill that the UPA got, the opposition is saying that bill is still active, while the government says that bill is lapsed and a completely new bill has been brought. So a lot of credit taking is also happening.
That's true. So there are many issues on which, there's a political fight that's also broken out. Thanks, Maushmi, for getting us all of those details. Now, there are a lot of questions right now doing the rounds about the women's reservation bill, and we kind of wanted to clear the air for you on all the details that are available about what this bill really does for women empowerment. Let's start with how much reservation will be given based on this bill. 33%. Essentially, that's 1/3 of the House in Lok Sabha. 1/3 of your seats in Lok Sabha will be reserved for women if this bill is passed. What about state assemblies? Does this come into effect there too? The answer is yes. You will see the same kind of reservation. That's 33%, 1/3 of the House in state assemblies, but not in legislative councils. So does that mean in Rajya Sabha we will have reservation or no? Well, the Rajya Sabha will not have any quota for women. This bill is only for the Lok Sabha and for state assemblies. Now, let's also talk about what this bill does and how it can perhaps be passed. How will it be passed in the parliament? This is, remember, a constitutional amendment bill, so it's a little different from other legislations. In this case, you'll need 2/3 of the House to be present and to vote in favor of the bill for it to pass scrutiny of parliament. Now, besides that, I know, considering that this is happening in state assemblies, if you're wondering whether this has to now go to assemblies as well for voting, the answer is yes. Again, in the case of a constitutional amendment bill, state assemblies will also discuss and debate in great detail on this particular bill, on the women's reservation bill, and 50% of the states have to be on board. Only then can it actually be approved. So you can make out that this is going to be a long process also going forward. When will the bill come into effect? A lot of questions about this. It doesn't look like it's going to happen immediately. There's no question of it in this upcoming state election or in 2024. This will be post-delimitation. The next delimitation exercise is, in fact, in 2027, which is why the opposition is saying that it's going to happen 2028 or even in the 2029 year only. Let's get you some political reactions also that's coming in right now. If you thought that this bill would see a smooth passage in Parliament, doesn't look like that will necessarily be the case. The Congress has raised the question of implementation. How long will it take for the bill to be implemented? They're pointing to a clause that refers to the delimitation exercise and saying that while the government is pushing forward with this bill right now, it's going to take at least a few years for it to actually be passed. Besides that, the Aam Aadmi Party has reacted to this bill, calling it nothing but a poll jumla. Atishi, AAP minister in Delhi, has referred to, in fact, the Women's Reservation Bill as a Mahila Bewakoof Banao bill. Let's play out for you exactly what Atishi said and why she's objecting to the bill in its current form.
Aam Aadmi Party supports women's reservation. Aam Aadmi Party supports women's reservation in the parliament, in assemblies across the country. But the bill that has been brought in is not for women's reservation. This is a Mahila Bewakoof Banao bill. This is not a Mahila Arakshan bill. Why? Because when you read the fine print of this bill, it becomes clear that this bill is not getting implemented anytime soon. It says that after this amendment is approved, then the first census will happen after that. Based on that census, delimitation will happen. And only based on that delimitation will the details of the reservation for women be worked out. If BJP is serious about it, if the Prime Minister is serious about it, why is it not getting implemented from 2024? Why do we need a census?
जब आप एक कानून बना रहे हैं ताकि उसमें रिप्रेजेंटेशन हो उन लोगों का जिनका रिप्रेजेंटेशन नहीं है, तो आप देख लीजिए कि अब तक 17 लोकसभा के चुनाव भारत में हुए हैं, उसमें से 8,992 एमपीज मुंतखब हुए हैं, जिसमें से मुसलमान सिर्फ 520 हैं, जो 50% का एक डेफिसिट है। उस 520 में मेरे ख्याल से मुट्ठी भर मुस्लिम खवातीन हैं। तो आप रिप्रेजेंटेशन कहाँ दे रहे हैं? किसको दे रहे हैं रिप्रेजेंटेशन? जिनका रिप्रेजेंटेशन नहीं उनको रिप्रेजेंटेशन मिलना चाहिए ना। तो इस बिल में सबसे बड़ी खामी यह है कि इसमें ओबीसी महिलाओं को और मुस्लिम महिलाओं के लिए कोई कोटा नहीं रखा गया, इसलिए हम इस बिल के खिलाफ हैं।
So those are, in fact, some of the reactions that's coming in from opposition leaders. There was a very interesting debate that broke out in Parliament earlier in the Rajya Sabha, when you had, in fact, the leader of opposition, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, also the Congress chief, questioning whether this reservation will actually do anything to empower women, because he made the argument that it is, according to him, what he refers to as weak women who will be brought in using this quota, who have no voice. To which Nirmala Sitharaman immediately stood up and objected to that comment. Let's play out for you that particular sequence.
We respect the leader of the opposition, but to make a sweeping statement that all parties choose women who are not effective is absolutely unacceptable. I speak on behalf of all our women. We've all been empowered by our party, by our Prime Minister. Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu ji is an empowered woman. Every MP of my party is an empowered woman. To make a sweeping statement, it might represent their party, although it had women presidents for their party. In spite of that, they can't have women who are empowered. But I object to him making a sweeping generalization of all parties.
Leader of the opposition, please.
ये पिछड़ी हुए महिलाओं को, शेड्यूल कास्ट महिलाओं को ऐसा मौका नहीं मिलता जैसा इनको मिल रहा है। ये हम बोल रहे हैं। तो इसीलिए
once again, let us respond. Let us respond, please. Honorable Finance Minister.
Draupadi Murmu ji kaun hai? I'm sorry, opposition leader cannot please insult people like this. Cannot draw differentiation between women? महिला के भेद में no way. How can you draw difference between one woman and another woman? We are asking for reservation for all women. Rashtrapati is a tribal woman.
Please.
Unacceptable.
Please, take your seat. Take your seat. Please take your seat. Take your seat. 1 second, take your.
As the credit war rages on, Home Minister Amit Shah has also taken to social media to lash out at the Congress, saying that if the Grand Old Party was serious about women's reservation bill, then why didn't you make it a reality? Amit Shah, in a detailed post on social media, has hailed his government for the steps they've taken, but he's also in fact lashed out at the opposition, saying they're unable to digest the unwavering commitment of the Modi government to empower women. And except for tokenism, the Congress has never been serious about women's reservation. Amit Shah has gone on to say that either they let legislations lapse or their friendly parties prevented the bill from being tabled. Their double standards will never be hidden, whatever stance they try to take credit for. So Amit Shah now lashing out at the opposition, at the Congress, accusing them of intentionally having stalled the bill for the last many years. Away from the politics, there was also a lot of celebration that broke out on the streets of the country as BJP workers gathered. You also had in Parliament many prominent women coming together to be a part of the historic moment of the Women's Reservation Bill being tabled.
It is a historic day for the nation, for the women of the nation, and it was the first session of the new parliament, and the entire session was dedicated to women empowerment and upliftment of women. And I think it is such an honorable thing to happen to the entire, woman, humanity, I would say. And all credit to our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. He has done a lot since his started his role as a Prime Minister. We also see a lot of women in more active roles, like combatant roles like army or air force. We need reservation for women in careers like politics.
Okay.
A wonderful idea.
I think it's a beautiful thing that Mr. Modi ji, our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has done. It's a very progressive thought. Earlier बहुत लोगों ने कोशिश की बहुत संसाधन में, बट वो हो नहीं पाया, और ये हमारी गवर्नमेंट ने प्रूव कर दिया. स्टार्टिंग से ही बहुत सारे हमारे स्कीम्स हैं, बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ, उनमें से एक है जो औरतों के लिए, मगर इससे रिजर्वेशन बिल से ये हो गया कि हम इक्वल पावर पे हो पाएंगे. और क्या होता है, काफ़ी बार लोगों को कोई तकलीफ होती है, वो महिला एक महिला की समझ सकती है. और हमेशा बोलते हैं ना, आप कुछ भी नया शुरू करते हैं तो घर की लक्ष्मी को बोलते हैं ना, वो घर हमेशा खुश रहता है जहाँ घर की लक्ष्मी खुश हो. तो मोदी जी ने वही किया है कि लक्ष्मी से शुरू किया है ये सांसद, तो बहुत आगे जाएगा हमारा भारत.
So tomorrow, starting at 11 a.m. is when you'll see the debate playing out in the Lok Sabha on the Women's Reservation Bill. And here on India Today, we'll get you those live updates. I'm slipping into a short break. On the other side, we're getting you details of how the transition from the old parliament to the new parliament actually took place with that symbolic, historic march led by Prime Minister Modi.
आरक्षण 1989 में जब राजीव जी प्रधानमंत्री थे, तब स्थानीय निकायों के चुनाव में उन्होंने 1/3 आरक्षण महिलाओं के लिए सुनिश्चित किया था. तत्पश्चात कांग्रेस की सरकारों ने लगातार प्रयास किया कि महिला आरक्षण का बिल पास हो, कानून बने. लोकसभा एवं विधानसभाओं के लिए भी 1/3 आरक्षण के लिए डॉक्टर डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह की सरकार के वक्त जो ये बिल आया वो आज तक जीवित है, आज तक जीवित है। माननीय अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा वो फैक्चुअली इनकरेक्ट है कि पुराना बिल अभी भी जीवित है। मेरी स्पष्ट जानकारी है कि पुराना बिल लैप्स कर गया है। अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा है उसके समर्थन में उनके पास कोई डॉक्यूमेंट है तो टेबल पर रखने चाहिए। एक, या तो उन्होंने स्टेटमेंट विड्रॉ करना चाहिए। दूसरा, उन्होंने कहा कि इस बिल को लोकसभा ने भी कभी पारित किया था राजीव गांधी जी के समय में, कभी नहीं हुआ है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, लोकसभा में जो बिल पारित होता है, अगर राज्यसभा उसको पारित नहीं करती है और लोकसभा का कार्यकाल समाप्त होता है तो वो बिल अपने आप लैप्स हो जाता है। मैं मानता हूं कि इस चीज को स्पष्टता करनी चाहिए और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, अगर उनके पास अलग जानकारी है तो सदन के टेबल पर रखनी चाहिए।
Terrorists are still believed to be holed up in the forest of Kokarnag. After the charred body of a terrorist was retrieved from a hideout on Sunday, security forces are trying to confirm his identity. The security forces believe the body could be of terrorist Uzair Ahmed Khan, an alleged member of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. DNA test is being conducted to ascertain the terrorist identity. Meanwhile, Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha met the family of DSP Humayun Bhatt, who was killed in action during the Anantnag encounter. Expressing his condolences, he assured the family of all assistance and support from the administration. Earlier, the Lieutenant Governor had asserted that the deaths of the Indian braves will be avenged soon.
जवानों के लहू के एक कतरे का हिसाब पूरी तरह सूद समेत लिया जाएगा। आतंकी किसी संगठन के उनके सरपरस्तों को बड़ी कीमत चुकानी है। हर एक बहादुर जवान के पीछे पूरा देश खड़ा है।
Security forces are in a final push to flush out all the terrorists involved in the attack that killed 3 soldiers and a police officer. With Kamaljit Sandhu and Ashraf Wani in Srinagar, Bureau Report, India Today.
Welcome back. We witnessed a historic moment today as members of parliament transitioned from the old parliament to the new parliament building, something that's been in the works for the last many months. And what was nice to see is that there wasn't much politics. Everyone came together, cutting across party lines to hail this moment. Let's take a look at some of the images that came in today. Members of Parliament made their way into the new building for the remainder of the special session. The MPs were led by Prime Minister Modi. They walked from the old building to the new one to mark the transition. A short walk, but a symbolic one. Prime Minister Modi was seen meeting with members of Parliament in the Central Hall of the old Parliament building for one last time. In a speech at the Central Hall, the Prime Minister looked to the future and urged his Parliament colleagues to work together to meet aspirations of India. Members of Parliament gathered for a joint photo session ahead of the special session in the new building. Prime Minister Modi, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, who is the Rajya Sabha Chair, Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, all parliamentarians were present for this joint photo session. And these pictures perhaps define India's democracy better than any other. Prime Minister Modi was seen having a light moment with members of the opposition, including Sonia Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary there. In the picture that's now going viral, the Prime Minister and Sonia can be seen smiling and beaming. So a huge moment, not just for members of parliament, but for India, as we've shifted from the old parliament building to the new one. While earlier, during the unveiling, the inauguration, there was a lot of religious symbolism involved. Today, it was all about parliamentary traditions, as many of the members of parliament who chose to speak, who got the opportunity to speak, narrated some of their experiences and emotions while walking into the old parliament building, and thereby ensuring an emotional and fitting farewell.
A new day, a special session, and a brand new parliament building as India rises. At the onset of the second day of the special session, it was time to bid adieu to old. It was the last session at the historic Central Hall.
Today onwards, our two houses of the parliament shall have the know that this Central Hall has witnessed transfer of power
and tinge of pathos. We would, of course, be continuing our parliamentary duties in the new parliament building, but will miss the Parliament House.
Members of the Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha gathered at the inner courtyard of the old Parliament House for a group photograph. Memories of Indian democracy captured in vibrant colors.
आज हम यहाँ विकसित भारत का संकल्प दोहराना, फिर एक बार संकल्पबद्ध होना और उसको परिपूर्ण करने के लिए जी जान से जुटने के इरादे से नए भवन की तरफ प्रस्थान कर रहे हैं.
On this momentous occasion, as we stand on the threshold of adding a new chapter to the annals of our parliamentary democracy, I congratulate you all on our phenomenal rise. We all are indeed privileged to be witnessing this history in the making as we bid adieu to this magnificent parliament building which houses both the chambers of our parliament and this imposing central hall and move to the new one.
खूबसूरत तस्वीर जिसका हम सभी बेसब्री से इंतजार कर रहे थे, अब वो पल आ चुका है.
And they marched on to the new horizon, united, in harmony, each holding a brand new Indian constitution in hand. Together, the parliamentarians of India, that is Bharat, elected representatives of 1 billion countrymen, started the day in the new parliament.
माननीय सदस्यगण, आज हमारे देश के लोकतांत्रिक इतिहास का एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण दिन है, जब हम संसद के नए भवन में लोकसभा की पहली बैठक आरंभ कर रहे हैं. माननीय अर्जुन मेघवाल जी.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय.
The first work on table was the historic introduction of the 128th Constitution Amendment Bill in the Lok Sabha to provide for 1/3 reservation to women of India in the Lok Sabha and state assemblies. With that, Indian democracy scored its first in the new Parliament House.
बिल को अपलोड कर दिया गया है. नई टेक्नोलॉजी है संसद की, और नई टेक्नोलॉजी में आप इसमें देख लें, बिल अपलोड कर दिया है.
With that, I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're switching focus from politics, from Parliament, to what's happening between India and Canada after Justin Trudeau accused the Indian government of having a role in the killing of a Khalistani terrorist. We'll get you details of India's response.
This central hall was witness to Pandit Nehru's tryst with destiny speech on the eve of India's independence. And yesterday, the Prime Minister also mentioned this in his speech. I'm thankful to you because you remembered this historic speech on this yesterday's occasion. Sir, the India's independence during his speech, the Pandit Nehruji inter alia stated, which I quote, long years ago we have made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measures, but very substantially. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
नया संसद भवन अपने विशाल और सुंदर स्वरूप में एक नए विश्वास से भरे आत्मनिर्भर भारत का पहचान बनेगा। पार्लियामेंट हमेशा से एकता का प्रतीक रहा है। यह हमारे संविधान के मूल्यों की सुरक्षा करता है, जो विभिन्न भाषाओं, संस्कृतियों और परंपराओं के बावजूद हमें एक राष्ट्र के रूप में बांधने का काम करता है। यहाँ अनुभव का ज्ञान और युवाओं की ऊर्जा मिलकर 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के उज्जवल भविष्य को आकार देने का काम करते रहेगी। और मैं समझता हूं आज का दिन एक सकारात्मक सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ने का है। कई सारे विषय रहे, आजादी के बाद कई सारे चुनौतियां रहीं, शायद कई सारी चुनौतियां समय पे अगर समाधान कर दिया होता तो और जल्दी 2047 के पहले भी देश विकसित बन जाता। पर हमारे पास जो वर्ष मिले, जो काम करने का, देश ने सेवा करने का मौका दिया, उसमें जो अभूतपूर्व प्रगति देश ने देखी है, मैं समझता हूं इसको आगे लेकर इस देश को नई ऊंचाइयों तक माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम सब मिलकर काम करेंगे।
Hello everyone, this is Anita Brito in conversation with the one and only श्याम कौशल। हेलो सर, कैसे हो आप?
हेलो, नमस्कार जी।
अभी भी आप कंटिन्यू कर रहे हो और आपके बहुत अच्छे अच्छे लाइनअप्स है, जैसे आपने बोला डंकी है, फिर आपके पास जो बंगाली मूवी है वो भी है,
ये बंगला बंधु। हाँ जी,
प्लीज उसके बारे में थोड़ा इन डेप्थ बात कीजिए, थोड़ा डंकी के बारे में हमें बात कीजिए। इट्स एन ऑल एंड आउट एक्शन फिल्म?
नो, इट इज नॉट ए, देयर इज एक्शन इन इट।
बट मुझे ये जानना है आपसे, ये पर्सनल क्वेश्चन है, आपको सबसे ज्यादा कौन से एक्टर के साथ काम करके मजा आया, मुझे ये बताइए।
मैंने अमित जी के साथ काम किया, अमित जी से लेके सभी के साथ जितने भी आगे ना, सभी के साथ काम किया। फिर जो साउथ के भी मोस्टली सुपरस्टार्स, उनके साथ भी काम किया। पर आज तक भगवान की दुआ से कभी किसी के साथ इशू नहीं हुआ, कभी कुछ नहीं हुआ, सबसे प्यार ही मिला है। तो मेरा एक मानना होता है, जैसा मैं आज भी ओपनली बोलता हूँ कि पिछले मैं 43 साल में मेरे को कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं मिला। तो मैं कभी सोचता नहीं हूँ कि अगर कुछ कमियां होंगी तो मेरे में होंगी। कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं है, कोई भी ऐसा। जब मैं एक्टर्स, मेरे जो छोटे हैं, जैसा रणवीर सिंह, रणबीर कपूर, अर्जुन कपूर, उन्होंने मेरे साथ शुरू किया, जब भी मिलते पैर छूटे हैं, ऐसा बच्चों की तरह। तो आप अगर उनको प्यार देते हो तो आपको सामने से प्यार मिलेगा ही।
Welcome back. The other big story of the day, what's happening between India and Canada? Well, the assassination of a Khalistani terrorist months ago has led to now a showdown as Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau officially claimed that the Indian government has a role and then expelled one of India's top diplomats from Canadian soil. India immediately retaliated in a matter of hours, going ahead and expelling one of Canada's top diplomats and putting out a statement saying we have no role whatsoever, referring to Trudeau's claims as completely absurd.
The gloves are off. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau on Monday announced in Parliament Indian agents could be behind the killing of Canadian citizen Hardeep Singh Nijjar, a Khalistani terrorist wanted in India.
Over the past number of weeks, Canadian security agencies have been actively pursuing credible allegations of a potential link between agents of the government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
We've been clear, we will...
Canada has expelled an Indian diplomat over what it calls the involvement of a foreign government in its internal affairs. Within hours of Canada's provocation, New Delhi retaliated by expelling a senior Canadian diplomat.
External Affairs Minister. Sir, you meet the... You got... External Affairs Minister.
India has called Canada's accusations absurd and politically motivated to shift the focus from Khalistani terrorists and extremists who are being allowed a free run there.
Phrase which came to my mind was actually a Hindi phrase, which was "Ulta chor kotwal ko dante." I mean, if anybody has a complaint, we have a complaint about Canada. You know, what I said earlier, the space that they're giving to Khalistanis and to violent extremists. So I was very perplexed by what I heard.
Nijjar, whom India had declared a wanted terrorist, was gunned down on June 18th in Surrey. The NIA had issued an arrest warrant for Nijjar, accusing him of carrying out terrorist attacks in India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had taken up the issue of Khalistani extremists getting a voice in Canada in his bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Trudeau in Delhi on the sidelines of G20. Trudeau claims he'd discussed Nijjar's killing with the Indian Prime Minister. Canada had recently suspended negotiations for a free trade agreement with India. With the latest accusations, the already sour diplomatic relations between the two countries have hit a new low. Bureau Report, India Today.
So who is this Khalistani terrorist Nijjar that has led to the showdown between India and Canada? He's a wanted terrorist who India declared as someone we are after, that he was responsible for anti-India acts on Canadian soil. And yet you never had the Canadian administration taking this act, or for that matter any other anti-India act, seriously. It's led to this showdown now as Canada claims that the shooting of Nijjar was triggered by the Indian government.
Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Originally from a village in Punjab's Jalandhar district, the 45-year-old, wanted by India in several terror cases, shot dead in the parking lot of a Gurudwara in Canada's Surrey. Gunned down by what investigators initially said were two masked men who fled the scene. A third suspected assailant added to the list later. The three believed to have used a silver 2008 Toyota Camry as their getaway vehicle. In 2022, the National Investigation Agency declared a 10 lakh rupees reward for information leading to Nijjar on charges of conspiring to murder a priest in Jalandhar. The NIA previously filed a charge sheet against him for terrorist acts against India in other cases. Nijjar, named as a member of the Khalistan Tiger Force, a designated terrorist group. In 2016, he was linked to a 2007 bombing at a Punjab cinema that killed 6. Nijjar claimed to have moved to Canada in 1997, working as a plumber at a local Gurudwara.
India has categorically rejected Canadian allegations of involvement in Nijar's murder as absurd and politically motivated, saying that Canada had long provided shelter to Khalistani terrorists and extremists. Experts, however, believe non-state actors like Nijar, crafted by Pakistan's rogue ISI, have been caught in their own web.
It is the policy of Pakistan's ISI to eliminate, to send terrorists to different countries. They eliminate their own people, and these people who have been killed either in Pakistan or Canada, they had become liability for Pakistan, whether it's Hafiz Saeed or Sayyid Salahuddin.
From Canada to Pakistan, the violent deaths of Khalistani elements could very well be the handiwork of the ISI that once nurtured them.
If there is any person who is working for any agency, if he is unable to deliver, then he has to be sold out or killed. That is what Pakistan ISI is doing, because Pakistan had been spending a lot of money on terrorists and terrorist activities in India and elsewhere, but lately Pakistan is in a big problem, economic problem. Pakistan cannot afford them, so it is Pakistan who is killing them, or Pakistan ISI who is killing them, or in some cases there is inter-gang rivalry.
A house of terror built by Pakistan crumbled under its own weight. With Arvind Oja, Bureau Report, India Today.
And as a fallout of all of this and the Khalistani movement that's been gaining momentum in Canada, famous rapper Shubh, who was all set to hold a concert here in India, is facing massive backlash online and otherwise for his support to Khalistani groups. Many of his social media posts have come under the scanner, and now the main sponsor of his concert in India has also pulled out.
Facing the music, the youth wing of the BJP tore down posters of a Canadian Punjabi rapper, Shubneet Singh, ahead of his upcoming concert in Mumbai. A 26-year-old singer accused of supporting Khalistani elements. His Mumbai performance, scheduled for September 23rd to 25th, is in hot water. His social media activity apparently espousing separatism came back to haunt him. The singer had earlier shared a distorted map of India.
भारत की एकता और अखंडता के शत्रु खालिस्तानी समर्थकों का भारत में कोई स्थान नहीं। देश को तोड़ने की साजिश करने वाले कैनेडियन सिंगर शुभ को हम भारत में महाराष्ट्र के छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की इस पावन धरती पर मुंबई में हम उसे परफॉर्म करने नहीं देंगे। अगर उचित कार्रवाई नहीं होगी तो आयोजकों को हमारे विरोध का सामना करना होगा।
The BJYM has written to the Mumbai police seeking action against Shubneet Singh, known by his stage name Shubh. They also called for cancellation of his shows and registration of an FIR against the rapper. Cricket stars Virat Kohli, KL Rahul and Hardik Pandya, who once followed Shubh for his rap on social media, have now unfollowed him. The Canadian Punjabi rapper's planned 3-month tour across 12 major Indian cities is in jeopardy. Bureau Report, India Today.
That's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Thanks very much for tuning in. Coming up on the other side of Mission 2024, Preeti Chaudhary decodes for you all the repercussions, the takeaways of the Women's Reservation Bill.
नए संसद भवन की भव्यता आधुनिक भारत के महिमा को भी मंडित करती है। हमारे श्रमिक, हमारे इंजीनियर्स, हमारे कामगारों, उनका पसीना इसमें लगा है और कोरोना काल में भी उन्होंने जिस लगन से इस काम को किया है, क्योंकि मुझे कार्य जब चल रहा था तब उन श्रमिकों के बीच आने का बार बार मौका मिलता था और खास करके मैं उनके स्वास्थ्य को लेकर के उनसे मिलने आता था। लेकिन ऐसे समय भी उन्होंने इस बहुत बड़े सपने को पूरा किया। आज मैं चाहूंगा कि हम सब हमारे उन श्रमिकों का, हमारे उन कामगारों का, हमारे इंजीनियर्स का हृदय से धन्यवाद करें, हृदय से, क्योंकि उनके द्वारा निर्मित भावी पीढ़ियों को प्रेरणा देने वाला है।
This central hall was witness to Pandit Nehru's tryst with destiny speech on the eve of India's independence. And yesterday, the Prime Minister also mentioned this in his speech. I am thankful to you because you remembered this historic speech on this yesterday's occasion. Sir, the India's independence, during his speech, the Pandit Nehruji inter alia stated, which I quote, long years ago we have made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measures, but very substantially. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
नया संसद भवन अपने विशाल और सुंदर स्वरूप में एक नए विश्वास से भरे आत्मनिर्भर भारत का पहचान बनेगा। पार्लियामेंट हमेशा से एकता का प्रतीक रहा है। यह हमारे संविधान के मूल्यों की सुरक्षा करता है, जो विभिन्न भाषाओं, संस्कृतियों और परंपराओं के बावजूद हमें एक राष्ट्र के रूप में बांधने का काम करता है। यहाँ अनुभव का ज्ञान और युवाओं की ऊर्जा मिलकर 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के उज्जवल भविष्य को आकार देने का काम करते रहेगी। और मैं समझता हूं आज का दिन एक सकारात्मक सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ने का है। कई सारे विषय रहे, आजादी के बाद कई सारे चुनौतियां रहीं, शायद कई सारी चुनौतियां समय पे अगर समाधान कर दिया होता तो और जल्दी 2047 के पहले भी देश विकसित बन जाता। पर हमारे पास जो वर्ष मिले, जो काम करने का, देश ने सेवा करने का मौका दिया, उसमें जो अभूतपूर्व प्रगति देश ने देखी है, मैं समझता हूं इसको आगे लेकर इस देश को नई ऊंचाइयों तक माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम सब मिलकर काम करेंगे।
और मेरा विश्वास है देश जिस दिशा में चल पड़ा है, इच्छित परिणाम अवश्य प्राप्त होंगे। हम गति जितनी तेज करेंगे, परिणाम उतने जल्दी मिलेंगे। आज भारत 5वीं अर्थव्यवस्था पर पहुंचा है, लेकिन पहले 3 में पहुंचने के संकल्प के साथ बढ़ रहा है। और मैं जिस स्थान पर बैठा हूं, जो जानकारियां प्राप्त होती है, उसके आधार पर विश्व के गणमान्य लोगों से बातचीत करता हूं, उसके आधार पर मैं बड़े विश्वास से कह रहा हूं, हम में से कुछ लोगों की निराशा हो सकती है, लेकिन दुनिया आश्वस्त है कि भारत टॉप 3 में पहुंच के रहेगा। अब हमारे लिए छोटी छोटी चीजों में उलझना, वो वक्त चला गया है। हमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने के लक्ष्य को सबसे पहले परिपूर्ण करना चाहिए, और हमसे शुरुआत होती है, हर नागरिक से शुरुआत होती है। और आज दुनिया में भी एक समय ऐसा था कि लोग मुझे कहते थे, हमारे बड़े बड़े बुद्धिजीवी और अर्थशास्त्री लिखते थे कि मोदी आत्मनिर्भर की बात करता है तो मल्टीलेटरलिज्म के सामने चुनौती तो बन नहीं जाएगा, ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी के जमाने में ठीक तो नहीं होगा। लेकिन 5 साल के भीतर भीतर देखा, दुनिया भारत के आत्मनिर्भर मॉडल की चर्चा करने लग गई है। और कौन हिंदुस्तानी नहीं चाहेगा कि डिफेंस सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भर हो, एनर्जी सेक्टर में हम आत्मनिर्भर हो, एडिबल ऑयल, क्या इस देश को आत्मनिर्भर नहीं होना चाहिए? कृषि प्रधान देश हम कहते हैं, खाने का तेल क्या अब देश बाहर से लाएगा? बहुत समय की मांग है कि हमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत को संकल्प को पूरा करना, ये हम सबका दायित्व है। उसमें दल आड़े नहीं आते हैं, सिर्फ दिल चाहिए, देश के लिए चाहिए।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. watching India Today. Powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a B&P Group company.
Warm welcome, you're watching Mission 2024. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. A big day today. History etched in 4 words. Nari Shakti, the Women Reservation Bill has been tabled in the Lok Sabha this afternoon. I'm going to get you all the latest. First up, the headlines. Prime Minister Modi presents the historic Women's Reservation Bill in new Parliament. It will be called Nari Shakti Vandam. Prime Minister seeks consensus from all parties for the passage of the bill. 7 hours allotted for debate tomorrow. Credit war erupts over Women's Reservation Bill. Congress claims it introduced women quota. Amit Shah hit back, says women quota was just tokenism for Congress. India transitioned to the new parliament. Prime Minister Modi leads MPs as they enter the new complex, old parliament to be called Samvidhan Sadan, Constitution House. New Delhi expels top Canadian diplomat hours after Justin Trudeau accuses India of killing Khalistani terrorist Nijjar. India calls the charge absurd and motivated. India today accesses 12 more Khalistani terrorists turned gangsters hiding in Canada who are on the most wanted list. Will Trudeau act or will he continue to pander to his vote bank? UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak snubs Justin Trudeau after he briefs Biden, Sunak and Macron on the allegations against India. But UK government says trade talks with India will continue. There's been a big win for forces as they avenge the death of Anantnag Braves. Lashkar commander Uzahir neutralized after 7 days of anti-terror operations. Well, it's a big day today. The Women Reservation Bill has finally been tabled in Lok Sabha. What's interesting, viewers, in 1947, the Constituent Assembly deemed it unnecessary. And in 2023, after trials, tribulations over the course of many decades, it was tabled. This time around, it seems, it could very well pass. I am joined right now by Ms. Margaret Alva, 5-term Member of Parliament, former Union Minister and Governor, senior leader of the Congress, and importantly, Ms. Alva, in 1987, you were the one which headed the committee constituted by the then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi, and one of the recommendations at that point of time was a reservation for women where political assertion was concerned. So congratulations, ma'am, it's come a full circle.
Thank you, it's a dream come true.
Would you take us through the long journey, Ms. Margaret Alva? 1987, it was something which was brought in Parliament as well today by Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. How under Rajiv Gandhi there was, at least an attempt to bring in parity where women were concerned in the political field. And it's been a very, very long journey ever since. Will you take us through the trials and tribulation of it? Because you were, if I'm not wrong, one of the very few women, from that committee, which is still around to tell the story of what happened.
That's right. It was Rajiv ji who asked me to put a team together to work on the all-round empowerment of women during a 10-year period. He was talking about 89 to 99, so that by 2000 they would step into the new century on an equal footing. So the National Perspective Plan for Women was drawn by us, and we brought it. I took it to the cabinet. But I must say that I had to really face the brickbats, because one of the recommendations was the 33% reservation for women from panchayats to parliament. And everyone was against it. They said there's no way we can allow this to happen. And the general stream was, कहाँ दुनिया में घूम के ये सब ले आते हैं, ये तो हिंदुस्तान में नहीं चलेगा. It will not work. Anyway, when it was rejected there, Rajiv ji called me and said, they are not prepared to accept it as it stands, but we have to stoop to Kodka. So let's start with the panchayats. And then started this whole exercise of getting women in the rural areas, in the local areas, to come out and support this effort at bringing them into local bodies. So that constitution amendment we tried to bring in '89. It was defeated by the opposition. We lost the government, and soon after Rajiv ji was assassinated. His dream unfulfilled. But when P.V. Narasimha Rao ji's government came, we brought the Panchayati Raj bill, and as you know, the constitution amendments, both the urban and local and rural local bodies were constituted, and women today elected to these bodies are more than 16 to 18 lakhs, holding various positions and doing very well. But the next step which was envisaged of taking it up to the assemblies and parliament, they would not hear of it. Parliament, they felt, could not accept so many women. And I don't know why they were afraid, but they just wouldn't listen. We tried, I think 6 times this bill has been introduced in Parliament. It has been scuttled. Like we used to say, पर्दे के पीछे सब एक है. All of them would talk about the women's reservation bill in their manifestos, in party fora, raise their hands. But when it came to the actual passing of the bill in Parliament, they were not prepared. There was no quorum one time. The bill was pulled out of the hands of the law minister, Ram Jethmalani, and torn in the house. We saw various things happen. But I am very happy that today a BJP Prime Minister is bringing a bill which was Rajiv ji, a Congress Prime Minister's dream. And I congratulate him and the government for taking this initiative, and that in the new parliament, the first bill that is being introduced is the bill for the reservation of women. 75 years after independence, at least our demand is being heard and being acceded to. But now that the bill will be passed, I presume, though I know it will be passed and it will become part of the statute book of the country, today when I went through the details, I was a little, shall I say, sorry or sad to see that the implementation will be done after the next census, which would be any time between 26 and 27. And then the delimitation, which will take at least another 2 years, which means not before 29. And this is very disappointing because the next election will come and go. Don't know what the composition of parliament will be after that, and what and who will take responsibility to ensure that this law is implemented successfully.
Ms. Alva, you know, the lack of political will to subscribe to set patriarchal structures has cut both ways. Your own allies have let you down multiple times, not once. But you do talk about Rajiv Gandhi's dream, but the sheer fact also, and maybe, you know, if we take the politics away from it, Ms. Alva, it was stable 3 times over under the Vajpayee government.
more than 3 times. And even the other governments, when it was introduced, it was not passed because we couldn't put the numbers together. Everybody's manifestos spoke about it. Congress, Mamta, regional parties, the left parties, everybody was supporting it. But we couldn't get the sufficient numbers because it was being scuttled by 2 or 3 parties, and numbers were the most important for a constitution amendment.
Well, correct there. First time it's been tabled by the Modi government, and this time around it does look it would pass. But, with what you touched upon, Ms. Malwa, the sheer fact that the timeline of it seems to suggest that we might not see the light of day in terms of it being implemented on ground with 33% reservation, not before 2029.
That's right.
That is if at all the census happens earlier, then there is a constitutional amendment and we bring in delimitation earlier. We don't know if South parties are going to be on board of that or accept. So it's a long road ahead. Do you see this as an eyewash then? Because ultimately, what is it that we are doing? We're going to pass the buck to the next government, and we don't know what the political structure is then.
At the moment, it is a headline opportunity. It is headlines all over the country. Women are excited. Everybody is congratulating the government. So am I. I am happy that it is at least coming onto the statute book. But let me be honest, when I read the details after the initial euphoria, I said, good God, who knows when and who is going to actually take the initiative to implement it? Because the implementation is not going to be easy. We will have to have the numbers, we will have to, to have a government that will be determined to move forward. And, well, that's a big question. But once it's on the statute book, I don't think any government is going to amend it or move back. It will only be a movement forward, and the assemblies will have to concur, which I'm sure they will do.
Ms. Malwa, Alwa, I'm going to ask you 2 questions, ma'am, before I let you go. But one of them, history stands testimony that through the course of every time this bill was tabled, it was the socialist leaders that let it down. And you know who all I'm talking about. There's a vast range. Today, where the alliance of your own party stands in the India alliance, there are many political parties which definitely will not be on board with going ahead on whatever the Congress wants to claim is its victory in terms of pushing forth with the women reservation bill. Do you see that as a huge hurdle as well?
No, I believe the mindset has changed, and on the eve of the 24 parliament elections, I don't see any party standing up and saying no to this bill. After all, women are more than 50% of the electorate. The only issue on which there could be a bit of further discussion or maybe amendments is reservations within reservations.
Quota within quota, ma'am. That's what you're talking about.
I was on the joint parliamentary... Yes. I'm talking about... I was on the joint select committee. We had discussed this in detail, and we had all come to the consensus that in the SC/ST reservation quota, women would get 33%. That there could be no reservation or quota for the backward classes in the women's bill because it doesn't exist for parliament, right? And that the only way to sort this out is if reservations come for the OBCs or other communities, then we would give them 33% out of their quota. The second issue which was troubling was the question of rotation. It was said that if you rotate, then how will women take their constituency seriously knowing they will not contest again. Our suggestion had been that a woman should fight from a constituency and rotate them after that. Because we do believe that many of them will be able to fight as general candidates after 10 years. Because women have a reputation of being very dedicated and very committed to their constituencies. That's the second. The third thing, which again was the question, now the bill says 15 years. We had said a minimum of 30 years, which means two elections to be fought by a woman in one constituency. So it would mean that 2 elections and 1/3 at a time would mean 30 years. That I believe now, from what I understand, has been reduced to 15 years. Another suggestion which is now being propped up is dual member constituencies. I think it's crazy. No man is going to allow a woman to function as an equal in his constituency. She will be like baggage tied to his legs.
Right.
And either she gets kicked or she gets kicked out, whatever it is. So I don't think it is at all a solution to this problem. There should be 2 consecutive terms where she will fight, and she is free to contest as a general candidate if she has the confidence and she is accepted by a constituency after the 2 terms. That would be, I think, the best solution. But whatever the pitfalls and the shortcomings,
it still looks like a far dream, at least as of now, a mirage of sorts, Ms. Alba. I'm going to ask you one quick question, ma'am, before I let you go, because there have been many of your ilk, and maybe put politics aside for a minute, who fought the good fight. And, the likes of Sushma Swaraj vociferous in support of the women reservation bill. Would you want to recount some of the women in active politics who over the years have stood shoulder to shoulder and tried to push for this move, which has seen a long time in coming?
We have had women across parties stand together. We had the women's chain in the well of the house when the bill was towed by some Samajwadi Party women. We did do everything together. There was Sushma, there was Renuka Chaudhary, and there were so many of them that I would like to recount. There was Mrs. Bose from West
Geeta
Bengal.
Mukherjee, ma'am. Let me give you another name.
Geeta Mukherjee was the chairman of Geeta Mukherjee was very important. She played a very important role as chairman of the Joint Parliamentary Committee. We were so many of us. And when these women of a couple of parties didn't join us, I said to them, हम आपके लिए भी लड़ रहे हैं, आप क्यों नहीं आ रहे हैं सामने? They said, मैडम हम आपके साथ हैं, पर हमारे पार्टी के हमारे नेता लोग हमें टिकट नहीं देंगे, हम आपके साथ खड़े हो जाएंगे तो. So you see, there was so much pressure on them, though all these party people were supporting the cause. And I believe many of them are gone, but they will be rejoicing with us when this happens. And I do hope I will live to see the implementation when it comes in the next few years.
Ma'am, I'm into that, and I hope, and you see it very, very soon, not even getting to whether you live for it or not. Let's hope it happens really soon. Thank you for joining us and taking the time out and speaking with us. And I would hope the likes of Sushma Swaraj, Geeta Mukherjee, wherever they are, if it ever materializes, would also be smiling because, this is a big, big development, historic at that. But let's see how it carries further. Meanwhile, the new Parliament building was inaugurated on the 28th of May. In less than 4 months, on 19 September, work started in the new building, and today, business began on the second day of the special session.
A new day, a special session, and a brand new Parliament building as India rises. At the onset of the second day of the special session, it was time to bid adieu to old. It was the last session at the historic Central Hall.
के सुनहरे पन्नों में अंकित होने का दिन है.
Today onwards, our two houses of the parliament shall have their sittings in the new Parliament House building. We all know that this Central Hall has witnessed transfer of power from Britain to Bharat. I am very happy and enthusiastic about the functions of the two houses of the Parliament henceforth from the new building, which is the symbol of new and emerging Bharat, paving the way for the developed nation as envisaged by Prime Minister by 2047.
As we bid adieu to the Parliament House and move to the new Parliament building today, I am overwhelmed with emotions and tinge of pathos. We would, of course, be continuing our parliamentary duties in the new Parliament building, but will miss the Parliament House.
Members of the Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha gathered at the inner courtyard of the old Parliament House for a group photograph. Memories of Indian democracy captured in vibrant colors.
आज हम यहाँ विकसित भारत का संकल्प दोहराना, फिर एक बार संकल्पबद्ध होना और उसको परिपूर्ण करने के लिए जी जान से जुटने के इरादे से नए भवन की तरफ प्रस्थान कर रहे हैं.
On this momentous occasion, as we stand on the threshold of adding a new chapter to the annals of our parliamentary democracy, I congratulate you all on our phenomenal rise. We all are indeed privileged to be witnessing this history in the making as we bid adieu to this magnificent parliament building which houses both the chambers of our parliament and this imposing central hall and move to the new one.
खूबसूरत तस्वीर है जिसका हम सभी बेसब्री से इंतजार कर रहे थे, अब वो पल आ चुका है.
And they marched on to the new horizon, united, in harmony, each holding a brand new Indian constitution in hand. Together, the parliamentarians of India, that is Bharat, elected representatives of 1 billion countrymen, started the day in the new parliament.
माननीय सदस्यगण, आज हमारे देश के लोकतांत्रिक इतिहास का एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण दिन है, जब हम संसद के नए भवन में लोकसभा की पहली बैठक आरंभ कर रहे हैं. माननीय अर्जुन मेघवाल जी.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय.
The first work on table was the historic introduction of the 128th Constitution Amendment Bill in the Lok Sabha to provide for 1/3 reservation to women of India in the Lok Sabha and state assemblies. With that, Indian democracy scored its first in the new Parliament House.
बिल को अपलोड कर दिया गया है. नई टेक्नोलॉजी है संसद की और नई टेक्नोलॉजी में आप इसमें देख ले, बिल अपलोड कर दिया है.
आर्टिकल 370 हटाने से लेकर वो विषय ऐसा रहा जो शायद ही कोई दशक ऐसा होगा कि चर्चा न हुई हो, चिंता न हुई हो और मांग न हुई हो. आक्रोश भी व्यक्त हुआ। सभागृह में भी हुआ, सभागृह के बाहर भी हुआ। लेकिन हम सबका सौभाग्य है कि हमें सदन में आर्टिकल 370 से मुक्ति पाने का, अलगाववाद, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ने का एक बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण कदम और इस महत्वपूर्ण काम में माननीय सांसदों की, संसद की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। अभी तक लोकसभा और राज्यसभा ने मिलकर करीब करीब 4000 से अधिक कानून पास किए हैं। और कभी जरूरत पड़ी तो ज्वाइंट सेशन के माध्यम से भी कानून पारित करने की दिशा में रणनीति बनानी पड़ी और उसके तहत भी दहेज रोकथाम कानून हो, बैंकिंग सर्विस कमीशन बिल हो, आतंक से लड़ने के लिए कानून हो, ये संयुक्त सत्र में पास किए गए हैं, इसी गृह में पास किए गए।
महिला आरक्षण 1989 में जब राजीव जी प्रधानमंत्री थे तब स्थानीय निकायों के चुनाव में उन्होंने 1/3 आरक्षण महिलाओं के लिए सुनिश्चित किया था। तत्पश्चात कांग्रेस की सरकारों ने लगातार प्रयास किया कि महिला आरक्षण का बिल पास हो, कानून बने। लोकसभा एवं विधानसभाओं के लिए भी 1/3 आरक्षण के लिए डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह की सरकार के वक्त जो ये बिल आया वो आज तक जीवित है, आज तक जीवित है। माननीय अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा वो फैक्चुअली इनकरेक्ट है कि पुराना बिल अभी भी जीवित है। मेरी स्पष्ट जानकारी है कि पुराना बिल लैप्स कर गया है। अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा है उसके समर्थन में उनके पास कोई डॉक्यूमेंट है तो टेबल पर रखने चाहिए। एक, या तो उन्होंने स्टेटमेंट विड्रॉ करना चाहिए। दूसरा, उन्होंने कहा कि इस बिल को लोकसभा ने भी कभी पारित किया था राजीव गांधी जी के समय में, कभी नहीं हुआ है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, लोकसभा में जो बिल पारित होता है, अगर राज्यसभा उसको पारित नहीं करती है और लोकसभा का कार्यकाल समाप्त होता है तो वो बिल अपने आप लैप्स हो जाता है। मैं मानता हूं कि इस चीज को स्पष्टता करनी चाहिए और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, अगर उनके पास अलग जानकारी है तो सदन के टेबल पर रखनी चाहिए।
Now, months ago, when the new parliament building was unveiled, when you had the inauguration by the Prime Minister in that grand puja, there was a lot of talk about a symbol of sovereignty and transfer of power in the times of the Chola Empire, which was revived. I'm referring to the Sengol. And here's a look at the journey of the Sengol. It's been much debated, but what exactly is the story behind this artifact?
Long years ago, we made a tryst with destiny. And now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measure, but very substantially. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
This This landmark tryst carries a backstory. A backstory rarely told. A backstory that dates back to the Chola Empire, a Tamil dynasty that originated in the Kaveri Valley and ruled the region for over 500 years until the 13th century. Just before the Union Jack came down and 300 years of British rule ended. The transfer of power was emblematically encapsulated in a Tamil ceremony. Priests from prominent Tamil mutts carried a 5-foot scepter, sprinkled it with holy water, and handed it to Pandit Nehru at his Delhi home at sunset on August 14th. This wasn't an ordinary symbol of sovereignty. Called Sengol, derived from the Sanskrit word shank or a conch, surmounted by a carving of Nandi, Shiva's sacred bull. The golden staff, made by craftsmen in what was then called Madras, was modelled after the wand that the Chola kings would hand to their successors. The choice wasn't random. It was the outcome of deep thoughts and research. Pandit Nehru turned to freedom fighter C. Rajagopalachari for suggestions regarding a symbol for the transfer of power from the British to the Indians. Rajagopalachari found the answer in history. He contacted a leading mutt down south to create the symbol of the Chola tradition. Its seer then commissioned the job to the famous Vumidi Bangaru jewelers.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. You are watching India Today. Powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Powered by UBI, good people to bank with. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com, हर family होगी insured.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. What a historic day it's been. History was etched in 4 words. Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. Well, that was the bill that was tabled, women reservation, where politics is concerned. And with that, we also raise a question in this debate. At least there is a start, and this time around, it very well could happen. 1947, at the Constituent Assembly, what was deemed unnecessary could this time around make it pass through in 2023. Serendipity, if one might say, but whatever it might be, credit was galore. But when it comes down to women empowerment, it couldn't be better news. But the question that we are asking, going ahead from here, is it etching history in the real term, or somewhere down the line setting political narrative? What is the timeline of women reservation if the bill clears both houses this time around. Let's cut across to our panelists. Joining me is Lalita Kumara Mangalam, former chairperson MCW, Neeraja Chaudhary, senior journalist as well with us. We begin with Lalita Kumara Mangalam. Ma'am, congratulations. History has been made. We hope it follows through. But where the timeline comes into question, what we are looking at is at least till 2029, because the clause in the bill says after delimitation. Before that, a census would need to take place, and it's only then the delimitation takes place, and only then can we even look at reservation. Political dynamics could change, but yet, well begun at least.
First of all, let me say congratulations to every woman in this country who's been raising their voice for the women's reservation bill, because you're right, it finally gives some hope where women will be allowed to take part in the decision-making process. Not just a few selected women, regardless of their background, but women right from the grassroots upwards, especially at the assembly level. In the local languages, not always just in parliament, but also, as I said, in the various states that they represent or will be represented. I think what you're asking me is how long we think it will take for it to come into actual implementation. Once the bill passes this parliament, which it will, because it has been timed well to ensure that there is a majority for the BJP in both houses, and it will be passed. After that, we have been told that they have to do the delimitation exercise and, of course, the census. As we all know, the census was delayed because of the COVID. There was no way it could have been done. I think it was June 2021, but it didn't happen because of COVID, it was delayed. I've also heard that it has been told that it should not take more than 2 to 3 years. Obviously, it's not going to come in before the 2024 elections, which would, of course, have been ideal. And all of us would have been extremely happy had it done so. But there is the, I wouldn't say promise, but there is the assertion that this will be fast-tracked as much as it can. And I think they're looking at 2 to 3 years. According to me personally, 2 years may be a little too short a period of time, but well before 2029.
But, you know, the way we are looking at in terms of the timeline, ma'am, because now it seems very clear that it's not going to happen in 2024. Who knows what the political dynamics are in 2024? And if you actually do have that kind of brute majority to push a reform like this in. And, you know, having said that, is it also then passing the buck to 2024? You don't know what comes then. You know, all this effort could go down the drain.
The likelihood of it going down the drain is very little, because every party will have to put their weight behind this bill this time. And they will find it extremely difficult to explain to the women of India, regardless of, I mean, especially the ones who are not directly in politics. The ordinary woman who would have expected, again, as I say, more at the state level, where they expect that one day we will also have a chance. Many young women today are very ambitious in this respect, rightly so. So I don't think it would be that easy to jump the bill, so to say, once it's been passed by both houses of parliament. If it's been passed by one house, like happened in the earlier times, then yes, it's easy. But once both houses of parliament have passed it, it's very difficult for any political party to give any sort of reasoning, any sort of rationale that will be accepted, especially by the women of this country.
Ma'am, I'll ask you two quick questions before I let you go. And my first question is political. Yeah, I understand, you know, today is a day to celebrate, and it is. It's a huge achievement, like I said. You know, something which was deemed unnecessary in 47, we've come full circle, and we're actually looking to implement it in 23. But the political question is, which stems from what the opposition says, that you've had brute majority, you're from the BJP since 2014. What stopped the BJP from bringing this bill earlier, and why wait 10 years down the line to actually push something like this?
Look, I think we have brute majority in the Lok Sabha. The Rajya Sabha took us some time. As you know, it's not been the same. I mean, both houses, we were not in majority in both houses right from day one, especially of Mr. Modi's after him being elected in 2014. And also, consensus is not easy to arrive on this bill. It would be a lie on my part to say, especially given the fact that I've worked on women's issues from 1980 2008, long before I came into politics, the opposition to the women's bill has not come just from outside the BJP. There have been many people inside the BJP, and not merely always the men, but there are also women who don't think that this is the ideal way to go forward to increase women's representation in the government bodies. There has been a lot of problems that women have faced, and we've been fighting for this for well over, I remember, at least 40 years. More than that, because I've had members from my family fight for this. I have seen and I have met people like Aruna Asafali, etc., when my mother used to work for them, from that time, which is more than 50 years, easily. And there was a lot of opposition. So remember that the timing of this bill is fortuitous because Mr. Modi has been very clever about introducing it at a time when he knows he can push it through both houses of parliament.
Fair enough. Ma'am, my final question to you, keeping the politics aside, you said that, right from your own family, they've stood in line shoulder to shoulder, women especially, cutting across party lines. Would you take a moment to maybe recount that? We were talking to Margaret Alva a short while ago. She thinks it's historic. The likes and the endeavor of a Sushma Swaraj, a Geeta Mukherjee, a Margaret Alva or a Renuka Chaudhary.
Geeta Mukherjee was incidentally my mother's aunt. So, I mean, it's within my family, there have been many people who have argued for this. My own aunt was Parvati Krishnan. She was also in the CPI. And I mean, on this particular issue, across the board, as you've just said, whether it was Sushma ji, whether it was Geeta Mukherjee, whether it was many other people, I mentioned Aruna Asafali, she's far older than them, but she was also a very senior person and a doyen of the women's movement, as it's called. Everybody stood side by side, and there was no politics played.
Right.
You will see many photos where you will see even Brinda Karat standing hand in hand with Sushma ji, etc. Sheila Dikshit. They were all from different parties, but on this one issue, they were united, which is how it should have been. I wish all politics was like that, but unfortunately today it isn't. But on this issue, I'm very happy that across the board, women have supported it, especially the senior women leaders from across all parties.
Ma'am, you're right there. You've taught by example, and I'm sure there's a great sense of pride with your association with the likes of Geeta Mukherjee. We read about her in college, and really the kind of work that she'd put in. Congratulations once again, and we hope to speak with you once this bill is clear. Thank you. Ma'am, for joining us. Let's cut across right now to our other guests. Neeraja Chaudhary, senior journalist, also with us. Lavanya Balal, spokesperson, Congress, Charu Pragya. Neeraja Chaudhary, the journey of the Women Reservation Bill has been long, it's been arduous. You've covered it. Do you see it actually be a reality or a possibility, Neeraja Chaudhary, or do you still see a bit of a red herring to all of this?
Preeti, I can't make out what you're saying. A huge amount of echo is coming, so I cannot distinguish your words at all.
Ma'am,
I don't know whether your studio can correct that.
Okay, we're going to correct that. We're just going to correct that. Give us about 10 seconds. We're correcting that. While we correct it, I want to cut across to our other guest, Lavanya Balal. Maybe not a day to take credit, maybe the day also to celebrate.
Good evening, Preeti. Actually, it started off with quite a bit of excitement yesterday. All of us were excited. I mean, it's quite exciting for women from across the board. It would have been a great day. And, it is a little disappointing because this is a government which has come with a brute majority. And passing a bill like this would have been a cakewalk. I mean, we have seen that they have bulldozed even problematic legislations in the parliament. So it wouldn't have been difficult for the central government to pass this particular bill, but to put, caveats and to say, we will be bringing this up only after the census, decadal census, which, of course, if you look at the G20 countries, we were the only country which hasn't done the census. It's a little disappointing. I wish, all our seniors have worked tirelessly for decades to make this come true. I wish this was passed without any caveats today.
Well, I understand it hasn't been passed yet. It's been tabled. Tomorrow's the discussion, and then we're going to see whether it does pass. But somewhere down the line, as I hate really ever pulling the woman card, but as women, we must look back and look at all of them who fought the good fight, and that cuts across party lines. Yes. Be it the likes of your very own Lavanya Balal, Margaret Alva, 1987, yes. or the Renuka Chaudhary, or on the other side, Sushma Swaraj. You have Brinda Karat, you have a Geeta Mukherjee. Yes. They've also shoulder to shoulder to bring together what it is. Charu Pragya, yes. It's a moment in time which will be recorded in history that it was under the governance of Prime Minister Modi. But do we fall short if we don't give credit to those who started it earlier?
Preeti, I'm glad you said that, we should give credit to all the good women who fought this fight. And I think there are some causes which can unite people across party lines when it comes to empowering women and making sure that they have a place at the decision-making table. I think that's one cause which is worthy of uniting women across party lines. And not being political here, I do want to mention that there are so many colleagues of mine in other political parties, and we'll have a lot of differences of opinions about everything. We'll debate ferociously. But when it comes to this one agenda, that women need a place at this table, women should have representation at the parliament, I have seen them unite. And it warms my heart to see this bill being tabled today. It makes me very happy because I think finally we're at a point where we can put aside party differences and we can say the government has tabled a bill which is meaningful to not just women, it's meaningful to men too. Because when women are at the decision-making table, the lives of the whole countrymen, country people are going to be impacted, and women empowerment cannot happen without the support of men. At this point of time, the man I want to thank is Prime Minister Modi ji. He's tabled the bill. I know the opposition says that they are in support of the bill, but after that, they do add a very big but. I was hoping that this...
Okay, I'm going to not get to the but today, Charu Pragya. With both Lavanya and Charu, they've agreed today on one point, and that is that it's a day to celebrate. They both can take credit, definitely. Nobody's stopping them. But Neerja Chaudhary, I want to come back and ask you the question which I did. It's been a long, arduous journey for the women reservation bill. Do you actually see it being a reality, or do you still read a bit of red herring to it all, keeping in mind the timeline that is depicted, because we won't see the light of day of it till 2029?
Yes, I think I see more chance of it going through, though of course the government has linked it to the delimitation and census exercise, which makes it possible that it will happen only in 2029, not 2024. But I would say certainly we've come a long way in the last 27 years in terms of the growing consciousness of women, younger women, who dream dreams and want to scale new heights and break new ceilings. So that is a huge pressure for parties that would have otherwise opposed it. It will be that much more difficult for these parties, particularly the OBC leaders who opposed it in the past, to do that. Be difficult for Tejasvi Yadav to do what Lalu Yadav did, or for Akhilesh Yadav to Singh Yadav did. So I think, yes, there is a greater chance of this bill going through, and it's a historic day, because to keep women out in a country like India, a parliamentary democracy like India, and have only 14.6% representation, when even Pakistan has 20%, Bangladesh has 21%, and many countries have achieved parity. When women are making their mark everywhere, it makes no sense. And that is because women have been systematically kept out of the political system on the grounds of winnability. I think that is going to change, and I would say the credit goes to everybody. But if Mr. Narendra Modi manages to get it passed, then Jo Jeeta wo Sikandar.
I agree with you, Ms. Chaudhary. But when you say Jo Jeeta wo Sikandar, the credit will go to Narendra Modi, and it should, because he's managed to time it well if it does get passed. But I'll come back to you in one question, and I apologize to our other two participants in this debate. I would have liked to give them more time. We got Lalita Badwar and we'd got Margaret Alva earlier. But Neerja Chaudhary, I want to just ask you one quick question before I let you go. And that question is, ma'am, you've covered Indian politics for so long. You've seen so many seasons of parliament. Who do you, if you have to recount the journey, with women, and I want to say it again, who fought the good fight, and it's taken them decades to reach where we are. Do you have any names with you, Ms. Chaudhary?
Who would I give the credit to?
Yes, over time, ma'am.
Yeah?
Yes,
Sorry?
over time.
Yeah, as I said, this journey started with Rajiv Gandhi wanting to give 1/3 representation to women in the local bodies. That the bill could not be passed because there was huge reaction from the state governments. And Narasimha Rao managed to pass it in 1992 when the country's attention was elsewhere, actually. It was soon after the demolition of the Babri Masjid, when these bills, 74th Amendment, 75th Amendment got passed. Then Deva Gowda brings it, introduces it, and I remember standing at the entrance of Parliament and hearing senior leaders tell their workers, अगर तुम अंदर जाओगे ना तो अगली बार तुम्हें टिकट नहीं मिलने वाला. They wanted to prevent a quorum from being completed when the bill was introduced. So there was resistance from within all parties, no matter what the public stand they took. Sonia Gandhi pushed for it in 2010, passed in the Rajya Sabha, but resistance in the Lok Sabha from the OBC leaders that supported the UPA government. And now finally, Narendra Modi has taken the bull by the horn and has decided, and women are an important constituency of Narendra Modi, and women are increasingly emerging as a vote bank in the country.
Well, you're right there, ma'am, bang on. You know, the irony, I need to go into a quick break, but I have to say, you know, you can read it as irony, but as Neeraja Chowdhury pointed out, it began with Rajiv Gandhi, and in all probability, it will reach fruition under Narendra Modi. You know, interesting to look at it that way. And women always been the kingmaker when it comes down to Indian politics, never quite the king or the queen. This time around, things just might change. I thank all our three panelists for joining us. Appreciate it. Apologies if we didn't come down back to them. We've had a lot of guests, but we're going to keep the conversation going tomorrow as well. Up next, Rahul Kanwar.
और मेरा विश्वास है देश जिस दिशा में चल पड़ा है इच्छित परिणाम अवश्य प्राप्त होंगे। हम गति जितनी तेज करेंगे परिणाम उतने जल्दी मिलेंगे। आज भारत 5वीं अर्थव्यवस्था पर पहुंचा है, लेकिन पहले 3 में पहुंचने के संकल्प के साथ बढ़ रहा है। और मैं जिस स्थान पर बैठा हूं, जो जानकारियां प्राप्त होती है उसके आधार पर विश्व के गणमान्य लोगों से बातचीत करता हूं, उसके आधार पर मैं बड़े विश्वास से कह रहा हूं, हम में से कुछ लोगों की निराशा हो सकती है, लेकिन दुनिया आश्वस्त है कि भारत टॉप 3 में पहुंच के रहेगा। अब हमारे लिए छोटी छोटी चीजों में उलझना वो वक्त चला गया है। हमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने के लक्ष्य को सबसे पहले परिपूर्ण करना चाहिए और हमसे शुरुआत होती है, हर नागरिक से शुरुआत होती है। और आज दुनिया में भी एक समय ऐसा था कि लोग मुझे कहते थे, हमारे बड़े बड़े बुद्धिजीवी और अर्थशास्त्री लिखते थे कि मोदी आत्मनिर्भर की बात करता है तो मल्टीलेटरलिज्म के सामने चुनौती तो बन नहीं जाएगा, ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी के जमाने में ठीक तो नहीं होगा। लेकिन 5 साल के भीतर भीतर देखा, दुनिया भारत के आत्मनिर्भर मॉडल की चर्चा करने लग गई है। और कौन हिंदुस्तानी नहीं चाहेगा कि डिफेंस सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भर हो, एनर्जी सेक्टर में हम आत्मनिर्भर हो, एडिबल ऑयल, क्या इस देश को आत्मनिर्भर नहीं होना चाहिए? कृषि प्रधान देश हम कहते हैं, खाने का तेल क्या अब देश बाहर से लाएगा? बहुत समय की मांग है कि हमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत को संकल्प को पूरा करना, ये हम सबका दायित्व है। उसमें दल आड़े नहीं आते हैं, सिर्फ दिल चाहिए, देश के लिए चाहिए।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 22 degrees.
महिला आरक्षण 1989 में जब राजीव जी प्रधानमंत्री थे, तब स्थानीय निकायों के चुनाव में उन्होंने 1/3 आरक्षण महिलाओं के लिए सुनिश्चित किया था। तत्पश्चात कांग्रेस की सरकारों ने लगातार प्रयास किया कि महिला आरक्षण का बिल पास हो, कानून बने। लोकसभा एवं विधानसभाओं के लिए भी 1/3 आरक्षण के लिए डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह की सरकार के वक्त जो ये बिल आया, वो आज तक जीवित है, आज तक जीवित है।
माननीय अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा वो फैक्चुअली इनकरेक्ट है कि पुराना बिल अभी भी जीवित है। मेरी स्पष्ट जानकारी है कि पुराना बिल लैप्स कर गया है। अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा है उसके समर्थन में उनके पास कोई डॉक्यूमेंट है तो टेबल पर रखने चाहिए। एक, या तो उन्होंने स्टेटमेंट विड्रॉ करना चाहिए। दूसरा, उन्होंने कहा कि इस बिल को लोकसभा ने भी कभी पारित किया था राजीव गांधी जी के समय में, कभी नहीं हुआ है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, लोकसभा में जो बिल पारित होता है, अगर राज्यसभा उसको पारित नहीं करती है और लोकसभा का कार्यकाल समाप्त होता है तो वो बिल अपने आप लैप्स हो जाता है। मैं मानता हूं कि इस चीज को स्पष्टता करनी चाहिए और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, अगर उनके पास अलग जानकारी है तो सदन के टेबल पर रखनी चाहिए।
"28 months went into building this monumental narrative. An architectural masterpiece. A reflection of the nation's Atmanirbhar vision. Let's take you now on a tour of India's new parliament. The House of the People, our new Lok Sabha. Larger and grander, 888 seats, almost 300 more than the old chamber. This is the brand new Rajya Sabha, bigger, more spacious. Designed to accommodate 384 members, around 100 more seats than the present upper house. Vastness is just one element of this stately complex. India's new parliament embodies the Indian diversity in all its glory. Materials sourced from across the country to build this temple of democracy.
teak wood from Nagpur in Maharashtra, Rajasthan's red and white sandstone. Carpets procured from Mirzapur in Uttar Pradesh. The stone jali work bears the craftsmanship of Rajnagar in Rajasthan and Noida in Uttar Pradesh. Flooring of bamboo wood from the northeast from Agartala in Tripura. Indore in Madhya Pradesh sent the Ashok Chakra. The Ashok emblem sourced from Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar in Maharashtra and Jaipur in Rajasthan.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest. Be Sustainable Change, a B&P Group company.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies. Co-presented by Century Laminates by Manish Malhotra, fashion for your furniture.
Co-presented by
Macho Hind, bade aaram se. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com, har family hogi insured. Co-powered by the bold look of Kohler. UBI, good people to bank with.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the News Track. I'm Rahul Kamal. Here's wishing all our viewers a very happy Ganesh Chaturthi. And on this auspicious occasion, the government tabling the historic Women's Reservation Bill in Parliament, but the implementation likely to happen only after delimitation and the census. So what does that mean? When will 33% women definitely get to be a part of the Indian Parliament? We look at that big political story, a momentous occasion, this on the News Track tonight.
Milestone mark for Nari Shakti. Women's Quota Bill introduced. Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, Neta Banao. 27 years later, Narendra Modi pushes the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. Credit war rages over women's quota. Will the bill become a reality at least now? And that's our top focus on the News Track.
The first Lok Sabha session in the new parliament started with a bang, with the Prime Minister introducing the historic Women's Reservation Bill 27 years since its inception. This is a milestone mark for Nari Shakti. The Modi government has smashed the wall, but an ugly credit war has erupted. Here's what happened all through the day on the first day of proceedings being held in the new Sansad Bhavan.
In a historic moment, the Indian Parliament has opened gateways for women power. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in his first speech in the new Parliament building on Tuesday, announced the Union Cabinet has approved the Women's Reservation Bill, a proposal that has been hanging fire for decades. Calling it the Nari Shakti Vandan Bill, Prime Minister Modi highlighted how the previous governments had failed to bring a consensus and pass the bill.
नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम, इसके माध्यम से हमारा लोकतंत्र और मजबूत होगा। मैं देश की माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों को नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम के लिए
बहुत बहुत बधाई दूंगा।
The Women's Reservation Bill was tabled by Union Law Minister Arjun Meghwal in the Lok Sabha.
ये असमानता दूर करने का काम अगर किसी ने किया है तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। इसलिए ये महिलाओं को सशक्तिकरण भी करेगा और महिलाओं का उत्थान भी करेगा और ये दिशा भी देगा। इसलिए मैं इसकी अनुमति चाहता हूं आपसे।
The bill proposes 33% reservation for women in Lok Sabha and state assemblies. It will also accommodate SC and ST seats, but there will be no reservation in Rajya Sabha and legislative councils. A furious war of words erupted in the Lok Sabha after Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary claimed that the women's quota bill was the same as the one introduced by the Congress.
महिला आरक्षण 1989 में जब राजीव जी प्रधानमंत्री थे तब स्थानीय निकायों के चुनाव में उन्होंने 1/3 आरक्षण महिलाओं के लिए सुनिश्चित किया था। तत्पश्चात कांग्रेस की सरकारों ने लगातार प्रयास किया कि महिला आरक्षण का बिल पास हो, कानून बने। लोकसभा एवं विधानसभाओं के लिए भी 1/3 आरक्षण के लिए डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह की सरकार के वक्त जो ये बिल आया वो आज तक जीवित है, आज तक जीवित है।
माननीय अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा वो फैक्चुअली इनकरेक्ट है कि पुराना बिल अभी भी जीवित है। मेरी स्पष्ट जानकारी है कि पुराना बिल लैप्स कर गया है। अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा है उसके समर्थन में उनके पास कोई डॉक्यूमेंट है तो टेबल पर रखने चाहिए। एक, या तो उन्होंने स्टेटमेंट विड्रॉ करना चाहिए। दूसरा, उन्होंने कहा कि इस बिल को लोकसभा ने भी कभी पारित किया था राजीव गांधी जी के समय में, कभी नहीं हुआ है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, लोकसभा में जो बिल पारित होता है अगर राज्यसभा उसको पारित नहीं करती है और लोकसभा का कार्यकाल समाप्त होता है तो वो बिल अपने आप लैप्स हो जाता है। मैं मानता हूं कि इस चीज को स्पष्टता करनी चाहिए और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, अगर उनके पास अलग जानकारी है तो सदन के टेबल पर रखनी चाहिए।
The government is pushing for the passage of the bill in the special session as the debate will kick off tomorrow in the Lok Sabha. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make no mistake, what we've seen on day one in the new Parliament building is historic. The question though is, when and how will the new Women's Reservation Bill become reality? Joining me to talk about this, representing the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party, its Member of Parliament in the Lok Sabha, National Spokesperson Aparajita Sarangi. With us on this broadcast is Jyotimani Senemalai from the Congress. We have KC Tyagi, General Secretary General of the Janata Dal United. Priyanka Chaturvedi joins us, Member of Parliament in the Rajya Sabha, leader of the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray. Juhi Singh joins us from the Samajwadi Party. I want to go across to Aparajita Sarangi first. Ma'am, first wishing you, all our other guests, a very happy Ganesh Chaturthi on this auspicious day. You've laid on the floor of the House the new Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. The question I have for you is, when does this become reality? Because it's linked to the census. We don't have a clear date on when the census will be held. It's also linked to delimitation, which we know is in abeyance till 2026, but will be a very politically fraught exercise whenever it does happen. So when will the first set of MPs who get elected under this new constitutional amendment really get elected?
Yes. A very good evening. Let's look at the whole thing, Nari Vandan Adhiniyam Bill 2023, with a lot of optimism, hope and confidence. Let me take you back to 1996. It was on 12th September 1996 that in the 11th Lok Sabha, H.D. Deve Gowda had actually introduced this bill. And all the governments thereafter, till today, tried to push the bill and try to ensure the passage of the bill by both houses of the parliament, but no one could succeed. Now here, We have to start the whole thing on a positive note. The Prime Minister himself introduced the bill. Mind it, I underscore, Prime Minister himself introduced the bill in the Lok Sabha today, and then he actually sought for everybody's support. And there is absolutely no reason why everybody would not come to support, because there is political will on part of Prime Minister Modi's government, and we would be able to build a consensus.
You are giving me the past. I am asking you about the present and the future.
Yeah.
When will the first set of MPs elected under the new law come to Parliament?
I'm coming to it. So this particular government of Prime Minister Modi acts with tremendous maturity, and it goes meticulously into things. We have to follow the procedures. The delimitation exercise would take place as it should, and the census would also take place. So I think it will take some time. But don't you think that work of this nature, of gigantic proportions, if I can use that word, should be dealt with meticulously? We have to go into details, and we have to ensure that this particular bill, when it becomes an act, the amendments are through by both houses of parliament, are actually grounded and actually succeed while getting implemented. So I think let's wait and watch. It would take time. The procedures would be laid down.
Okay, Jyotimani ji, respond to what we are hearing from the government. This is a massive rearrangement of our parliamentary structure, and therefore it is a complex exercise. Expecting it to happen from next month or 3 months from now is unrealistic. The government saying we've started the work, we're at least getting the job done. The Congress, which is today seeking credit, couldn't get the job done. Credit goes to whoever gets the job done, not to those who claim they want to get the job done, but rather to those who actually got the work done. And therefore, Prime Minister Modi and Aparajita ji's party is worthy of credit on Ganesh Chaturthi for having moved this historic bill.
See, the actually get it done, what you have said, is not happening as per the bill table today. See, it's a Congress party. In 1989, when Rajiv ji was the Prime Minister, he was the one first came with the revolutionary idea of reserving 1/3, 33% for women in Panchayat Raj. People like me who's part of that reservation and won election, then now we become MPs. So that has, as you said, that 1989, immediately when Rajiv ji tabled the bill, it was defeated in the Rajya Sabha. But immediately next Congress government, Narasimha Rao ji government, has brought the bill again and implemented it 1996 itself. That's a political bill. Because we implemented, the bill see the light of the day and implemented, first set of 1 million women has participated in the process. Now it has increased to 50%. So Congress party has its right, its own. We have every right to claim because it's a victory.
No,
for
but you couldn't. I'm sorry, you couldn't get the job done. What are you seeking credit for, ma'am? You couldn't get the job done. I'm not understanding what are you seeking credit for.
Rahul, wait, Rahul, wait, I'm coming. Wait, I'm coming. So why we can't take credit? Because we have done the job through Panchayat Raj. 1 million women in no time has become the leaders of this country. Many of us, including me, who made it to parliament because we given the result. It's not we haven't done anything. Secondly, when the UPA Congress-led UPA government has brought the bill, BJP vehemently opposed the bill because we passed it in the Rajya Sabha. Lok Sabha, we don't have a number. We don't have a majority. BJP would have been supported our bill in the Lok Sabha. The bill would have seen the light of the day then itself. Many women leaders would have become MPs, MLAs now. Because of BJP vehemently opposed the bill along with other parties, we couldn't pass because we don't have a number. You should not project as if Congress party is not willing to pass the bill because we don't have a number in the Lok Sabha. We don't have a majority in the Lok Sabha. That is why we couldn't pass the bill. But despite
no, but you didn't try. Between 2010 and 2014, because you were dependent on support of the Samajwadi Party and the RJD, you didn't even try. You could have tried again.
And that's what we are saying. That's, yeah. No. Wait. Rahul, let me finish. Despite having a brutal majority in the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha Congress party is willing to support this bill. Multiple times Sonia Gandhi ji and Rahul Gandhi ji has written to the Prime Minister Modi ji. But despite that, 9 years they have not interested to bring this bill. Now they are bringing this bill. Of course, we are happy about it. But there is no implementation. You rightly said in the beginning, the bill clearly says, first it's linked with the delimitation. As you said, it's a complex process. Second, it links with the census. That means it's not going to implement it anytime soon. There is no guarantee it will not implement it 2024 at all. There is no guarantee that it will implemented 2029 unless Congress party comes to.
Priyanka ji, this new law, once it's in motion and implemented, potentially makes it easier for someone like you to enter Lok Sabha. As a woman politician, what are your thoughts on Prime Minister Modi and the BJP bringing this women's reservation bill on this auspicious occasion? And who would you give credit to? The current BJP or the Congress, which is seeking credit, saying, "Ye hamara tha"?
So I just made 3-4 points. Point number 1. In 2014, Shri Narendra Modi had promised to the women of this country that as soon as he comes to power, BJP comes to power, he would implement the 33% reservation, which has been a long-standing commitment. Even Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji tried, did not happen. So he would do that. We are talking about it 9.5 years hence and just 6 months before the 2024 elections. That's point number 1. Point number 2, you keep asking why didn't the Congress party do it or other parties do it. Just let me remind you that the 73rd and 74th Amendment during Rajiv Gandhi era came at a time when Congress enjoyed a single party majority. From that era to now, till Mr. Narendra Modi was appointed, we did not have a single party majority, and that's why most of the coalition governments failed. While in 2010, Rajya Sabha happened to clear it, it could not have it passed in 2014, but the commitment was absolutely there. Over the years since 2014, every political party, every senior leader has been reminding the Prime Minister that this needs to be done.
But better late than never. He's finally getting it done, which is much better than not doing it at all.
Just allow me to complete, Mr. Kawal. Mr. Kawal, I did not interrupt anybody and you did not interrupt anyone. I was coming to my final point. If you allow me another 30 seconds or 40 seconds, I'll be very brief. Right? If you'll allow me, without interruption. So I'll tell you the last point. Absolutely, we welcome it. Is this a fight fought only by the BJP? No. I remember the iconic photo of 2010 where Najma Heptullah ji, Sushma Swaraj ji, Brinda Karaj ji were exchanging sweets. It went across political party lines because it is a gender equality issue. Last point. Prime Minister Modi is introducing it. You say better late than never. Then my question to you is this. Point number 5 in this bill, like we say, it is always the bill in the details. The devil is in the details. Point number 5 categorically limits it to the delimitation exercise, which cannot happen till in 2024. We would have expected that 2024 is when we will see more women representation. What you're effectively doing right now is saying, okay, we have opened the doors. Why don't you all queue up? Queue up and show your interest in being a part of the parliament, and we will take this call in the next election after the delimitation exercise has happened. And let me also tell you, the delimitation exercise, approximately the timing is 2026. The delimitation exercise already is under a lot of controversy with regards to representation of southern states in the parliament. So all the controversies aside, what are we committing literally to the women? We are saying, okay, we are opening the doors, but thank you so much, you still cannot enter till we haven't done this exercise. So I am sorry, it is not even better late than never. It is another denial to the women to be part of the parliamentary system while they are 50% of the representation. I welcome this bill, but I have my apprehensions that this is not a case of better late than never. It is probably something that could have been done immediately.
KC Tyagi ji, you're the only man on this panel amongst the guests that I have on this show, which could be the new normal, and I think that would be a fantastic thing when it does happen. But it's your party that in the past, said nasty things when this bill was brought, that, Sharad Yadav ji said women with short hair, I don't even want to say what he exactly said, but women with short hair will get elected and that's not nice. From there, I see now a qualified acceptance of the necessity of this bill. काफी change हो गई आपकी पार्टी की राय उस टाइम से जब आप पूरी तरह से खिलाफ थे, अब आप थोड़े खिलाफ हैं, पूरे नहीं.
कमल जी, मैं चाहता हूं कि संसद के अंदर भी महिलाओं का रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऐसा ही हो और पुरुषों का भी ऐसा ही हो जैसा आज के पैनल में है. मुझे माइनॉरिटी में होने पर बड़ा गर्व महसूस हो रहा है.
सच बताइए, ये नहीं कि आप नेशनल टीवी पे इसलिए बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन जो मन के अंदर है वही बताइए बस आप।
राहुल जी, मैं सोशलिस्ट हूं, मेरे लोहिया नेता थे, वो महिला सशक्तिकरण के सबसे प्रबल समर्थक थे। सोशलिस्ट मूवमेंट के दो नेताओं को मिसअंडरस्टूड किया गया, लालू प्रसाद जी को भी और मुलायम सिंह जी को भी, जबकि नीतीश कुमार जी डे वन से, जब गीता मुखर्जी की अध्यक्षता में कमेटी बनी है तब से लेकर के अब तक नीतीश कुमार इसके कभी विरोधी नहीं रहे। और थोड़ा बीच में मैं आउट ऑफ द वे चला जाऊं, बिहार की सभी पंचायती राज्यों में 50% का आरक्षण है, सभी सरकारी नौकरियों में 35% का है, शिक्षक नियुक्तियों में 50% का, मेडिकल इंजीनियरिंग में 33% का। खैर, मैं अब टाइम पर आता हूँ। ये जब देवेगौड़ा जी जनता दल के हमारे में प्राइम मिनिस्टर थे तब ये बिल आया था। जो बैकवर्ड कास्ट के सोशल जस्टिस की पार्टियों के नेता हैं, उनका ये मानना था कि वो इस बिल के खिलाफ नहीं है, लेकिन जो वीकर सेक्शन की महिलाएं हैं, शायद वो उनका रिप्रेजेंटेशन इस बिल में नहीं हो पाएगा।
इस बिल के फाइन प्रिंट में लिखा है कि SC ST को रिजर्वेशन है, इन द सेम परसेंटेज SC ST को रिजर्वेशन है इस बिल के तहत।
राहुल कंवल जी, इसमें यह भी लिखा हुआ है, इसमें यह भी लिखा हुआ है कि ओबीसी श्रेणी की महिलाओं के लिए आरक्षण को बाहर रखा गया है। ये शायद आपने नहीं पढ़ा।
सर, पर ओबीसी कोई सीटें थोड़ी होती है, वो तो पुरुषों के लिए कौन सी ओबीसी सीटें होती है?
मामूल
सर, पुरुषों के लिए कौन सी ओबीसी सीटें होती है? व्हाई हैव अनफेयर एक्सपेक्टेशंस ऑफ अ हायर बार? ओबीसी रिजर्व सीट्स,
ओबीसी वर्ग की महिलाओं के लिए आरक्षण को लेकर के हम पहले भी लड़ते रहे, आज भी लड़ रहे हैं, कल भी लड़ेंगे, लेकिन हम इस बिल के साथ हैं। और ये ना बीजेपी कांग्रेस का है, ये तमाम देश के महिलाओं के ने जो आवाज़ उठाई समय समय पर उसकी, और आज जो समय जिस तरह का है ये उसकी मांग है। हमें प्रसन्नता है, हमारी पार्टी इसका दोनों सदनों में समर्थन करेगी। और जो फाइनली जब ये हुआ था 2010 में, तब भी हमारी पार्टी ने इसका समर्थन किया था, लेकिन जो SC ST का किया है उसका हम समर्थन करते हैं। और जो देश की 55% आबादी है बैकवर्ड क्लासेस की, उसकी महिलाओं का भी इसमें होना चाहिए, इसकी हम मांग करते हैं। ये मांग हमने 1952 में पिछड़ी जातियों के आरक्षण की भी की थी। अल्टीमेटली 7 अगस्त 1990 को VP सिंह जी के नेतृत्व में ये संभव हो पाया। और मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ, एक दिन आएगा इस संसद में जब पिछड़ी जाति की महिलाएं भी SC ST के साथ और महिला के साथ सदन का हिस्सा बनेंगी। लेकिन ये लड़ाई, ये प्रतिरोध, ये पॉइंट हमारा आप नोट कीजिए। इसका समर्थन करते हुए हम 55% जो बैकवर्ड क्लास की आबादी है उसकी मांग को उठाते रहेंगे।
ओके, Joy Singh, now you're a woman politician and yet you're from a party which hasn't supported this bill traditionally. Are you now going to rise above party lines and say, Priyanka ji, Aparajita ji, Jyotimani ji, let's get together and welcome this bill, or will you stick to party line, Joy Singh?
Rahul, we've never opposed the women reservation bill, and Tyagi ji always said that we have always asked for a quota within the women's reservation, which is for the OBCs, the SCs, STs and the minorities.
No, but there's no such quota for OBCs amongst the men, so why ask for this amongst women?
Yeah, so different parameters for men. I thought that's what we were addressing, and that's what the Prime Minister
No, but that's setting the bar so high and making it unrealistic here, because there's already SC ST quota. You have SC ST quota amongst women reservation. It goes through. The question is, does the SP want to get the job done, or do you want to find some excuse to create a roadblock?
Rahul, does the Prime Minister want to get this bill implemented? Let's just ask him, because it's already been stated. I do not want to repeat that the census has to take place, the delimitation has to take place. So is this lip service on the part of the BJP just to create events? What's the homework?
No, but how can it be lip service? They are passing a law, ma'am.
It is.
How is this lip service? If you're passing a law, then you're committing yourself to doing this.
Any law is as good as it is implemented, and is the BJP anyway, is it giving a timeline when this will be implemented? You yourself started the argument by asking that when is.
Do you have a timeline in mind, Aparajita ji? Does the BJP, can you commit on national television to a particular timeline?
See, I tell you two things. Please give me about 30-40 seconds. Number one, to say that Bharatiya Janata Party did not support the Congress on March 9, 2010 in the Rajya Sabha is far from the truth. So I humbly seek to correct Madam Jyotimani. In 2010, on March 9, it was tabled in Rajya Sabha, BJP as well as the left had gone ahead and supported, and the bill was passed by 2/3 majority. But the Congress at that point of time did not have the political will and could not get it passed in the Lok Sabha, and that is why the bill could not be passed, could not see the light of the day. This is one part. And number two, let me tell you that this bill has been, the passage of this bill has been in the manifesto of BJP in 2014 and 19. So we have always been supporting the idea of the women's reservation. Now, as far as timeline is concerned, see, I must tell you that administrative procedures have to be followed. Delimitation exercise has to be carried out. We do not want any kind of glitches on the ground during the time of implementation. We have said goodbye to Article 370. We have said goodbye to Article 35A. We had brought in GST, One Nation, One Tax. We have done so many things. Historic steps have been taken. But have you seen ever in the last 9 years any kind of administrative glitch?
Okay,
because
so can I just take a moment to explain to our viewers why what Aparajita ji is saying is very complex. Delimitation isn't easy. It's been held in abeyance since 2026. So stay with me for a moment as I take you through some data sets. Delimitation essentially means that the number of seats in a state is bases the population in that state. So the more the population, the more the seats in that state. And in the past several decades, states like Tamil Nadu, Kerala have been able to control their population much more than states like UP and Bihar. So if delimitation happens in 2026 in the way that it happened last, I have some data here. This is from the Carnegie Endowment Center. This is by an academic by the name of Milan Vaishnav. What it means is that in a state like Tamil Nadu, the number of seats at present are 39 in the Lok Sabha. If the projected population in 2026 is the barometer for the number of seats in Tamil Nadu in 2026, then the number of seats will come down to 31. Let's just have Tamil Nadu on the screen. That's down 8 from the current number. In a state like Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, where currently you have 42 seats, the number of seats will come down cumulatively to 34. That's down 8 from present. In Kerala, it will come down from 20 to 12. That's down 8 in Kerala. It's the same in all South Indian states. But to make this point, let me now take you to the North Indian states. In a state like Uttar Pradesh, which currently has 80 seats, if the population projected in 2026 in Uttar Pradesh and in the rest of the country is taken as the basis, the number of seats in Uttar Pradesh go up from 80 to 91. That's 11 more than at present. In Bihar, the number of seats go from 40 to 50. That's 10 more than at present. In a state like Rajasthan, from 25 to 31, that's 6 more than at present. In MP, they go up by 4 more. So what that means is that South Indian states see their proportionate representation in the Lok Sabha come down. North Indian states see their proportionate represented go up. So therefore, the South won't like it, the North will like it because they become more politically significant, but there will be a big backlash in the South. And that is the problem. Aparajita ji, do you have any thoughts on how you hope to address this question? Because you're making it seem as if it's only procedural. It's far more complex than just being procedural.
I entirely agree. It is a complicated procedure, but only the government of Prime Minister Modi can handle complex things. You have seen in the past 9 years how we operate, and we are very confident that we would be grounding this particular reservation. So tomorrow is the day when we are going to have discussion on various dimensions of this particular bill. Let there be consensus and let the bill be passed, and then thereafter you would see administrative procedures would be put into place and we would be monitoring very closely.
The other thing is this is linked to the census. The census was to happen in 2020. The census didn't happen in 2002, so it's been delayed. In the US, in the UK, even in China, censuses have happened after the pandemic. In India, why haven't we had a census so far? When will the census take place, ma'am?
See, the government will actually speak regarding the methodology that it would adopt in the days to come. Maybe in the next 1 or 2 days, the Minister of Law would be talking to the whole nation regarding the procedures to be adopted. And within a definite time frame about which everybody would get to know, we would be doing the whole thing. And
okay, Priyanka Chaturvedi has a finger up, so let me go across to Priyanka. The BJP saying yes, delimitation and census are complex, but the BJP government is master at dealing with complex issues, and they will explain in Parliament what the next steps are. Let's not get carried away just at this moment. Priyanka Chaturvedi.
So,
yes.
No, there's nothing to get carried away. They had an option of implementing this in 2024. What stopped them from doing it? Using this delimitation crutch, I think is just an excuse to delay the reservation that women have been fighting for over the years. And you'd be doing the gender equality a lot of injustice by trying to justify something like this. Now, second point to something she said, oh, we have implemented 370, oh, we did the GST. So I'd want to ask her, ma'am, did you do it immediately with effect, immediately after once it becomes an act, or you did it on a future given date, which again is an uncertainty. The second thing she said is, oh, we have done fantastic implementation over the years under Mr. Modi's leadership. I just like to remind her about the demonetization. Only a person who had stopped reading the news for those 100 days would say something like this, that implementation was flawless. Implementation of GST had come with so many problems for small businesses, many businesses had shut down. Let's not forget the COVID lockdown. So let's not say, oh, because this is an implementation will be flawless. How can you commit that implementation will be flawless when delimitation itself is causing a lot of concern in southern states? And you've just shared the data points with us. Every data suggests that representation of southern states will reduce for having done a good job on controlling the population. While those who haven't done a good job will have more representation. How does that work for the people of the country? So those are controversies, those are concerns, and no bill or no act has been passed with a future date, which is 7 years from now. 7 years from now. So this is nothing but, just, I'm sorry, which Amit Shahji had used the word, Chunavi Jumla.
There's another way of looking at it. In India, and I just want to call this data set on our screen right now, in India, every Lok Sabha seat on an average is about 24 lakh voters, right? That's the representation. This is as per Inter-Parliamentary Union data for 2019 and World Bank population data. So there it is on your screen right now. So about 24 odd lakh is the number of voters, citizens on every parliamentary seat. In a country like the United States, it's less than 10 lakhs. In Pakistan, it's just above 5 lakhs. Even Nigeria, it's about 5 lakhs. Indonesia, Bangladesh, much smaller seats. So the other idea is that you create more seats. Remember, the new parliament is actually capable of seating 800 plus MPs. Our current strength is 543. So can you then increase the number of seats? And there is another calculation that's been done. If you just make seats smaller in terms of the number of people on every seat, then there's another formula. And again, remember, these are academics who are doing this extrapolation, so we still need to see what the government thinks. But as per the second data, then in a state like Tamil Nadu, you'd go up from 39 to 49 seats. In a state like Uttar Pradesh, you'd go up from 80 to 143. In Bihar, you'd then go from 40 to 79. West Bengal 48 to 60, Gujarat from 26 to 43, Rajasthan from 25 to 50. So you have more seats, smaller seats, more seats. But that's complex as well, because even in that formulation, the aggregate number of seats in the south and percentage of overall comes down for southern states. Let me go across to Yashwant Deshmukh, who spends a lot of time studying this. Yashwant, we haven't heard any formal reason, but can you, as best as you can, explain to our viewers why has the census been delayed? When is the census likely to happen? And about delimitation, when it happens, if it happens as per the past formula, then how do you deal with this north versus south question?
Well, I will start with your later part first, because census delay is due to the pandemic, and the government might deem fit that to do as and when they feel like. I don't want to get into that controversy. But Rahul, you are so correct when you are talking about, even with the increased number of seats, if the proportion of the seats from the states who have done wonderfully in controlling their population, on increasing their literacy rate, education rate and everything, why should they be punished by their proportion of the seats in the parliament being reduced. So obviously that is not going to happen, Rahul. I am pretty clear that is kind of opening a Pandora's box. It is like punishing the best of your students.
No, but
and
that's what
rewarding the
delimitation
worst
means.
of your
But that's what delimitation means. That's what the definition of delimitation
I
is.
think they will have to figure a way out where the proportion of the seats from different states, they remain common, but within those states, the number of population might be evenly distributed. Like, for example, an average number of voter in Kerala might remain 10 lakh, but the number of seats will remain that 20. And in UP, it might be 20 lakhs. But you can't help it because that would be wrong. That would be like...
No, but that's why delimitation is on pause till 2026.
Exactly. That's why it was frozen till 2026, because it was an issue where nobody knew how to deal it. And I'm absolutely dead sure, even in 26, it is an issue where nobody knows a clue on how to deal it. You just cannot punish the southern states for performing good on different indices, for controlling their population growth, for doing so well. They cannot be punished. Number one. Number two.
No, so there's another formula. There's another formula, which is that you have dual seats. So on 1/3 of the seats, you have 2 MPs, like we did from 51 to 61. You have dual member seats. So there's one from general category or SC, ST, and there's one woman MP as well. Is that better in your view?
I think the best possible way to deal it, I mean, I have proposed this one earlier as well, that, best way is to increase the strength of the number of the entire parliament by 33% to accommodate this women's quota. But the women's quota should be applied in a proportional representation manner, like 543 seats go to the elections just the way they are. But the additional seats are allocated as per the votes polled in the parliamentary election. That will make multiple things go in one together giant thing, where, proportional representation comes in. You don't have to redraw the districts. You don't have to do anything of that sort, which might flare up, which might,
No, but those MPs may be seen as second-class MPs because it's proportional representation and you haven't gone to the voters and got elected.
No, they are not. They are not. They are, you see, this, they are.
No, but someone like a Priyanka Chaturvedi or a Juhi Singh may not be happy. They want to go to voters and win a bona fide election. They don't want this entry through the back door. Why would anybody want it? Priyanka ji, do you want that? This idea that there can be proportional representation?
I am absolutely sure.
Sir, this is a very patriarchal idea in my view. Why would she be okay with it?
Rahul, I am absolutely sure that even Juhi
I have fought my fight without a reservation, and I am where I am. No, this would be doing a huge disservice to the idea of having women in the parliament. We have fought, whether it is my other colleagues in the parliament, Jyoti Mani especially. Jyoti Mani has seen a life of struggle where she started from Panchayat and where she is now. And that is our ability to fight. But because something was promised to us in the constitution, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar had drafted a constitution which gave us equal rights, which was denied to us. And that is why we are asking for this reservation, that a long overdue quota has to be implemented. We don't want this proportional, decorative idea of having women in the parliament.
No. You are getting
We want to be active members at the power table taking policy decisions.
This is neither decorational. I think you are getting my entire idea absolutely wrong. This is neither decorational nor in that way, Priyanka ji. This is a well fought of election. Females will be contesting in all the seats just the way they have been contesting.
Rahul.
But you are using that vote to convert into a kind of seat. I tell you why. Because Juhi ji also will never say, in the spirit of the federalism, that the Kerala should be punished because they had a good laws implemented over there in terms of population control.
Okay, let Juhi Singh speak for Juhi Singh. Let Juhi Singh speak for Juhi Singh. Juhi, go on.
Not be punished, but then if you've promised reservation on the same parameters as men, then why introduce a different modality for the entire women segment, Yashwantji? I mean, it's for the government. Why have they not worked out the modalities? Why have they not done their homework? And if they do not want to implement their bill,
Okay, केसी त्यागी जी, आपको इतने साल का तजुर्बा है, आप बताएं कि इसको डील कैसे करें? Because you want to create reservation, you want to ensure that the southern states aren't punished for their good work on health, education, women's empowerment. How do you break this deadlock? What do you do with the tricky issue of delimitation, which is now linked to the future of the women's reservation bill? केसी त्यागी.
Rahul.
Just 1 second, Jyoti Mani ji. Let me hear from केसी त्यागी. केसी त्यागी.
राहुल जी, एक तो इसमें अधूरापन ये भी है कि राज्यसभा और विधान परिषद में ये महिला रिजर्वेशन कोटा विल नॉट बी एप्लीकेबल. तो जेडीयू एंड द सोशलिस्ट ब्लॉक वांट्स कि दे आल्सो मस्ट बी इंक्लूडेड इनमें विधान परिषद एंड राज्यसभा.
करके स्टार्ट करते ना, सभी कुछ पहले दिन हो जाएगा तो कैसे होगा? अगर लकीरी इतनी दूर खींच दो तो फिर तो कुछ भी नहीं होगा ना सर. एक एक करके बढ़ते हैं.
अपनी राय तो रखने दीजिए राहुल जी. ये तो आपका वर्जन है ना, मेरा नहीं है ना. मुझे अपनी राय रखने दीजिए.
हाँ ठीक है.
दूसरा ये है 1931 जब ब्रिटिश रूल था और इंडिया का कास्ट सिस्टम बहुत मजबूत था, उस समय पहली जातिगत जनगणना हुई थी. लोगों ने सोशल प्रेशर की वजह से अपनी जात भी छिपाई. गरीब और छोटी जातियों के लोग अपने आप को बड़ी जातियों में सम्मिलित कर लेते थे. उत्तर प्रदेश की हमारी हैं जूही जी, ये जानती हैं कि ज़्यादातर लोध समुदाय के लोगों ने लोध राजपूत लिख दिया. बहुत सारे लोगों ने कुर्मी क्षत्रिय सभा लिख दिया. लिहाजा आज तक भी जनगणना नहीं हुई है और ये कोई मामूली काम नहीं है. 9 साल में भी नहीं हुई और खाली कोरोना के पीरियड का बहाना नहीं चलता, उसके बाद भी 4 साल हो गए. तो एक तो जातिगत जनगणना, एक तो जनगणना होना चाहिए और उसमें जात का भी कॉलम होना चाहिए. अमृत काल में देश को ये जानने का हक है कि 75 सालों में किन सोशल फोर्सेस का एम्पावरमेंट कम हुआ है, किन का बिल्कुल नहीं हुआ है, कौन से डिप्राइव्ड सेक्शन ऑफ द सोसाइटी हैं, कैसे सबका साथ सबका विकास में इंक्लूड किया जाना चाहिए. और उसके बाद जो आपने बाद वाला बताया है वो सबसे टिपिकल इशू है. मैं चाहता हूं कि साउथ के कंसर्न जो हैं उसको भी नोटिस किया जाना चाहिए. और फिर मैं वही कहना चाहता हूं, ये कोई एक पार्टी का सरकार का एजेंडा नहीं, ये मल्टी पार्टी होना चाहिए. सब लोगों को शामिल किया जाना चाहिए, दक्षिण को भी उत्तर को भी, और सारे पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को एंगेज किया जाना चाहिए. और तब ये डीलिमिटेशन का काम शुरू करना चाहिए. और भी इसमें कई चीज़ें मैं उस पर नहीं कहना चाहता क्योंकि मैं आज पॉजिटिव रहना चाहता हूँ. और पॉजिटिव ये है, ऑल द सोशलिस्ट ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड एंड मार्क दे आर इन फेवर ऑफ द महिला रिजर्वेशन बिल. वी सैल्यूट द बिल. और इसका क्रेडिट एक को नहीं, पूरे देश की महिलाओं के संगठनों को जो लड़ी हैं. मुझे आज बहन सुषमा स्वराज की भी याद आ रही है, वो भी लड़ी थी इसके लिए, आज वो नहीं है. और इसके तहत जो गरीब जातियों की समूहों की महिलाएं हैं, मैं राहुल जी आपसे डिसएग्री करता हूं, वो तो पुरुषों SC ST महिलाओं का है, पुरुषों का नहीं है. पुरुषों का अलग से है, बना हुआ उसके अंदर कोटा. लिहाजा जो बैकवर्ड क्लास की, गरीब जातियों की, गरीब समूहों की, जो सोशली एजुकेशनली बैकवर्ड हैं, उनको भी इसमें शामिल किया जाए. और हमारे जैसे लोग, द सोशलिस्ट ऑफ ब्रांड एंड ऑल प्रोग्रेसिव फोर्सेस फॉर द सोशो इकोनॉमी एम्पावरमेंट, उसके लिए अपनी लड़ाई और प्रतिरोध जारी रखेंगे.
सनी, क्या प्रोग्रेसिव फोर्स है? चांद भी चाहिए, तारा भी चाहिए, हर तारा चाहिए, एक ही साथ चाहिए. जो मिल रहा है अभी वो तो लेके कम से कम काम तो स्टार्ट होने दीजिए. बट I want to go across to Jyoti Mani on the question of delimitation, because in Tamil Nadu, if we go for proportional seats, the number of seats comes down from 39 at present to 31. That's 8 lesser than at present. Uttar Pradesh goes up from 80 potentially to 91. That's 11 more than at present. That would create potentially a big backlash in the south.
Rahul, give me some time without interfering. See, this will definitely create a backlash in the south. It also will see the legal battles which will not going to end anytime soon. That is why this government is cleverly linking with this with census, fresh census and the delimitation, because they do not want to pass the women reservation bill, because they have any commitment or the any political will they could have do it between 2014 to 19 at the beginning of the 2019. Why now they are bringing at the end of their term? Because the government is marred with so much problem. Because unlike I am not agree with what my colleague in the BJP is saying. You see the track record of this government. This government is full of jumlas. They said 15 lakhs rupees in account. Now later they said it's a jumla. They said 2 crore. They will create 2 crore jobs. It's not done. They said actually they will double the income of the farmer. They haven't done. They said they will control the price rise. Price rise is skyrocketing. Now top of that there is 7.5 lakh crore corruption. Actually CAG has reported. And they lost Karnataka badly. There are other 5 states they might lose badly. Because of that, they want to change the discourse. That is why they are saying this one nation, one election.
Okay, so that's a rhetorical point. That's a rhetorical political point. You made it, which is fine. I'm out of time. Aparajita ji, final words. We've seen in the last 20 minutes on this discussion how when you link women's reservation to more complex issues like delimitation, census, once you get started, is reasonably straightforward unless you get caught in the caste census trap. It's reasonably straightforward. But delimitation is complex no matter how you go, like Yashwant Deshmukh pointed out. So is it wise to have linked women's reservation bill with two very complex issues which aren't easy to resolve?
Cynicism is a disease these people suffer from. This was a historic day, a great thing is going to happen, and I think everybody should acknowledge and appreciate. Having said that, let me tell you that in the past 9 years, PM Modi's government has caught bull bites horns. So this is definitely a complicated task. But I must tell you that whatever has to be done will be done. Implementation has always been the strong point of PM Modi's government. We would be listing out the tasks ahead, and one after the other we would be carrying out all the tasks, and we would be enlisting everybody's support. And as far as the timelines are concerned, as far as the implementation methodology is concerned, please wait for the next 2 days. Do participate in the discussion. This has been my appeal to all the honorable MPs of different political parties. Do participate and give your considered opinion. Everyone is entitled to his or her opinion. And then please listen to the government. We would be carrying out this task. Please support us.
So the Modi government has staked its credibility on being able to implement the bill. You've heard during the course of this discussion about why delimitation is complex, how the census is held up, but ultimately the government will be judged by every woman and man watching whether they're able to walk the talk. So Aparajita Sarangi says it's easy to be cynical. Give us time. The Modi government will get the job done. We will track, and hopefully over the next couple of days we'll get answers to some of these questions. For the time being, once again, Yashwant Deshmukh, KC Tyagi, Juhi Singh, Priyanka Chaturvedi, Jyoti Mani and Aparajita ji. Happy Ganesh Chaturthi to all of you, and thank you so much for joining me. Thank you. We're slipping into a quick break. When we come back, New Delhi expels top Canadian diplomat hours after Justin Trudeau accused India of killing Khalistani terrorist Nijjar. Details coming up on the other side.
Months went into building this monumental narrative. An architectural masterpiece. A reflection of the nation's Atmanirbhar vision. Let's take you now on a tour of India's new parliament. The House of the People, our new Lok Sabha. Larger and grander. 888 seats. Almost 300 more than the old chamber. This is the brand new Rajya Sabha, bigger, more spacious. Designed to accommodate 384 members, around 100 more seats than the present upper house. Vastness is just one element of this stately complex. India's new parliament embodies the Indian diversity in all its glory. Materials sourced from across the country to build this temple of democracy. Teak wood from Nagpur in Maharashtra, Rajasthan's red and white sandstone. Carpets procured from Mirzapur in Uttar Pradesh. The stone jali work bears the craftsmanship of Rajnagar in Rajasthan and Noida in Uttar Pradesh. Flooring of bamboo wood from the northeast, from Agartala in Tripura. Indore in Madhya Pradesh sent the Ashok Chakra. The Ashok emblem sourced from Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar in Maharashtra and Jaipur in Rajasthan.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
After giving the cold shoulder to Justin Trudeau at the G20 summit in New Delhi, the Indian government has expelled a senior Canadian diplomat. This after Trudeau accused India of murdering Khalistani terrorist Hardeep Singh Nijjar's killing and expelled a senior Indian diplomat. India has called the charges absurd and motivated.
The gloves are off. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau on Monday announced in Parliament Indian agents could be behind the killing of Canadian citizen Hardeep Singh Nijjar, a Khalistani terrorist wanted in India.
Over the past number of weeks, Canadian security agencies have been actively pursuing credible allegations of a potential link between agents of the government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
We've been clear. Canada has expelled an Indian diplomat over what it calls the involvement of a foreign government in its internal affairs. Within hours of Canada's provocation, New Delhi retaliated by expelling a senior Canadian diplomat.
External Affairs Minister. Sir, you meet the... You got... External Affairs Minister.
India has called Canada's accusations absurd and politically motivated to shift the focus from Khalistani terrorists and extremists who are being allowed a free run there.
Phrase which came to my mind was actually a Hindi phrase, which was Ulta Chor Kotwal Ko Dante. I mean, if anybody has a complaint, we have a complaint about Canada. You know, what I said earlier, the space that they're giving to Khalistanis and to violent extremists. So I was very perplexed by what I heard.
Nijjar, whom India had declared a wanted terrorist, was gunned down on June 18th in Surrey. The NIA had issued an arrest warrant for Nijjar, accusing him of carrying out terrorist attacks in India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had taken up the issue of Khalistani extremists getting a voice in Canada in his bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Trudeau in Delhi on the sidelines of G20. Trudeau claims he'd discussed Nijjar's killing with the Indian Prime Minister. Canada had recently suspended negotiations for a free trade agreement with India. With the latest accusations, the already sour diplomatic relations between the two countries have hit a new low. Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. I look forward to seeing you 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night.
नए संसद भवन की भव्यता आधुनिक भारत के महिमा को भी मंडित करती है। हमारे श्रमिक, हमारे इंजीनियर्स, हमारे कामगारों, उनका पसीना इसमें लगा है और कोरोना काल में भी उन्होंने जिस लगन से इस काम को किया है, क्योंकि मुझे कार्य जब चल रहा था तब उन श्रमिकों के बीच आने का बार बार मौका मिलता था और खास करके मैं उनके स्वास्थ्य को लेकर के उनसे मिलने आता था। लेकिन ऐसे समय भी उन्होंने इस बहुत बड़े सपने को पूरा किया। आज मैं चाहूंगा कि हम सब हमारे उन श्रमिकों का, हमारे उन कामगारों का, हमारे इंजीनियर्स का हृदय से धन्यवाद करें, हृदय से, क्योंकि उनके द्वारा निर्मित भावी पीढ़ियों को प्रेरणा देने वाला है।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
This central hall was witness to Pandit Nehru's tryst with destiny speech on the eve of India's independence. And yesterday, the Prime Minister also mentioned this in his speech. I am thankful to you because you remembered this historic speech on this yesterday's occasion. Sir, the India's independence during his speech, the Pandit Nehruji inter alia stated, which I quote, long years ago we have made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measures, but very substantially. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
मैं संसद भवन
अपने विशाल और सुंदर स्वरूप में एक नए विश्वास से भरे आत्मनिर्भर भारत का पहचान बनेगा। पार्लियामेंट हमेशा से एकता का प्रतीक रहा है। यह हमारे संविधान के मूल्यों की सुरक्षा करता है, जो विभिन्न भाषाओं, संस्कृतियों और परंपराओं के बावजूद हमें एक राष्ट्र के रूप में बांधने का काम करता है। यहां अनुभव का ज्ञान और युवाओं की ऊर्जा मिलकर 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के उज्जवल भविष्य को आकार देने का काम करते रहेगी। और मैं समझता हूं आज का दिन एक सकारात्मक सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ने का है। कई सारे विषय रहे, आजादी के बाद कई सारे चुनौतियां रहीं। शायद कई सारी चुनौतियां समय पे अगर समाधान कर दिया होता तो और जल्दी 2047 के पहले भी देश विकसित बन जाता। पर हमारे पास जो वर्ष मिले, जो काम करने का, देश ने सेवा करने का मौका दिया, उसमें जो अभूतपूर्व प्रगति देश ने देखी है, मैं समझता हूं इसको आगे लेकर इस देश को नई ऊंचाइयों तक माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम सब मिलकर काम करेंगे।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 22 degrees.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist.
Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series, stay wild at heart. Co-presented by हर घर का हीरो ग्रीन प्लाई का E0. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com, हर family होगी insured. Co-powered by the bold look of Kohler.
The House of 2023. Last sitting in old building. Old house to be Samvidhan Sadan. New temple of democracy. First day, first show.
लंबे अरसे से चर्चा में रहा विषय है। अब इसको हमने कानून बना करके हमारे देश की विकास यात्रा में नारी शक्ति की भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने का समय।
Women's quota bill tabled. History in the making.
Okay, we have a new parliament building, but we will also get a new law this week that could change the face of parliament. The opposition, though, has its questions, and those questions and the answers hopefully will come on the news today. The 9 headlines at 9 first. The historic Women's Quota Bill to bring in 33% reservation for women in Lok Sabha state legislative assemblies introduced in the new parliament will be debated tomorrow. Credit war breaks out over the Women's Quota Bill. Sonia Gandhi says Congress introduced the quota bill first. Home Minister Amit Shah hits out, says women's quota just tokenism for the Congress. Question mark now if bill will be implemented anytime in the near future. India has finally transitioned to the new parliament building with a symbolic march led by Prime Minister Modi to the new Sansad, old parliament to be called Samvidhan Sadan. India and Canada now in a diplomatic war. Canada Prime Minister Trudeau claims India's hand in killing of a Khalistani extremist Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Ottawa expels a top Indian diplomat. India retaliates by expelling a Canadian envoy, dismisses the Canadian charges. Security forces avenge the death of Anantnag Braves. Lashkar commander Uzair is killed after 7 days of an anti-terror operation. Amidst protests in Karnataka against Kaveri water release for Tamil Nadu, sources tell India Today Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will lead an MP's delegation to the centre to convey Karnataka's own water requirements. As Kerala begins mass testing amidst the Nipah virus outbreak, Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan directs a survey and study, says ICMR not giving a clear reason why Kozhikode is Nipah epicenter. More trouble now for TDP Chief Chandrababu Naidu. CID files a third graft case against Naidu in an alleged 120 crore rupee FiberNet scam. Twitter chief Elon Musk set to bring in more changes to the social media platform, says all users could be charged a subscription fee next. But first to the big story that's breaking at the moment. The Lok Sabha's debate on the women's quota bill will be for 7 hours tomorrow. 7 hours now allotted for the women quota bill that was introduced in Parliament that promises 33% reservation in Lok Sabha and state assemblies. Remember, Prime Minister Modi today spoke about it, but tomorrow we are now told Sonia Gandhi, the former Congress president, will lead the Congress debate in the Lok Sabha. Remember, Mrs. Gandhi has claimed she is the one who has been pushing the women's reservation bill all these years. So tomorrow it will be the turn of Sonia Gandhi to take the stage, center stage, by speaking in the opposition reply. She hasn't spoken for a long time in Parliament. Sonia Gandhi tomorrow, it was Prime Minister Modi today. The stage therefore set for the passage of the historic, contentious women's reservation bill. In fact, the first Lok Sabha session in the new parliament starting with that news. The Prime Minister announcing that the women's reservation bill had been cleared by the parliament and will be taken up. 27 years since it was first tabled, it could be a milestone moment. But, and there is always a but, the fact is this bill will become law now, but will be implemented only after the delimitation exercise expected to be complete sometime in 2026 or 2027 is over, which means the earliest we could get women's reservation in a general election could be 2029. The opposition is crying foul. The BJP is saying, Modi hai to mumkin hai. Listen in.
नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम, इसके माध्यम से हमारा लोकतंत्र और मजबूत होगा.
The suspense is over. The Narendra Modi government has brought the Nari Shakti Vandan Bill or the Women's Reservation Bill to the Lok Sabha. Prime Minister Modi broke the news making his first speech in the new Parliament building on Tuesday, which also happened to be Ganesh Chaturthi.
आज जब महिलाएं हर सेक्टर में तेजी से आगे बढ़ रही हैं, नेतृत्व कर रही हैं, तो बहुत आवश्यक है कि नीति निर्धारण में, पॉलिसी मेकिंग में हमारी माताएं, बहनें, हमारी नारी शक्ति अधिकतम योगदान दें।
The bill tabled by Law and Justice Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal reserves 1/3 of seats in the Lok Sabha and state assemblies for women. 1/3 of seats under SC/ST quota will be reserved for women. The law, once passed, will come into effect after the delimitation is complete. The delimitation exercise will take place after the census is done. The reservation will be in place for 15 years.
अटल जी के कार्यकाल में कई बार महिला आरक्षण का बिल पेश किया गया, कई बार, लेकिन उसे पार कराने के लिए आंकड़े नहीं जुटा पाए और उसके कारण वो सपना अधूरा रह गया। ईश्वर ने ऐसे कई पवित्र काम के लिए मुझे चुना है।
इनकरेक्ट है।
Both BJP and Congress are seeking credit for the women's bill, which has been hanging fire for nearly 3 decades.
महिला आरक्षण 1989 में जब राजीव जी प्रधानमंत्री थे, तब स्थानीय निकायों के चुनाव में उन्होंने 1/3 आरक्षण महिलाओं के लिए सुनिश्चित किया था। तत्पश्चात कांग्रेस की सरकारों ने लगातार प्रयास किया कि महिला आरक्षण का बिल पास हो।
9 मार्च 2010 में राज्यसभा ने इसको पास किया। उसके बाद राज्यसभा ने कम्युनिकेट किया लोकसभा को, और जब रिपोर्ट किया तो लोकसभा के सेक्रेटरी जनरल जब इसको रिपोर्ट किया तो ये लोकसभा की प्रॉपर्टी बन गई। और 15वीं लोकसभा जैसे ही भंग हुई, अध्यक्ष जी, 15वीं लोकसभा जैसे ही भंग हुई 18 मई 2014 को, ये बिल भी लैप्स हो गया।
Earlier, Sonia Gandhi had called the proposal law a UPA product.
Women's reservation bill finally is coming. Women's reservation bill.
With both BJP and Congress backing women's quota, the bill is expected to be passed without much trouble. But the quota will not come into effect till delimitation happens, which means it is ruled out for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. With Polumi Saha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, my first guest on this big topic is K. Kavita, the BRS MLC. She is among those who has been writing to the Prime Minister calling for 33% reservation, even went on a one-day fast. K. Kavita, do you feel vindicated today, or do you feel as if the Prime Minister has taken the political ground under your feet? The BJP is taking all the credit now.
Let them take all the credit. I just hope the bill passes without any trouble, both in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. And I truly hope that this bill will immediately come into force. In fact, for the next election, in which the first 5 states, including Telangana, will go to polls, I really hope it can be implemented right now. This government has that kind of majority and they can do it if they want. So instead of making the women wait for next 5 years, I strongly demand that the Bharatiya Janata Party take a step forward and make sure that the bill is implemented right away. Because if there is no census that was done in 2021, we can always base 2011 as the census and take it up. Nothing is stopping the government from doing that. And number of times in number of issues they have taken 2011 as the base census. So I demand the Bharatiya Janata Party government and I request to Modi ji that kindly take it up. Please make sure that in the upcoming elections in the first 5 states and upcoming Lok Sabha election, give us chance.
No, because the bill in its present form makes it very clear that it will come up only post delimitation. Most believe, K. Kavita, that the delimitation freeze will end only in 2026. So you're saying forget about that. You're calling for the bill to be immediately implemented as of the elections to take place in the next 3 months and the Lok Sabha next year. Am I correct? You're saying remove the clause about delimitation.
It is absolutely. Absolutely. It is, Rajdeep ji, it is immediately possible to have this 33% women reservation, and delimitation will anyway happen in 2026, wherein number of seats will be increased, etc. That's a different story. But in the existing format for the existing seats, if you base the census if you take the baseline census as 2011 census, 33% can be immediately implemented for this upcoming elections. That is a possibility that the government should immediately explore. That is what I am demanding for.
You know, the fact though, K. Kavita, is people will say that the BRS is being hypocritical. K. Kavita also is saying one thing but is not walking the talk, because when it came to actually the seat ticket distribution in your own party, your leader, K. Chandrasekhar Rao, has given tickets to 114 out of the 119 seats of Telangana elections, November, December. There are barely less than 10% of them are women. So if you wanted the political party, your political party could have given 33% tickets. You don't do that. Now you are looking for reservation.
Absolutely, because political parties do not do that, including my party. I have never been shy about it. Any political party in this country has not given more seats than the BRS party, except Naveen Patnaik ji and Mamta Didi, and when Madam Jayalalitha was alive, she was the one. So only 3 chief ministers have taken this initiative, and many parties did not do it for various reasons. BRS is one among them. There is no going back on that word, and that is specifically why. And the statement that I have made now is BRS party's official statement. That is what our MPs are going to also talk about in the parliament tomorrow. So we demand BRS, as BRS party, not as just K. Kavita, that let this bill be implemented for this upcoming elections itself. If the BJP is really sincere, they can do it. They can make it happen. They don't have to wait,
No, but it will take time, ma'am. One minute.
Bill, try to get women's vote now. Do it after.
No, ma'am, but it will take time to decide which are the 33% seats which will have women reservation. It can't be done overnight.
Rajdeep ji, it can be done. You have to just press one button on the computer. You will immediately know which are the constituencies which have more women voters. Simple as that. So today, using the technology, it is not as hard as we think it is. 2011 census is completely digitized census. We can immediately access the data. Immediately it can be done. The political will is the only thing that is stopping the current government from doing it. So you can, in fact, right now, Rajdeep ji, go on to the website and check, the census, the population. Many seats are, there are more women voters in many constituencies. So out of that, top 33% can be picked up.
But can I ask you in conclusion that is this all about credit taking?
It is just a matter of
No, is it all about competitive credit taking? You want to take credit saying that you did a one-day dharna, that you have written to the Prime Minister. The BJP is saying, look at Prime Minister Modi, he's the one who's taken initiative. Sonia Gandhi is saying, ye hamara bill hai. I mean, this seems to be all the parties rushing to take credit for the woman voter that you forgot. You yourself are admitting that political parties are male-dominated. Now they're all rushing to take credit for the bill.
Yes, precisely. When the bill is coming up, they are all rushing to take the credit. They will. Political parties are like that. In fact, when I started the dharna, everybody blamed me, saying, see, she's only doing a dharna for various other reasons. But I continued doing it. Continuously, I started raising this issue in the 6 months. You've seen me number of times writing letters, taking up the issue, keeping the issue alive. It is good that the government is finally coming up and doing it. In the 9.5 years, BJP itself has put it in the manifesto. And Congress party, look at their hypocrisy. When Indira ma'am was there, nobody thought about it. They brought in the local body reservations, did not bother to, bring women into assemblies and parliament. Sonia ma'am was there. She introduced it in Rajya Sabha. She could have done it in Lok Sabha as well. Because after passing it in Rajya Sabha, they were still in power for 4 more years. They did not do it. In the last 16 years, they forgot about it. In fact, they were so careless in their last election manifesto, Congress party, did not even mention the women reservation bill. Now today they want to call it Apna bill, Hamara bill. Fair enough. Everybody has done their share. But don't you think, Rajdeep ji, in the last 75 years, women were denied their fair share in the political representation? When there is a possibility, why should we wait for 5 more years is what I am saying. Okay. And other thing, Rajdeep ji, as a party's stated stand, I want to reiterate that OBC bill should also be immediately implemented so that the women bill of 33% quota for OBCs also will be given among the women candidates. This has been our demand from past 10 years, not now.
Okay. So you're saying women's reservation
as a
bill to be
party
implemented
had
right
passed
away.
assembly resolutions.
You want OBC reservations also within the quota of 33%, a certain percentage to be reserved for OBC. Let's leave it there. K. Kavita, you are someone who has every right today to say, I'm among the few who kept it going in the last few months by being high profile over it. Appreciate your joining me here on the news today. Thanks very much. K. Kavita of the BRS joining me. Let's raise the big question. Is this therefore a day to celebrate for Nari Shakti or women power, or is it a political jumla as some opposition MPs are calling it? Is the battle now on to take credit for women's bill? Narendra Modi versus Sonia Gandhi. When will the implementation of the bill actually take place? Will this bill truly empower women, or will male politicians still call the shots? Just some of the questions. Lalita Kumaramangalam is a BJP member and a former chairperson of the National Commission for Women. JB Mathur is a Congress MP in the Rajya Sabha. Maua Maji, interesting, Jharkhand Mukti Morcha MP. This is one of the parties that has not fully endorsed the bill. And Tara Krishnaswamy, co-founder, Citizens for Bengaluru and Political Shakti. Appreciate all of you joining us here on the show tonight. Let me turn to you, Lalita Kumaramangalam, right away. Do you believe that this bill should be implemented right away? The government has said it will be done after delimitation is complete. Now, that could take years. And therefore, while you make these announcements and make it a law, it will take years to implement.
Rajdeep, it's not what I believe. I wish it could be implemented immediately, but practically it's impossible. To take the 2011 census as the basis for it, it's just not practical. We've had a lot of demographic changes in the country. Population has grown by leaps and bounds, and different states have different percentages of not just the growth in population, rate of growth of population, but many other differences. There is also the demand for OBC to be included, the OBC quota to be included in the quota, not just SC/ST, as has been written down in this bill. Now, to expect it to be done without delimitation being complete would really be rushing things, because then again, when delimitation occurs, which it will, it's inevitable it will, there will again be another scramble for which seats to be given back to women or back to men, and then some given to be women. It gets very confusing for not just the government, more so, I think, for the Election Commission, both at the central and the state levels. I'm sure the EC has also been consulted in this regard. But like I say, as an activist, I'd love it to have been done even 25 years ago. Unfortunately, it wasn't. To call it a jumla is unfair.
No, 1 minute, ma'am.
One minute, just one more point.
Yes.
One more point, Rajdeep.
Yes.
To call it a jumla is unfair, Rajdeep, because not every, except for 2 or 3 parties, everybody has been supportive of it, and we have patriarchy across the board in every party. Let me be brutally frank here. So I don't think it's a jumla. The PM has been smart enough to introduce the bill at a time when he knows it will be passed through both houses of parliament. And once it's passed, almost no party will be able to then turn around and say, that, we cannot support it. The bill has cannot be done in this form, etc., etc. So jumla is not a fair word to use.
Okay.
But I would like to congratulate every woman from across every party who has worked for this. And I have seen it being done well before I became NCW chief, where women from every party, Sushma ji, Brinda Karat, Sheila Dikshit, the name kids can go
Geeta
on,
Mukherjee. Don't forget the great Geeta Mukherjee, CPI leader. She was one of the pioneers of this bill.
I don't take her name because she's actually my mother's aunt. So it looks like I'm boasting personally, which I don't want to do. But yes, we used to call her Chhot Dida. She was one of the prime movers of the bill. So what I'm trying to say is that across parties, women have worked very hard to see this come to fruition.
Okay.
And I'm very, very glad that finally this time the bill will be passed.
Okay.
There will be a delay in its implementation, which a lot of women regret. But the bill will be passed. And that is the most important step forward, because finally there is hope that women will get a chance to participate in decision making. This should have come many, many years ago. But finally now, when it is implemented, women will get that chance.
Okay.
Both at the assembly and at the center. And we must learn from what's happened in the panchayats. Women have done brilliantly across panchayats across the country. And this is what will be reflected It'll take 5-10 years perhaps for it to, to come into data and stuff like that. But I'm sure Tara, my friend Tara, will give you, she has much more data on hand than I have, will give you the data, will prove to you that this is a fantastic step forward.
Can I just
don't want
stop
to
you for a moment?
politicize it.
I can see that you feel this is an important day, and I'm going to come back to you to challenge some of what you said. But let me hear from the other speakers, starting with JB Mathur from the Congress, because now we are told that the Congress, some Congress leaders are calling it a jumla. You've got Mr. Chidambaram, former finance minister, tweeting that the women's reservation bill is a typical example of the BJP's deceptive politics. The bill mocks the women of India and asks them to wait till the next census. Now, in the morning, everyone was taking credit for the bill, even in the Congress, including Sonia Gandhi, who is going to speak tomorrow. Now, your own leaders of the Congress are saying this is a deceptive Jumla bill.
Rajdeep, I have no hesitation in saying that tabling the women reservation bill is definitely a welcome move, because Congress party has always aspired and believed that women should be given equal platform in parliament and assemblies.
Yes.
But the devil is in the details. If you look at the clause 5 and also the 334A, see the delimitation clause, it says that women reservation will be come into effect after delimitation and after census. When will this delimitation take place? When will the census take place? What is the need to link delimitation and census to women reservation? Proof of the pudding is in the eating. Now they have managed to show the pudding. That pudding is Nari Shakti Vandan bill. But when will the women of the country get to eat it?
No, but the women have been waiting for 25 years, ma'am. JB Mathur, the women of the country have been waiting for years. When you were in power, you were not able to pass it. You didn't have the numbers. The Prime Minister has the numbers. He's passing it.
When we had the numbers way back, we brought in the Panchayati Raj. That was to turn into reality, and turned into reality, and we have lakhs of women leaders across India. But during UPA time, we had the intent, we had the intention, we had the aspiration. We managed to pass it in Rajya Sabha, but we couldn't pass it in Lok Sabha because we didn't have the numbers. Now BJP has been sitting through for 9.5 years. They could have passed it earlier. Why they didn't do it? They did not even initiate in the last fag, and they come up with this. And I have to say, the Prime Minister is an ardent seller of dreams. Be it 15 lakh in bank account, be it 2 crores jobs per year. And if this is the essence of the bill, this will remain a pipe dream. Because I urge the BJP women MPs to speak tomorrow in Parliament, saying that this delimitation clause and the after census clause to be removed, and then the bill to be passed. Because we all want it to happen. We all want to support it wholeheartedly. We believe it.
So
but
you're saying
this is a half-baked jumla.
Okay, you're saying the Congress wants the delimitation clause to be removed. Then you believe this is a true bill. Before I come to Tara and my guest from the JMM, quick word from you, Lalita Kumaramangalam, because JB Mathur is raising a question that many are. It takes the BJP 8-9 years to bring this bill. 2014 to 2023, you had a majority, you could have brought it. You bring it 8 months before the general elections, and then bring it in a manner that it's not going to be implemented right away. So people therefore are asking, is this a jumla?
Rajdeep, I think you're sounding very naive. You need majority in both houses of parliament, not one. There was no point in trying to bring in a bill that everybody may wanted, as I say, everybody wanted across the board, when we did not have majority in the Rajya Sabha. Today, we know that it will be pushed through in the Rajya Sabha too, which is why it has been brought in today. I'm not saying it could have not come a couple of years earlier, or the moment we got the majority achieved majority in the Rajya Sabha. But bills also take time to write. Consultations have to be held with various sections of people, and probably that was what held them back. However, I'm not amongst the ones who write it, so you don't need to take my word as fact.
Okay,
but that is probably what happened.
Let me bring in just a minute.
To me, unfortunately, it sounds that the Congress is now grabbing excuses to say no to agreeing to the bill tomorrow. Yes, the Congress did introduce it at one time, but they were not able to persuade their allies. Don't forget, Mulayam and Lalu, etc., were their allies when it was passed in the Rajya Sabha. And then, of course, the bill was just jacked because the extreme patriarchy in those parties, and I mean, we can give innumerable examples. There's not enough time today, though. Therefore, it was not passed. Today, it will be passed. As I said before, there may be a slight delay.
Ma'am, I
but
take
it
your
will
point.
be passed.
Let me turn to some of the other ticklish issues. Mahua Maji, you're a Jharkhand Mukti Morcha MP. आप मुझे बताइए, क्या आपकी पार्टी इस बिल का पूरा इस पर इसको एंडोर्स करती है या नहीं? क्योंकि हमने पहले देखा हिंदी हार्टलैंड के पार्टीज कहते हैं ओबीसी रिजर्वेशन दो, केवल विमेन रिजर्वेशन नहीं चलेगा, वी वांट रिजर्वेशन विद इन रिजर्वेशन, ओबीसीज, एससी, एसटी, इनके लिए। क्या आप इस बिल को कल समर्थन देंगी या नहीं मैम?
देखिए, इस बिल को लेकर हमारी पार्टी हमेशा से मांग उठाती रही है। मैं खुद भी पार्लियामेंट में इस बिल के लिए बोलती रही हूं और अभी ये आ रहा है, इसका स्वागत है। लेकिन हमारा ट्राइबल स्टेट है, आप सभी जानते हैं कि झारखंड में 32 ट्राइब्स रहते हैं और वो महिलाएं जो हैं वो अभी पंचायत चुनाव में बहुत अच्छा कर रही हैं। मुखिया का चुनाव हो, जिला परिषद का चुनाव हो, उसमें अध्यक्ष का पद हो, हर जगह वो चुनकर आ रही हैं। तो ऐसे में अगर महिलाओं का सिर्फ रिजर्वेशन होगा और उसमें एसटी, एससी, ओबीसी का रिजर्वेशन नहीं रहेगा तो हो सकता है कि आने वाले समय में सिर्फ कुछ पर्टिकुलर अपर क्लास की महिलाएं, चाहे वो किसी भी जाति धर्म की हो, लेकिन जिसके हस्बैंड्स या तो ब्यूरोक्रेट्स हैं या पॉलिटिशियन हैं बड़े या इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट हैं, तो ऐसे लोगों के घर की महिलाएं फिर से पॉलिटिक्स में आएंगी और जो ग्रास रूट लेवल की महिलाएं हैं जो डिजर्व करती हैं उनके लिए समस्या खड़ी हो जाएगी। इसलिए हम लोग चाहेंगे कि उनके लिए रिजर्वेशन हो।
सो यू वांट अ कोटा विद इन अ कोटा, तो आप साफ कह रही हैं, मैडम आप कह रही हैं 33% में एक कोटा चाहिए फॉर ओबीसी।
मैं एक बात और कहना चाहूंगी कि हाँ बिल्कुल, और एक बात कहना चाहूँगी कि जिस समय ये इस बिल की घोषणा हुई, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लोकसभा में बात कही तो चारों तरफ ये बात गई और खुशी की लहर भी आई। हमारे पास भी, मैं चूँकि झारखंड विमेंस कमीशन की चेयरपर्सन रही हूँ और अपनी पार्टी झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा की विमेन विंग की सेंट्रल प्रेसिडेंट भी रही हूँ, तो मेरे पास महिलाओं का फ़ोन आना शुरू हो गया इंटीरियर से, गाँव से, और वो लोग खुश होने लगी कि हम लोग भी इस बार चुनाव लड़ेंगे 2024 में। बहुत खुश थी वो, लेकिन तुरंत जैसे हमें पता चला कि नहीं, ये तो अभी जनगणना होगा, उसके बाद फिर परिसीमन होगा और फिर होगा, इनफैक्ट मुझे लगता है 2029 से पहले ये नहीं होगा, तो वो बहुत मायूस भी हो गई। तो मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी कि माननीय मोदी जी जिस तरह से नोटबंदी की घोषणा 1 मिनट के अंदर कर देते हैं या लॉकडाउन की घोषणा करते हैं, उसी तरह से अगर महिला रिजर्वेशन बिल लाने की घोषणा उन्होंने करना चाह रहे हैं तो निश्चित रूप से इसे भी तत्काल होना चाहिए, न कि सिर्फ ये एक आप सब बाग दिखा कर।
नहीं, मुझे आपकी बात ओके, सो
ज्यादा खुशी होगी, हम लोग इसका स्वागत भी करेंगे।
मैम, आई हैव अंडरस्टूड मोस्ट ऑफ द पार्टीज देयरफॉर आर सेइंग, at least from what I can gather, the opposition is saying implement it now, do not wait for a census and delimitation. Interesting, because Tara Krishnaswamy, one of the feelings one got in parliament today is the male MPs are not happy. And therefore, while the Prime Minister has been able to drive the narrative of Nari Shakti, the truth is the male MPs have been given time till 2029 to digest the implications of what happens. Where does that leave it? We are kicking the football, it appears, into the distance. Are you okay with that?
First of all, it's nothing but good news that the Women's Reservation Bill has been tabled. There's no two ways about it. Could it have been tabled sooner? Absolutely. Especially given the delta between the 2008 bill and this is just the delimitation and census. Surely, that didn't take this degree of consultation or warrant a special session necessarily. So it could have been tabled sooner, but here we are, and the fact that it's tabled is a good thing for women. Now, by linking it to delimitation and census, really 2 or 3 things here. One is by linking it to delimitation and census, you're pushing it out. But what you're also doing is comforting the men that the total number of male held seats may not change very much, because if the overall number of seats increase, and men today hold 543 minus about 78, close to 470 seats, they may continue to hold 470 or more seats when the total number of seats increases. So there's a certain degree of pandering to the male child that is happening, but in politics that may well ease the path. What is unclear to me is why they had to wait this long. This could have been initiated, even though they didn't have a Rajya Sabha majority. The consultations could have been initiated ahead of time so that the bill doesn't have to be tabled this late. The consultations could have happened. We know it's coming. It's not some kind of a surprise, slam that is needed. Now, the credit for the bill, clearly, partly what the BJP wants to do is to reap political capital for tabling the bill without necessarily actually implementing it, because implementing it is going to be a tricky thing. There's a lot of disgruntled male MPs and MLAs, and that's going to affect a lot of parties, including the BJP themselves. So they want to be able to take the political credit for it and defer the implementation to post 2024. And remember that at 50%, women are the largest minority vote bank that you can go after.
But why will they not take credit? The BJP will take credit because the Prime Minister is the one who's pushing it through this time.
That's what I'm saying. The BJP will take political credit for it without implementing it in 2024. While your credit comes ahead of time, the implementation has to wait for another 5 years or 6 years at least. Who knows? And then what happens between now and then? Now, two more things that I want to say. One is that there is always a reference to OBC quota when it comes to women's reservation bill. Are the men in the parliament not Savarnas? Do you not have an upper caste problem with men? Do you only have it with women? So the OBC quota is orthogonal, just like the SC/ST quota is orthogonal to the gender quota. And if you have an SC/ST quota, you're supposed to give tickets both to male and female SC/STs within that, which you're not doing, which is forcing a fencing of 1/3. Similarly, with the OBC quota, who is SP going to give tickets to? Not to Yadavs? Is JDU not going to give tickets to Kurmis? Are these not OBCs? And Kurmi men are OBCs? Kurmi women are also OBCs? So why is it that the gender quota alone is linked to OBC?
I take your point.
And the final thing I think is credit, which the real credit should go to the female voters, because we have made ourselves into a formidable vote bank that even the Prime Minister today is not able to ignore, because women are voting at a greater percentage than men, number one.
Yes.
Number two, they're turning the elections in so many constituencies that catering to us, and we are the largest minority at 50%. That political credit is not something he can walk away from. The clever part of it is he is not giving it to us yet, but he wants the political credit.
No, the truth of the matter is I agree with your last point. There is a new M in Indian politics. It used to be Mandir, Market, Mandal. It is now Mahila. That's very clear. Mahila is the new M in Indian politics. But JB Mathur, taking up from what I'm hearing, the Prime Minister is going to take credit. Whether it's implemented in 2024 or not, he is going to say Swachh Bharat, Ujjwala, now the Narish, the new women's reservation bill. I am the one who is driving woman power.
That's exactly what I was saying, Rajdeep, earlier, that Prime Minister is an ardent seller of dreams. Now, this time, for this 2024 elections, he is showing women the carrot by saying that we are going to pass this women reservation bill. But does it have the effect? Who are they benefiting? Is the women benefiting is the question. Unless a benefit is received, what is the point of having it? So that is why we are saying that remove that delimitation clause and then have it in place so that
Will you support the bill tomorrow with the delimitation clause? I want a direct, Madam, I want a direct answer. Will you support the bill tomorrow with the delimitation clause in, yes or no?
We are very clear that we are supporting women reservation bill because that's something which we have aspired and we have supported.
So you will support it?
Definitely Parliament is the place for debating. So we will debate it, we will debate it because we want that to be a reality. We don't want it to be a pipe dream for women. We don't want it to be showing a carrot to the women of India. We want them to benefit. We want women to come to the Parliament and to state assemblies not after many, many, many years, but as soon as possible. So remove that delimitation clause, because with the delimitation clause and the after census clause, it is very clear that this is yet another jumla of BJP before 2024 elections.
Lalita
and why would we agree for that? Why should we stand for that? We are genuinely in the interest of women.
Ma'am, I take your point. Lalita Kumaramangalam, in conclusion, many of the women also now are saying with the delimitation clause, it's a bit of a jumla. It's a carrot. Mr. Modi is offering the carrot to people कि चलो महिलाओं के लिए मैंने इतना किया है. The truth is implementation will be 5 years later. The men will continue to dominate.
Rajdeep, the men have dominated, I don't know for how many centuries. What Tara said is absolutely right. That delimitation will probably be the carrot that has been held out to men to get them to agree. Remember that across, and I said this right in the beginning, that across the board, men are still extremely patriarchal. Politics is a very, very patriarchal field, except for few women, many of whom have come up because of their family connections, etc. You will find that the average ordinary woman, to put that in quotes, has not really been given a fair chance to be able to sit in the biggest decision-making bodies of this country, the assemblies and parliament.
Okay,
exactly.
Let me leave it there. We've lost the video to Lalita Kumaramangalam as she made that important point. The point is, Indian politics has been way too patriarchal for too long. You needed to change it. In that sense, this women's reservation bill will be seen as a step forward. Our political parties failed to give tickets to women, and therefore you've got to bring in reservation. Remember, at the moment, barely 10-15% of most of our assemblies and parliament have women representatives. India needed change. It's the age of the Mahila. This is Mahila power that deserves credit more than any political party. That's really the message of what's happened in the last few days. Thanks very much to my guests for joining me. Let me turn to my other talking point. Because after giving the diplomatic war now between India and Canada, Justin Trudeau versus Narendra Modi. Today, the Indian government expelled a senior Canadian diplomat hours after the Canadian Prime Minister accused India of murdering a Khalistani terrorist, Hardeep Singh Nijjar. India has called the charges absurd and motivated. Take a look.
The gloves are off. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau on Monday announced in Parliament Indian agents could be behind the killing of Canadian citizen Hardeep Singh Nijjar, a Khalistani terrorist wanted in India.
Over the past number of weeks, Canadian security agencies have been actively pursuing credible allegations of a potential link between agents of the government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
We've been clear. Canada has expelled an Indian diplomat over what it calls the involvement of a foreign government in its internal affairs. Within hours of Canada's provocation, New Delhi retaliated by expelling a senior Canadian diplomat.
External Affairs Minister. Sir, you meet the... You have got... External Affairs Minister.
India has called Canada's accusations absurd and politically motivated to shift the focus from Khalistani terror, being allowed a free run there.
Phrase which came to my mind was actually a Hindi phrase, which was "Ulta chor kotwal ko dante." I mean, if anybody has a complaint, we have a complaint about Canada. You know, what I said earlier, the space that they're giving to Khalistanis and to violent extremists. So I was very perplexed by what I heard.
Nijjar, whom India had declared a wanted terrorist, was gunned down on June 18th in Surrey. The NIA had issued an arrest warrant for Nijjar, accusing him of carrying out terrorist attacks in India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had taken up the issue of Khalistani extremists getting a voice in Canada in his bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Trudeau in Delhi on the sidelines of G20. Trudeau claims he'd discussed Nijjar's killing with the Indian Prime Minister. Canada had recently suspended negotiations for a free trade agreement with India. With the latest accusations, the already sour diplomatic relations between the two countries have hit a new low. Bureau Report, India Today.
So how should India deal with this latest challenge in a way being thrown by Canada? I'm joined by Ambassador K.C. Singh, former Secretary MEA. Joining me also from Canada is Daniel Boardman, joining me from Toronto. K.C. Singh, to you first. How do you see this playing out? Do you believe that Canada has crossed a certain red line in the way in which they've been seen to be sheltering those accused of being Khalistani terrorists?
Look, Rajdeep, we have to relate what happens in Punjab to what happens in Canada. There's always been a very small element amongst the Sikh diaspora which has carried this fiction in their head of a Khalistan. But Khalistan, if it has to be formed, has to be formed in Punjab. And here, essentially, from 2015, when the desecration took place, otherwise, after Blue Star, this had all settled down. Nobody has thought of it. Anandpur Sahib resolution was forgotten. And people who created the resolution were allies of the BJP, the Akali Dal. But 2015 desecration, mishandled by the Akalis, is the basis of it. And even today, Gurmeet Ram Rahim, look at the way he's handled in Haryana. He's convicted a rapist, a murderer. He gets twice a year, he gets remand out of the jail. And he's treated like a VIP by the Haryana government.
No, but how does that? No, but this is about Mr. KC Singh. This is about Canada refusing to accede to Indian request to extradite Khalistani terrorists. Nijjar was among the list that Amrinder Singh had submitted 2 years ago.
I'll just relate it. So there is this simmering feeling which then starts in Punjab. It is no longer river waters, no longer Chandigarh, no longer land, Punjabi-speaking areas. It's essentially a feeling that the Sikhs are being persecuted because, its religion is not, because the Akali Dal has not been able to handle it. Traditionally, they handled it. And then came the farmers' agitation. And who dubbed them Khalistanis? It's the union government's representatives who are calling them Khalistanis at the border. And by the end of it, there was no Khalistan. The farmers of Haryana, Punjab, UP, they worked together. And finally came Amritpal last year. Who allowed Amritpal to operate? He stirred the cauldron in Punjab. So if we don't pay attention to what's happening in Punjab, you keep blaming things they are not going to be able to do anything. Let them hold a referendum there. Let them create a Khalistan in Vancouver, as far as we are concerned. But I agree with you. Trudeau has overplayed his hand. They are talking of credible evidence. What is the evidence? You don't start pointing a finger at a foreign country in the parliament of a nation when you really don't have any proof to show. And then what they could have done is, if they were unhappy with any diplomat, you quietly deport the diplomat and declare him persona non grata. But here he upped the ante. So he obviously playing to his domestic constituency. And their foreign minister begins by saying, I must sympathize with the family of Nijjar, with all the friends. So it's a political game. It's a political game here, it's a political game there.
Let me hold you for a moment, because Daniel Boardman, is that what it is there in Toronto, a political game? You've got Mr. Trudeau, who's dependent on some of these more extreme elements for his political future, his political existence. He's playing to the gallery. He has in a way been seen to almost flirt with these elements.
Yeah, this is Justin Trudeau's MO. There have been reports. Listen, I personally know of staffers, so not elected officials, but I know people who have told me staffers of high-ranking Liberal officials are open Air India conspiracy theorists. They think the Indian government blew up the plane. So I know those people exist within the Liberal Party. They're in a coalition with the NDP. We all know Jagmeet Singh's views on Khalistan. He's not allowed in your country. So you could say, yeah, vote bank politics. They want the Khalistani vote, or the money running through the Khalistanis and this and that. And to an extent, that might be true. I think you're also underestimating the sort of ideological element to Justin Trudeau that we live with here. Justin Trudeau might not be the smartest man in the world, but he does believe what he thinks. He does, he does do what what his ideology purports, and it is this sort of intersectional leftism. I think the global term we would all understand would be woke. And for whatever reason, under wokeness or intersectionality, India or Hindu loses to Khalistani or Muslim Brotherhood. So there is this anti-Indian element within the academia, within our experts, in the same way the anti-Israel stuff manifests here in the West too. So I do think his inner circle is sort of these we'll say left-wing academic intersectional types who have these sort of warped views of India and all these India conspiracies. So I think this does sort of influence his decision-making, because I don't believe for a second this is about Canadian national security, because we've seen evidence recently of Chinese foreign diplomats in Canada. It's a huge scandal where there's a Chinese diplomat threatening the family of a sitting Canadian official And the evidence comes out. We have the evidence. And it took the Liberals over a week. And we had to scream at them through Twitter and YouTube and everything to get them to kick this diplomat out. And they finally did it. And this was with public evidence. The entire country had to get behind Trudeau and force him to kick him out. And now with no public evidence, we're going to start a fight with one of our geopolitical allies, the biggest democracy in the world. This is insanity.
Okay, those are very strong words. This is insanity, what Justin Trudeau is doing, playing to his gallery. It's also playing with fire, many would say. We had limited time on that. We'll, of course, come to these discussions, hopefully with Daniel and Casey on another day. But I appreciate both of you giving us your immediate comments on what's happened there in Canada. Appreciate you joining us. Let's take a break. When we come back, we're turning to our other stories of the day, including our Get Real and Good News stories. You're watching the news today. News without the noise.
आरक्षण 1989 में जब राजीव जी प्रधानमंत्री थे तब स्थानीय निकायों के चुनाव में उन्होंने 1/3 आरक्षण महिलाओं के लिए सुनिश्चित किया था। तत्पश्चात कांग्रेस की सरकारों ने लगातार प्रयास किया कि महिला आरक्षण का बिल पास हो, कानून बने, लोकसभा एवं विधानसभाओं के लिए भी 1/3 आरक्षण के लिए डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह की सरकार के वक्त जो ये बिल आया वो आज तक जीवित है, आज तक जीवित है।
माननीय अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा वो फैक्चुअली इनकरेक्ट है कि पुराना बिल अभी भी जीवित है। मेरी स्पष्ट जानकारी है कि पुराना बिल लैप्स कर गया है। अधीर रंजन जी ने जो कहा है उसके समर्थन में उनके पास कोई डॉक्यूमेंट है